For 8 hours, they held the line. Their mission, discuss Evangelion without surrender. Supplies were low. Only 2 microphones remained operational. Yet still, they broadcast.
Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector, completely fed up with life. And joining me in this endeavor is Reese.
That's me.
Footnum HD edition.
That's me.
LSS5 on. Also Green Line.
Apparently, against his will.
And Random 11.
Hello.
And a crisp G Fuel. My fingernail stuck. Okay.
The OCA podcast is so resilient that even a wheelchair can't stop him on the battlefield, right?
Oh, wow. Watermelon.
Watermelon lime.
That sounds good. Damn.
The Sonic Peach Rings flavor has been MIA for ages. And I ordered a Super Saiyan flavor. No, it has Goku and Vegeta on it. It's like strawberry something or other. That shit got delayed and then canceled, and then I ordered it again, and maybe it'll be. I don't fucking know. It's a dark day for me. I feel like shit. I'm sick of everything. Anyway, let's jump right in. If you guys want to support the OCA podcast, I invite you to head over to ocapodcast.com/support. I want to thank our patrons and the regular viewers and super chatters who have kept us with the delusion that we will one day be profitable. You guys can donate to us directly. There's the Patreon links here. There's the subscribe, start the Ko-fi. I'm sure you can figure it out. You're smart people. Head over to ocapodcast.com/support. Let us jump into an opening discussion about the state of Japan. Don't worry.
Don't worry, as he keeps clicking the links open, and they just don't stop.
I'm just trying to
And they
close.
don't stop coming, and
And they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming.
And they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming. Okay.
Let's just get all these up, and why not? All right, there we go. We'll stop there for now. All right, so Japan has hit a record 42.7 million tourists in 2025.
Mm-hmm.
The tourism money wasn't just good. It hit a new peak. Spending by inbound tourists reached a record level of about 9.5 trillion yen, showing that Japan's tourism boom isn't just about headcount, but also about visitors spending big while they're there. However, the numbers weren't strong across the board. Visitors from China in December totaled around 330,000, representing a steep drop of about 45% compared to the same month a year earlier. So even in a year where Japan's tourism industry hit historic highs overall, one of its biggest traditional sources of inbound travelers still saw a major decline at the end of the year. So that was a decline of Chinese tourists in December of 2025 compared to Chinese tourists in December of 2024. Japan's foreign tourist numbers are projected to fall for the first time in years in 2026. This was written January 16, 2026. Guess what? Looking back on January and February, yes, prediction accurate. Japan just had its first same month foreign tourist decrease in 4 years. Okay. Now, granted, we just read that about China and December of last year, but this is overall foreign tourists, like as in not people touring from Niigata to Hokkaido or some shit, right? So one country is clearly the cause, but fewer foreign tourists might not put the pressure it expects on Japan. The decrease is pretty much entirely due to a drop in the number of visitors from China. In November, the Chinese government issued a statement warning its citizens to refrain from travel to Japan after Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi expressed that Japan would not look favorably upon a hypothetical invasion of Taiwan by the Chinese military. This didn't result in the immediate disappearance of Chinese tourists in Japan, many of whom had already locked in their travel plans. But it appears to have had the delayed effect of making Chinese citizens who started planning trips after the warning was issued shy away from Japan as a destination. Last month, January, from when this was written, 385,300 Chinese tourists visited Japan, a massive 60.7% decrease from the 980,520 in January of 2025. So almost 1 million in January in 2025. This year, almost 400,000. So roughly a 60%, as they said, reduction. Also significantly down were the tourist numbers from Chinese-controlled Hong Kong, which fell to 200,000, a 17.9% drop. Further indicating that the drop in tourist numbers is largely an effect of political tensions, out of the 24 countries and regions in the study, only 3, China, Hong Kong, and Malaysia, down 3.3%, had fewer tourists to Japan in January of 2026 than in 2025. Passing China as the largest source of inbound tourists was South Korea, with 1,176,000 travelers, a 21.6% increase. Somewhat poetically, at the same time that China is discouraging its people from traveling to Japan over a lack of support for its Taiwan-related ambitions, the number of Taiwanese tourists visiting Japan has surged, with 694,500 travelers to Japan last month, a 17% increase over 2025. Taiwan was the second largest source of visitors, sending 1.8 times as many as China did. The U.S. was fourth on the foreign tourist list, with 207,800, up 13.8%, and there were double-digit percentage increases from Australia, Canada, and the UK as well. I think that's all the highlights I have for here. So the point is, with that, is that China's withdrawal has put Japan into a position where they've barely felt the decrease because other countries have all stepped up. Like Japan is still so popular. It is the tourist destination that they've almost eclipsed the gap left behind by China, right? I think I do have some more. I'm going to trust that I don't. Okay, yeah. In fact, I'm going to argue that it would have been even more effective of a strategy to cripple Japan had China actually encouraged tourism to the country instead of discouraging it. Because Kyoto has raised hotel accommodation tax to fight over tourism. Travelers could pay up to 10 times more. Higher rates are now in effect, projected to bring in more than 7 billion yen in extra revenue. Kyoto collects accommodation taxes on a combined per person per night basis. So, for example, if you've got 2 people sharing a room for 2 nights, the tax will be charged 4 times. The tax for the highest bracket rising to 10,000 yen, $65 US, being 10 times as much as it used to be. Now, that doesn't sound like a lot, okay? But here, up until the end of last month, there were 3 tax tiers based on the pre-tax per person per night cost of the hotel rooms. So the previous Kyoto hotel accommodations tax tiers based on per person per night room rate were under 20,000 yen would cost you 200 yen. Between 20,000 and 49,999 yen would be 500 yen, and anything over 50,000 yen would cost you an additional 1,000 yen in the hotel accommodation tax that goes to the Kyoto government. The new accommodation tax has 5 tiers, and anyone booking a room for 6,000 yen or more per person per night will be paying more. So previously, anything under 20,000 yen cost you 200. Now it's anything under 6,000 yen will cost you 200. So then they've got between 6,000 and 19,999 will be 400, right? Then the top one here is 100,000 yen will cost you 10,000 more, right? In fiscal year 2024, Kyoto collected 6.2 billion yen in accommodation taxes, but that slipped to 5.9 billion in 2025. However, under the new structure, analysts predict that Kyoto will more than double its accommodation tax revenue in 2026 and rake in 13.2 billion yen. Again, China, what are you doing? Like, Japan keeps winning, right? So what will all that money go to? City officials are promising that it'll fund over-tourism countermeasures, such as reducing traffic congestion and littering. As Kyoto swells with tourists, there have been increasing complaints from locals about overcrowding on commuter buses that residents need to ride to get to work or school, but which also pass by popular sightseeing destinations. So there is a level of over-tourism that, despite China pulling back, Japan is still feeling and is having negative effects. So much so that foreign tourists in Japan will get free Shinkansen tickets to promote regional tourism. Prefectural government will pay for tickets to encourage international travelers to visit their corner of Japan. So while Kyoto is over-tourist, like it's dealing with too many tourists, other prefectures in Japan are creating an incentive for you to leave the over-touristed areas as a foreign tourist and come visit them, therefore also bringing money with you to their destinations. In fact, Japan now has a for foreign tourists only Mount Fuji sightseeing train. And when you get those looks at Mount Fuji and see all that snow, one could not be held accountable for the severe urge to ski, for which foreigners are accounting for over 80% of off-course skiers needing rescue in Hokkaido, which is not where Mount Fuji is, by the way. So goes to show the tourism problem that Japan is dealing with is twofold, right? Like, you've got too much in one area, too little in another area, and where you have tourists, you've got problems, right? Meanwhile, Kyoto is planning a surprise late-night inspection of Airbnb-style rentals to fight the over-tourism, because local residents' complaints about bad-mannered tourists are prompting pledges from the mayor to consider tightening the regulations. And this goes to show, again, like, it's one thing when your over-tourism is happening at a resort, at a hotel, in a place that's like a metropolitan city. But what happens when your over-tourism is getting so bad that it's leaking into the residential areas where people aren't tourists? They're needing to get up, get to work, do all of those things that they were dealing with on the buses and everything, right? So this is the situation that they're having right now. In addition, Japan's most famous Mount Fuji View Park cancels Cherry Blossom Festival because of the over-tourism. So imagine that you have a routine that you do where you don't go on vacation, like a 4th of July barbecue. And the city's like, cancel it. No fireworks, right? Too many tourists here. But it gets worse, because complaints from residents regarding the tourist behavior have included chronic traffic congestion, tourists not giving way on sidewalks, forcing children walking to and from school to have to walk in the street, trespassing on private property, littered cigarette butts, urinating or defecating in residents' gardens, opening residents' doors, and entering their homes without permission to use the bathroom. Meanwhile, famous koi ponds are also overwhelmed with tourists throwing thousands of coins in them. So it's not just the residential areas of Japan. It's not just the rural mountains of Japan. The fucking ecosystem of the wildlife in Japan is also being affected. First, from a cultural standpoint, throwing coins into random bodies of water is not a thing in Japan. Outside of certain religious sites, such as some shrines that honor Benzaiten, the goddess of water, throwing coins into water is frowned upon, as it's more akin to littering, especially when it's in such pristine ponds that are fed by water from Mount Fuji, a sacred mountain. Aside from cultural taboos, there are lots of practical reasons for not throwing coins into the ponds. Namely, it's poisoning the fish. As these ponds are filled with water from the melted snow of Mount Fuji that has filtered through the ground for about a decade, this highly pristine water has given birth to ecosystems filled with various kinds of bacteria, plant life, and fish. As a result, it has a higher pH level than fountain water, and when combined with the bacteria living in it, the breaking down of metal in the coin speeds up considerably. As such, elements such as copper and zinc are steadily released into the small volume of water in the pond, making it increasingly toxic to the koi that live there. It also gets absorbed by the sludge at the bottom of the pond, which is eaten by creatures like shrimp and absorbed by plants, infiltrating the entire food chain of the pond. In other words, each coin is essentially a steady release tablet of harmful chemicals. In 2024, some 4,400 of these poison pills were tossed into Oshino Hakkai's ponds, and last year that number skyrocketed to 18,000. Volunteers are working hard to constantly retrieve the thousands of coins, but at this rate, they might not be able to manage it. So again, even with the countermeasures in place and the volunteers who are donating their time, it is a losing battle. I say again, China, you done fucked up. If you wanted to cripple Japan, you had to send more tourism. Meanwhile, viral videos spark wave of complaints over tourist abuse of the Nara deer. So it's one thing if you're throwing a coin into the pond because you think, oh, this is like a good luck thing. I do it in my country all the time. And then boom, now you're fucking beating up the deer, right? Callers have made accusations such as asking why officials are ignoring the violence against the deer, demanding authorities, quote, arrest foreigners who abuse the deer, or insisting that certain foreign visitors are banned from entering Nara Park. On particularly busy days, a single employee reportedly spent up to 3 hours handling complaint calls. The situation has taken a psychological toll on the workers. Japanese government is planning higher ticket prices for foreign tourists at the Tokyo National Museum. I don't think I highlighted it. Yeah, I'm going to just speed things up here. Fujisoba store sparks debate over sign asking foreign tourists to avoid lunchtime. So again, you're affecting the residential areas, you're affecting the public transportation, you're affecting the wildlife, you're affecting the rural areas, you're affecting the fucking deer, you're beating the shit out of them. What are you doing? Are you watching too much Mukotan or Nichijou? What the fuck, right? So now you go to work and it's lunchtime and you can't even go to the place that you like to eat at because it's too crowded. You won't get your food and get back to work in time. That has a lasting impact on the people who have to deal with that. The sentiment of my life is so inconvenient, this is really getting annoying. But also the local businesses that are catering to the over-tourist crowds are now going to be in a situation where once the tourism dies down outside of tourist season, all of a sudden your regular customers don't come back because they found another place to eat that was less crowded. For example, Japanese izakaya pubs are closing at a record pace, failing to attract foreign tourists. So I think that there's something else to be said here because the tourism is coming in and it's injecting money into the economy, but it's lopsided in such a way where you're creating hyperinflation. But more importantly, it's like raising property value and taxation on the stalls and the stores, the restaurants, right? So now the ones that are getting visited by all the tourists can afford to pay the increased rate. They can also, they're the ones buying the food, raising the cost of the food because they're needing to buy so much more of it in order to feed people their soba noodles and all that shit. Meanwhile, the izakayas, aren't getting the visits from the tourism, and therefore they can't keep up with the rent increases and shit like that, right? So these are going out of business. I don't think I saved any highlights. You're welcome. Meanwhile, Japanese hair salons are also going bankrupt in record numbers. Now I'm going to transition here out of tourism and into just life in Japan as it is, where the effects of tourism, and more importantly, the draw to come to Japan because of how fucking awesome it is by people who don't share the value of the Japanese and how it's affecting the Japanese. Now, something I thought was quite interesting about this is that in this article, one of the netizens comments that there are actually more hair salons in Japan than there are convenience stores. So, kind of interesting. All right, so Japan's business manager visa applications have collapsed by 96% after stricter screening. The business manager visa allows foreign nationals to establish and operate companies in Japan and has long been used by entrepreneurs seeking residency through business ownership. So basically, again, the weak yen, Japan is such a great place to live because the people who live there make it a good place to live. Right? This is the same thing that we deal with in the United States when people leave California and then they go vote like a Californian in a state that's not shitty. And then they make the state that's not shitty because they vote like a Californian. Right? So what the situation in Japan is that the Japanese people have a culture based in Shintoism and whatnot. They raise their kids to clean up after themselves as a part of the duty of their daily life, to clean up their school, right? So they instill this shit in them young, and then people from all over the world come and get to benefit from how clean Japan is, and then they don't reciprocate or contribute, and then the value of Japan diminishes dramatically for everybody involved, not just the tourists, not just the foreign residents, right? So as we talked about previously, shit's getting so bad that a new bounty system started in Japan that rewards reports of illegal employment of foreigners, right? Because the system, Japan was doing so fucking well at attracting people that all of the scammers and abusers have come in as well, and now they got to get them out. Which is not stopping them from wanting to import millions of workers from Bangladesh. I'm not going to read this. I'm going to speed through this. Meanwhile, foreign buyers are pushing up Kyoto's property prices as locals are struggling with soaring land costs. Oh, boy. And Japanese homes could spike up 30% just because of material shortages hitting the construction industry, which, by the way, has also caused Japan's small construction companies towards collapse. They have lost 108 Japanese companies going bankrupt due to inflation-related pressures in a single month. The decline this year is on a speed run. It is collapsing faster than we could ever know. I don't know. It could have something to do with UN Agenda 2030, baby. Oh my God. All around the world, you're going to see shit like this happening because it's necessary. It's why we're dealing with the exact same thing when BlackRock is buying up all the land, when China is buying up all the farmland in the United States. Everything is intentional in order to force you out of the market so that you cannot afford to live, so that there will not be a house for you, for your loved ones, for your children. That's the goal, baby. Meanwhile, it doesn't stop the low-value individuals from just being dicks. Bamboo trees vandalized near Kyoto's Fushimi Inari Shrine. Foreign graffiti is prevalent. Here you go. Here's what it looks like. Here's how prevalent it is. All over the fucking place. 58 gravestones destroyed at a former prison cemetery in Hokkaido. So not only are you affecting the ecosystems, the residential areas, the rural places, this is a historic cemetery. A cemetery in Hokkaido containing graves of former prisoners from the Meiji era. Meanwhile, thousands of Japanese citizens gathered to protest the construction of the first mosque in Fujisawa, Japan, right outside of Tokyo. It's a bunch of yelling. It's a bunch of yelling. You can watch it. You don't really need to hear it. Quote, "We don't want a single mosque or Muslim cemetery here." You're going to love this part. I just love it. Just everybody's walking around just like, fuck yeah. I love that. All right. Foreigner condo plan in Japan ignites social media uproar. Complaints to local governments. Meanwhile, a fire broke out at Muromachi-era Daihoji Temple in Toyama. Major fire broke out at the temple on the night of May 16th, with flames and thick black smoke engulfing the historic structure for nearly 9 hours. According to police and fire authorities, emergency services received a call at around 6:45 p.m. after a nearby resident spotted smoke and flames rising from the roof of the temple. The blaze was finally extinguished at roughly 8 hours and 40 minutes later. Daihoji Temple reportedly dates back to the Muromachi period, making it historically significant religious site. I might actually have another article about this same thing in here. I'm not sure. Hold on. 4 people were living on the temple grounds at the time of the fire, but all managed to escape safely without injuries. Authorities believe the fire may also have spread to several nearby buildings. Police and firefighters are currently investigating both the cause of the fire and the full extent of the damage. The incident comes amid growing public attention in Japan surrounding fires affecting temples, shrines, and other historical structures, particularly after several recent fires involving culturally significant sites. Let's see.
Also conveniently happening in Canada with churches.
Yep. Kamashun says, in just a few weeks, dozens of shrines mysteriously caught fire in Japan. Anti-Shintoism is on the rise. Do you know who is responsible? I say again, you come to the country because the people who live there made it worth coming to. And you bring the riffraff from your homeland. Japan outbreak of fires at shrines and temples has critics suspecting immigrants. Right?
I wonder if it's the same people in Canada. Maybe.
A series of
they just wanted a place to pop a squat, you know?
Not those immigrants. Those ones might be responsible for the Kyoto Cherry Blossom Festival, though. A series of our posts on Japanese social media are drawing attention to multiple fires involving shrines and temples across Japan in 2026, with some users openly questioning whether the incidents could be connected rather than accidental. One widely shared image compiles 7 separate shrine and temple fires that occurred within roughly 4 months. Yeah.
I mean, those photos look AI, but
they are AI, but these are the real sites that have been hit.
Yeah.
And this is not an up-to-date list. January 15th, February 7th, February 13th, February 20th, April 24th, April 27th, May 6th. The last one we were just looking at, the first one that I started this off was May 13th. Even after this.
Did you get the one that happened like yesterday?
I might have.
The one with the eternal flame or whatever?
I do have that, yeah.
It might not have been yesterday, but whatever it was. It was recent.
Anyway, they've got this all the translation for this. I'm going to go ahead and move past this. You can see here the mayhem and fire and shit going on. Huh. Well, did you consider that it's just global warming? Is what they'll say, I'm sure.
Some of these are a week exactly apart.
Meanwhile, Japan is dealing with, the Muslim call to prayer and all that shit being broadcast in their holy sites. Like Japanese temple burns to the ground. Fire burning inside for 1,200 years unharmed, which is like the Sora News 24 progressive leftist way of saying, like, not all is bad. Oh, God. Sacred fire saved from non-sacred fire on Miyajima. Hiroshima Prefecture's Miyajima Island, famed for the torii gate that stands in the water just off of its coast, is home to one of Japan's most beautiful and historically significant concentrations of shrines and temples. Among them, though, Daishoin Temple is especially noteworthy, as it is the oldest Buddhist temple on the island. Founded by traveling monk Kukai, aka Kobodaishi, in the year 806. Located on Mount Misen, along a popular hiking trail that leads up to the mountain's peak, Daishoin receives many visitors. On the morning of May 20th, though, a call came in to Japan's 119 emergency response number reporting that the temple's Reikado Hall was on fire. Firefighters rushed to the scene, and after roughly 2 hours, the blaze, which had also spread to part of the neighboring forest, was largely suppressed, but sadly, the hall burned to the ground. Thankfully, though, the Reikado fire was unharmed. Pardon.
Imagine trying to fight that fire. Get the fire! Not that fire! Not that fire! Get around it! Get around it! Don't let water hit that part!
Yeah. The Reikado's fire was unharmed. To unravel this confusing situation, it's helpful to know that Reikado translates as Hall of the Sacred Flame, and also that the building's official name is Keizu no Reikado, or Hall of the Ever-Burning Sacred Flame. Housed within the hall was a flame that's said to have been burning for more than 1,200 years. The Reikado sacred flame, prior to the fire on May 20th, can be seen at the point cued in this video. Great. After the hall caught on fire, a quick-thinking monk transferred the sacred flame to another section of the temple where no unwanted fires were occurring, preserving its streak as it progresses toward the 1,300-year mark. Wow. Fortunately, no one was injured in the fire, though the hiking trail as well as the ropeway to the top of the mountain were shut down as a precaution. Investigators are still trying to determine the cause of the fire. God, what could it be? This isn't the first time for the Seikado to burn down, but its sacred flame to be saved, as the same scenario also unfolded in 2005, with the rebuilt hall opening in 2006. Daishoin's abbot Masahiro Yoshida, though, says that the newest rebuilding will likely take more than a year to complete.
Building material shortage.
Yeah. Gotta get the land.
I mean, that one might not be on anyone else. It might be a self-own on that one.
Maybe.
Might be.
Stay tuned.
From what I heard, which may or may not be new information or old information that was incorrect, I don't know. But I heard that they were trying to move the flame and then it burnt down. The way this said it, though, it sounds like it burnt down and they moved the flame to save the flame. So maybe, I don't know. I will also say in for your argument about global warming, it's funny how global warming only affects Christian churches and Catholic churches in Canada.
That is really strange. Yeah, that's so weird that happens. It's also strange how when they dropped the atomic bomb on Japan, they specifically chose the two places with the highest concentration of Christians, and they dropped leaflets, but oops, due to an error, we accidentally dropped the leaflets the day after we nuked you. Damn, almost seems deliberate, doesn't it? Fuck.
Don't they also make stupid claims like global warming is racist because it disproportionately affects blacks and stuff, right? So it's racist and religiousist.
2 Sri Lankan nationals have been arrested for stealing copper from damaged temple. Police in Japan have arrested 2 Sri Lankan men accused of stealing copper plates and decorations from a temple damaged during the Noto Peninsula earthquake. According to authorities, the suspects are 30-year-old Mohammed Farouz. What? And Mohammed... What? Not Mohammed and Mohammed. Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's one guy's name. Holy shit. 30-year-old Mohammed Farouz Mohammed Finest is his whole fucking ass name. And 29-year-old Mohammed Riaz Mohammed Rihan Tatsky. Holy fuck.
Super Mulan brothers over
2
here.
for 1 there, man. Like, both unemployed and living in Sagamihara City in Kanagawa Prefecture. The 2 were arrested on May 5th by the Wajima Police Station and Ishikawa Prefectural Police's First Investigation Division. The arrest stemmed from an alleged theft that took place on April 24th between approximately 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. at an unoccupied temple in Wajima City. Police say the pair conspired to steal around 180 kilograms of copper plates along with a copper decorative item, with the total value estimated at roughly 380,000 yen. I just love this guy's job is to stand here and point.
You see the shit I'm pointing at? It's right here. All this stuff. It's like, check it out.
Probably in the oh, you can't see it. Sorry, hold on. Damn it. You guys were denied the pointer. Probably in the voiceover thing. He's pointing at something and they're saying like, as you can see, Shinji is pointing at the yada yada. This one over here wasn't even copper.
He hasn't moved. He's still pointing at the same thing he started at.
Yeah. Authorities have not disclosed whether the suspects admitted to the allegations. The case has drawn additional attention because thefts targeting metal materials such as copper plates have reportedly been increasing at temples and shrines across Ishikawa Prefecture and Western Toyama Prefecture. Police are now investigating possible links between this incident and a wider series of metal thefts affecting religious sites in the region. The temple involved had already suffered damage from the Noto Peninsula earthquake, leaving it unattended and likely more vulnerable to theft. In recent years, rising global metal prices have contributed to a noticeable increase in copper theft cases in Japan and elsewhere, with thieves targeting everything from construction sites and solar facilities to temple roofs and public infrastructure. Guess what? Copper thieves target Japanese shrines as metal theft wave spreads across Japan. A series of copper thefts targeting shrines in Hamamatsu, Shizuoka Prefecture has once again highlighted Japan's growing problem with metal thefts affecting religious and cultural sites across the country. Copper roofing panels were stolen from several shrines in Hamana Ward, including parts of Hatsuoi Shrine and a shrine storehouse designated as a city tangible folk cultural property. Authorities believe multiple incidents may be connected, with damage confirmed at least 4 locations. Hatsuoi Shrine Chief Priest Hideo Suzuki elaborated, quote, "This is the main shrine building. The whole front section was taken. Some parts remain, but they probably rushed the theft midway through. I never imagined something like this could happen in such an open and visible location." Boom. Guess what? 4th Shinto shrine in Hamamatsu, Shizuoka Prefecture has been desecrated within the span of a month. New legislation is immediately needed to protect Shinto shrines and Buddhist temples. How about shoot on sight? How about give the Japanese their guns back? Here you go. I got it right here. This is from this thing that we're reading about.
ご本殿なんですが、こちらの正面と右側、こちらの屋根は全面ですね。はい、取られました。
静岡県浜松市にある産絹神社。盗まれたのは本殿などの屋根に使われている銅板でした。被害が発覚したのは昨日の早朝。本殿の屋根がむき出しになっているのを参拝者が発見しました。これは被害前の神庫と呼ばれる市の文化財の建物の写真。被害を受けた後と比べると、緑色の銅の屋根が剥がされ、 下の木の部分が見えてしまっています。
隣に住まわれてる方が朝方ね4時ぐらいにバリバリとかなんか剥がす音が聞こえてたっていうのは聞いておりますけど、怒りをちょっと通り過ぎてなんだろう、虚しさというか、神様に対して申し訳ないなと。
神社は警察に被害
Why is he
届を
happy
提
saying
出。
that?
修繕には数百万円かかるということで
It
す。
really did seem like he was smiling for the whole thing.
周辺では少なくとも4つの神社で銅板が盗まれていて、警察は銅板を売る目的の犯行とみて窃盗などの疑いで捜査しています。
So you think it was an insurance scam?
Well, if they didn't, they clearly got the copper back, right? So,
Well, that was the other one. This isn't the same
Oh.
temple. That was a different one. The one where they caught the Sri Lankans.
yeah. Okay, if this is a different one, then yes.
Yes.
I think it is a
You missed a key detail here. There have been 4 just in Hamamatsu in the last month.
Okay.
And this is one of the 4.
I think did I bring it up? There's a whole string of Pokemon card shops getting leakage.
Picking the
Yeah.
white ones tonight, huh?
Um,
You should like just cut off the heads of those and like put like super glue on the
Make a
bases.
crown.
is that your energy drink or is that alcohol?
Both.
Mm.
Energy drinks are clear.
Is that healthy?
Oh, okay. This energy drink is clear.
I was gonna say not all energy.
Monster energy drinks look exactly like that, but
Yeah.
with more.
Right. But no, like, is that healthy to taste alcohol with an energy drink?
So, as I understand it, the reason that you're not supposed to mix uppers and downers is because if you do, it becomes more difficult to recognize how drunk you're getting, so that you do more reckless things. I could be wrong about that. I mean, obviously, if you're taking uppers and downers and they're, like pharmaceutical, then yeah, that could be really detrimental as well. But just in the terms of caffeine and shit, like it's really not a big deal if you're not about to go drive or do some stupid bullshit, right? From what
I thought it's because it like tears up your system because it's conflicted of like, oh, I'm going up and I'm going down at the same time. Then it like strains your
Like your heart
whole
doesn't know what to do.
system.
Just switch. Your heart doesn't know what to do and just straight up stops.
Well, we'll see if that happens.
One way to find out.
Yeah.
So did I bring up the string of Pokemon card shop thieves? I think we did. We talked about that, right?
We talked about a shit ton of them, and we will have a Pokemon card thing tonight if you want to.
Well, and I think I brought up that one of the cases I thought was an inside, like just insurance scam. Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about
So,
that
yeah.
last podcast.
Yeah. Yes, my insurance, when seeing that guy smiling there, oh yeah, it just happened that all of our
He's
copper
in
got
on it. He
taken.
He's getting a kickback.
Yeah.
I'm
You're
gonna
lucky,
say
Dave.
that guy.
All right.
That
Look,
guy seems a little.
let me be
sus.
abundantly clear here. I had to work this weekend for an event. Oh God, just funniest shit ever. An event that we host at the office. Docs come to the office to see this big old charade we put on where we pretend that my boss adjusts like 50 people in an hour. But in actuality, we literally schedule every single patient for the entire week to come in just for that 1 hour so that we can put on this whole fucking ruse. It's amazing we even had enough patients to even put that on with how bad things are going. Meanwhile, he had a bunch of students from different chiropractic colleges that he flew out here to go do a spinal screening at the Strawberry Festival in Garden Grove. And wouldn't you know, the choice of timing for this event and that festival, Garden Grove has a like leaking radioactive vat that they think is going to explode. And I'm in the blast radius on my way home for about a half second, right? So I just love that. I love how awful this is. So this is supposed to be a Friday, Saturday, Sunday event. I never worked the Sunday. I never have worked the Sunday. I went and watched 2 movies with my wife on Saturday night. thinking I'm going to sleep in, then, get the articles prepared on Sunday, and then we do the show today at the regular time. And instead, I get a text message for some bullshit like, I need these forms printed. And it's at 9:30 in the morning. I rushed down to work. I make these fucking forms and print them. My boss sees me like, how are we doing? I'm like, I'm here. Like, what do you fucking want? You want me to tell you I'm doing great? Thanks for dragging me out of bed, So he goes to my coworker. He's like, I didn't mean I needed them today. Their flights are in like 2 hours. You gonna print the form and mail it to him, dumbass? Like, fuck you. Anyway, so the point is, I had to work yesterday, and today I had only today to prepare for the show. So everything that we looked at was thrown together, and I don't know, maybe we recover some of this in the future when we find out that guy was actually an insurance fraudster, right? All right. Blue tarps were later placed over the damaged roofs to protect the buildings from rain exposure. Investigators believe the copper sheets were forcibly peeled away during the early morning hours of May 19th after a nearby resident reportedly heard ripping sounds. Another nearby shrine, roughly 300 meters away, suffered similar damage. Shinto priest Hideo Suzuki of the Hamana Sosha Shinmeigu shrine expressed his dismay, saying, I'm beyond anger. I'm simply speechless. It's truly sacrilegious. Police say similar thefts have increasingly targeted shrines and temples throughout Japan as copper prices continue rising globally. Traditional religious buildings are especially vulnerable because many use copper sheets for roofing, rain gutters, decorative fittings, and ornamental features. Many sites are also old, lightly monitored, and located in rural or mountainous areas where thieves can operate unnoticed for long periods. A major wave of shrine and temple copper thefts began around 2022 and 2023, with police across multiple prefectures warning about organized groups specifically targeting cultural properties. Entire roof sections have reportedly been stripped away overnight, in some cases, leaving historic wooden structures vulnerable to rain damage and decay. I'm fucking livid. Like, God, I hate these people. Shrine officials say the crimes feel especially violating because many shrines traditionally operate on openness and trust, with grounds remaining publicly accessible at all hours. Repair costs can also become devastating. Replacing traditional copper roofing on historic buildings may cost millions of yen and often require specialized craftsmen. Some shrines reportedly leave temporary blue tarps in place for months while attempting to gather donations for the repairs. Like, what the fuck, man? It's going to be wild if they get fresh copper up there, though, and they're like shiny, glinty from the sun. And then that's like all of the surrounding shrines are bursting into flames just off the sun, bouncing off.
The beacons are lit. The beacons are lit.
China's like looking over the sea. They're like, like God damn it. Oh shit. Where did I leave off? Authorities have attempted to respond with increased patrols, stricter monitoring of scrap metal dealers, and expanded surveillance measures, but thefts continue occurring intermittently as copper prices remain high. Any thoughts on this whole slew of things before I move on?
That sucks, man.
Oh, let me catch up on the chat before we go on. Hello, gamers, not gooners. I don't respond to that term.
Don't misidentify us.
The economy will adapt if left alone. The Japanese government interface risks overcorrecting. I don't think it's going to be a problem if they kick out the immigrants, to be honest. Somehow it'll even out. Once it becomes their holy land, they recognize no transfer of ownership. Unlike in France, Japan can't use Assassin's Creed to rebuild the shrines. They might have other games that they could do, though. COVID obviously caused the fire. Duh. Did they rebuild with wood and paper? All this raw copper Can we donate to the OCA podcast in copper? Bitch, if you send me the roof of that fucking shrine, I will
Go to prison,
polish it and
probably.
give it back.
Well, you don't have faith that Assassin's
will
Creed
burn
Shadows
down
has
the
good
shrine.
architecture?
No, because they're a bunch of Chinese buildings.
A bunch of copy paste assets from the whatever it's called store?
Well, one of the OCA podcast hosts become a Pokemon professor. Randy? Randy, and I quote, said, once it gets to Ruby and Sapphire, I'm a little shaky. But you know what? Professor Oak, he only knew of 150, so maybe you're okay.
I think he's referencing a story. There's a guy that apparently you can apply to become a Pokemon professor. It's what they call the judges for the card game at tournaments and shit.
Pretentious, but I'll hear you out.
So it's probably not just the card game. They probably have the judges for the other game, the tournaments as well. But anyway, I'm pretty sure those are all people called Pokemon professors. And this guy tried to apply, but he had previous arrests for I don't know. I don't remember what it was.
Pokemon
it was
theft.
it was stuff that would
Coaching.
make you obviously not eligible to be around kids. And I don't mean pedophile thing. I just he was stealing stuff. It's no company, or I don't remember exactly but it was something like that. But it was something that would be no company is going to want to hire you to represent their
Aggravated
brand
theft or something, yeah.
next to kids, right?
Yeah.
So he's now suing them to give them he wants the status of Pokemon professor because they denied him.
Best I can do is Team Rocket. All right. So you guys remember last podcast that we covered that Japan has now made it illegal to desecrate the Japanese flag? And that previously it was already illegal to desecrate foreign flags, but not the Japanese flag in Japan?
Yes.
Follow up.
Mm-hmm.
Japanese government to allow desecration of flags on kids' meals.
As long as it's not the Japanese flag.
Oh, Jesus.
A victory for freedom of eats. The ruling Liberal Democratic Party has been hard at work drafting a bill to criminalize desecration of the Japanese flag. It's apparently a pressing matter, even though I've never seen anyone do anything bad to a flag before. In fact, I rarely see the flag used much at all, good or bad. But it's perhaps in anticipation of continuing protests to the current administration's efforts to roll back the pacifist elements of the Constitution that they feel this is a priority. There has been a lot of discussion about the specific details of this law as it rubs up against people's freedom of expression. One major point is what exactly constitutes the national flag of Japan, especially since it's just a red circle on a white background. I could drop some spaghetti sauce on my shirt and end up wearing the flag. So how is it legally different from a real flag? According to the latest revisions of the bill, the flag is defined as generally made of cloth or paper, primarily displayed on poles as a sign of decoration or usable in real society. This means the Japanese flags in the virtual world are fair game, which is great news for my upcoming smartphone game, Flag Blaster 3000.
Why has no one made that yet? Flag burner simulator?
Oh, God.
You should be able to optionally buy Nikes and burn them too, the protest purchase.
They probably won't make it because people will constantly be modding the LGBT and trans flags, and they're no, we can't have that. You can burn the American flag. Oh, for sure, burn it to the ground. But no, we don't want people to be able to mod in the LGBT flag. No, we can't have that.
See, we live in two different worlds because the entire time I thought that's the kind of flag we were talking about.
I know.
If I made the game, I would make it so you could upload whatever flag you wanted.
Proud of you, Randy.
But where does that leave those little toothpick flags?
On Memorial Day. You.
I can't decide. But where does that leave those little toothpick flags that restaurants in Japan stick in the potato salad or rice of kids' meals? They're made of paper, displayed as a decoration, and used in society. The countries are usually randomly given out, so there's only a small chance of getting a Japanese flag a lot of the time. Since they technically fit the legal definition of a flag, the makers of the bill decided to explicitly exclude kids' meal flags from the law. No. I thought this was a bullshit article. You're not going to tell me that it's codified in Japanese law. Except in kids' meals. This means you wouldn't have to worry about getting in trouble with the law if you attacked some ketchup rice extra hard.
I feel like they should just exclude all food. Like, why do the kids get the exception, but adult meals don't?
I want the little flag toothpick. Come on.
Another exemption involves flags depicted in paintings. That being said, destroying other people's paintings can land you in a whole other spot of trouble. Outlaw vandalization of the imperial flag today. Online commenters have been less than happy that this is what the government is choosing to spend its time on when so many other things in the country seems to be getting less and less bearable. Quote, this is what they're discussing? They can't seriously be spending time on kids' meal flags, just ignoring all the other anxieties. Didn't they recently say they didn't have time to discuss same-sex marriage or separate surnames? I should get a tattoo of the flag. Then no one will hurt me. Just copy whatever they do in France and get it done with. When I was a kid, I used to carefully save the kids' meal flag and take it home. I'd usually forget all about it 10 minutes after that. The draft bill also includes a provision that freedom of expression should be considered when pressing charges. According to the wording, artistic expression, such as live-action films, using real national flags as props would be exempt if considered socially acceptable. Does that mean it doesn't count in porn? I weirdly feel like it wouldn't be that hard to find a Japanese porn that involved the flag. Goodbye, squirrel. The last part about being considered socially acceptable is still a matter of contention in the bill, since it's greatly open to interpretation. I think we can all agree that Godzilla torching the flag with its atomic breath is completely acceptable because that big lug just doesn't know any better. But if King Kong hurls a colossal turd at one,
oh no,
the issue becomes much less black and white. Hopefully they get this all sorted out soon and maybe go back to working on things like how no one can afford stuff anymore and why we can't even secure the resources to make colored bags of potato chips. Oh, that's interesting. Got to find out what that article is about because I've got an article for later on that's somewhat similar to that.
How old is it?
It's recent. May 13th.
Wow.
I'm gonna see where we're at when we get there.
Did you skip it or did you even notice it?
I can't remember. We might have actually covered it. I'm gonna wait till we go.
It doesn't sound familiar.
You'd have to see the title. It has to do with the Iran war. All right.
Oh, that's fun.
Pickups. Who's got pickups?
I do.
All right. So, you guys will recall that last podcast I received a deeply damaged box from Media OCD. Not so here. I did recently find, here it is. I did recently find I did like the world's most bare minimumist amount of cleaning today. Because I really didn't believe we were going to do a show. I thought it's too far gone. I might as well just clean my office. Got bored of that in about 10 seconds and found the nerve I needed to compile those articles about the fires.
Fuck cleaning. I want to tear out my teeth.
All right.
That looks like Media OCD.
Alien 9. All right. I also got the Scarlet Steelbook.
That's 4K only, right? Wow. Yeah, that's why I didn't get it.
4K Ultra HD Digital. I have a PS5, so don't shame me.
Yes, our 4Ks do work on our PS5s.
I bought 4K players and I still didn't buy it, so because my laptop doesn't have a 4K.
Bet you bought Speed Racer on 4K.
Are you only allowed to watch Scarlet on your laptop, Reese?
Because I travel so much, I like to be able to watch stuff.
I didn't realize this became the Reese show.
I didn't realize that Speed Racer had come out in 4K.
I didn't get Speed Racer.
Oof.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's not even a steal.
It's a flesh wound. Come on. Can't complain about that.
Murder. I want to murder Amazon. That looks like a DVD.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay, that's better. All right. Anyway, watch club one? Watch party one? Watch club / party?
It'd be fun, yeah. Like we should
do
it soon. I do too. One of the few
speaking,
live actions.
Speaking of the Wachowskis, actually, I almost forgot. I have more pickups over here. I will get to the Wachowski spinoff in a minute because I have another
Crunchyroll package.
From Sentai. Shipped from Crunchyroll. Must have bought it on. This feels like a bootleg.
Damn.
What the fuck?
It looks like a bootleg.
Is it just the quality
it has
of
a
like
nice sticker.
the art
It just like it feels like from this angle like the lowest effort graphic design. And like you didn't utilize that at all. Like it feels like it could be an Anime Legends set, but because of the stupid Blu-ray thing where God, I fucking hate Blu-rays for that. Anyway. All right, so there's that. All right, here's the other reason for the Wachowski thing. I picked up a book. Out of Control by Kevin Kelly. This book is very fucking old. Let me see if I can find you the date on it.
Back to the title.
I'm looking for it. 1952.
Oh, yeah.
Out of Control, The Rise of Neo-Biological Civilization by Kevin Kelly. So this is one of the books that the Wachowski brothers made everybody who worked on The Matrix read.
Oh.
And the premise of the book is, and I'm going to like butcher the shit out of it just to make it fit in a sentence here. The more complex AI systems become, the more they start to resemble human systems, like biological systems. And the idea is basically
you're telling me AI has to poop.
Well, no, like the way that humans collaborate together.
I get it.
Right? In order, like you have to, like for example, Martin Friedman has the allegory that nobody can invent a pencil. Right? Like if you were to create a pencil, not a single person on the planet knows how to make a pencil from scratch. And the idea behind that is that in order to create a pencil, you have to get the rubber from the rubber tree. So you have to plant a rubber tree to make the eraser. You'd have to farm the wood. You'd have to farm the lead. You'd have to get the metal to make the thing. And then you also get the machines that can turn it into the shape and coat it with the paint. And the whole idea is that the actual process of building something as simple as a number 2 pencil is actually incredibly complicated and difficult. And no person could theoretically do it, right? Because it just takes too much effort. But the specialists across the world can collaborate and create something that can be built, where complicated systems can make something that seems simple, right? And the concept of out of control is effectively that AI systems, when aggregating together and working together, actually mimic the way that humans work together, in that they don't integrate top down the way that you would expect them to. And you start to see this when you use things like Codex or Claude Code or anything like that, where it's calling on agents to do different tasks and then reporting back and then producing what it's going to do off of that. So I don't know. I thought it would be an interesting read. I'm going to bring it to work and do it on my off time, of which I have far too much and far too little. Does anybody else have pickups before I move on?
I do. Indeed. So mine comes with the 2 that I have comes with the story. So I was going to go into work Friday until my roommate was like, hey, let's go down to downtown Sacramento for my birthday. Because you mentioned like, hey, you wanted to go down to Sac for my birthday. I was like, sure, we'll go watch the Mandalorian movie after we do all that.
Oh, you're the one person who bought a ticket.
No, actually, my roommate bought the ticket. But we did it for his birthday. And so I was like, fuck, I'll just take work off. I'm not going to, because originally we were going to go after like 4 when I came home from work. And I'm like, I'm going to be dead tired. So I just took the day off. I have the day off too, because it's Memorial Day. So we went to Sac and we went to a store called, is it Section 9? There's a store that has a bunch of like Disney memorabilia and art and a bunch of other various things. So in that store, I bought a Disney villainess girl cup. I didn't realize it was a girl until I looked really closely and was like, oh, it's all of the women.
Oh, damn. I thought it was thought it was men.
Right. Right. So it's all the, but I like all these villains, so who gives a fuck? I bought
is that a cup or is that a jar?
It's a cup. It's a sippy cup. I don't know how to.
It's not going to be used as a jar? No?
No. I bought it.
That's not going to be a receptacle.
Unlike Brad, don't drink my energy drinks straight. I mix them with various like Tiranis and syrups.
Various fluids.
So I have that for various fluids. Man, the more you keep talking, I'm like,
he is not picking up what you're putting down.
I
just figured because there's characters on it,
I'm picking up everything that he's putting down. I'm just refusing to acknowledge it. I just want to. So after that, we went to or after the movie, we went to like a book off. It's not a book off, but it's a book off-esque type of store where they sell a bunch of like used crap. And I wanted to they have an anime section that I always have a hard time finding because it's one of those stores where they realize like some of it has value. So you'll have like various like volumes of old ass anime like Inuyasha that have like 40 different individual volumes of DVDs that they'll put on bookshelves. Because you can buy like one volume for like $2, but it's like volume 22, 25, 26. The more important and valuable stuff is hidden behind like glass cases that you have to get an employee to unlock. And I really shouldn't have bought anything while I was there because I wanted to actually trade some stuff in. But they were like, no, it's too late. They were about to close in like, I want to say an hour. So they were like, nah, we can't. It's a bit too late for that. And so I was like, okay, fine. So I went over to their section and I bought Dominion Tank Police from Central Park Media.
Those cat girls aren't in it enough.
They're not sad. Well,
is
Central Park
a Blu-ray of this?
No.
That's why I bought it because there's no like re-release of it thus far. Hopefully, Discotek Media or Sentai or somebody else will pick it up. I don't know yet, but well, egg on my face if they do because it'll probably be like $20 when Discotek releases it for their next.
How much was that one? Did you say?
I paid like 60 for it. Probably not worth that,
shit.
but I wanted to pick up something while I was there. It was one of
You
those
don't want to
things
know
where-
what I just overpaid for. You'll find out soon.
Oh, okay. You bought. Wait, what did you overpay for?
Yeah.
We'll find
It'll
out
be in my pickup soon.
Next week. Okay, so
maybe.
Rune Explorers.
Oh,
Rune
okay.
Explorers. We're
Yeah.
doing a watch club of Rune. I could have picked that up too, but like I was like, I have to save money. I can't buy everything that I
wouldn't
blindly
mind
see.
doing. Oh my god, there is a Blu-ray of Dominion Tank Police,
What?
but it's
Oh, is it UK?
it looks like it's
Oh,
probably
it's
a
bootleg.
bootleg.
Yeah, I guarantee. I haven't heard of anything of
Yeah.
because like you and I would both know, Brad, if there was
Yeah.
a Blu-ray.
Well, no, I
release,
thought it was.
there-
At first, I thought it was the Japanese,
there isn't.
and I was like, "Oh my god,
So-
Discotek's gonna get it." I'm looking at it on eBay right now, but
So
but
this
it
is
appears-
like how long is this? This is like 60 minutes, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say like. So there's
It's
also
a-
new Dominion Tank Police.
Uh,
Are they two
Okay.
different? They're two different things, right? Dominion Tank Police. And
I
new
don't
Dominion
know.
Tank Police.
Maybe. I'm not sure, but I picked a.
Jeez, I can't.
This one.
I'm sitting on a fucking gold mine if that's what this is going for. Holy shit!
Yeah, they go for a lot.
$25 or best offer. Oh, that's the
Um,
VHS. Don't get
VHS. Okay.
All right.
And they sell VHS to theirs, but I'm not into collecting VHS because it's like I want to be able
Yeah.
to play the actual what I buy, like even if it's a double up. Because so moral of the story, I overpaid for bullshit, but you know what can you do? Those are my pickups. Sad. And I
Okay.
have another pickup that I overpaid. Well, actually, I got a deal, but I'll tell you that next week when I actually get the pickup. So
All right. Okay. Okay, cool. So let's jump into pickups on Discord. Danny picked up Aldanoa Zero. No, Macross Zero. Okay. That was I should have known. That looks like a Macross. Also, The Abandoned Sacred Beast. I think I have this. Watch Club. Force you guys to pay for it. In the Land of Leedale. And saving 80,000 gold in another word for my retirement. Watch Club win. Oh, there's more. Okay. Wait. Shangri-La Frontier Season 1, Part 1 and Part 2. And Tokyo Revengers Season 1 and Queen Millennia from Sentai. Wait, what? Did Sentai release? I don't think I bought this. Fuck. I need to catch up. Jesus, man. Enriv says my as of now most last order for media OCD has arrived. Also, finally got Hi-Fi Rush. There you are. Hi-Fi Rush, Alien 9, and Scryed. Complete TV series. Watch go on. Danny comes in again. Wistoria Wand and Sword Season 1. I got to buy that. A Nobody's Way Up to an Exploration Hero. And Welcome to Demon School Iruma-kun Season 3. God's Games We Play. Zom 100 Bucket List of the Dead Season 1. And I was reincarnated as the 7th Prince so I can take my time perfecting my magical ability. Season 1. You know, I just want to say that this is some bullshit, but that ain't bad. I'm okay with that over there. Shit, there's more. Hold on. I got distracted. Oh, there's so much more. Okay, here we go. I'm Standing on a Million Lives, Season 1. The Gymnastics Samurai Complete Season. The strongest magician in the Demon Lord's army was a human. Dr. Stone New World.
Part 1, Part 2.
1, Part 2.
Yep.
Psychopath Providence. God, I fucking hope I bought that. The Vexations of a Shut-In Vampire Princess, Level 1 Demon Lord, and One Room Hero. And Vlad Love, Watch Club 1. Villainous, Level 999. I may be the hidden boss, but I'm not the Demon Lord. Oh, well, thank God. Oh, shit. Okay, that reset. Good. All right. And Riv, I had the first game on PS4 for forever, and I'm glad I finally got the second one. feel extra lucky I got it completely sealed. Hold on. So this was Hi-Fi Rush, and this is Gravity Rush. Okay, Gravity Rush 2. So if I remember correctly, Gravity Rush... So Hi-Fi Rush was the like spiritual successor where the team like disbanded or whatever the fuck afterward or something like that. I don't remember.
No clue.
Gravity Rush is one that had a limited physical run. It was a cult classic, but because it was limited in run, and it was originally on the Vita, I think. So there was very few PS4 copies, and then everyone was like, "Bruh, where is it?"
Oh,
and
wow.
I think the second one
only
is
$60
just out print now.
Nice. Reese, you picked up Scarlet.
No slip and
From
fresh.
From Academy Award nominated Hoseda.
Yeah. And it's certified fresh.
And then Randy's got his epic pickup.
That's not a compliment.
I know, exactly.
Right?
That's right. Like, I mean, this bullshit on the cover in the first place.
Like, no, but seriously, like, that means that the critics liked it.
Yeah.
What did the audience think? Like, you know what I mean?
It should be the popcorn meter.
Yeah. Randy,
have you seen that yet?
Admiral Akbar?
Oh, jeez.
Is it cheating if you don't use a stick to cook it over a flame?
Oh, is that a marshmallow?
Yes, this
What
is
do you think it
air
was?
fried marshmallow.
I thought it was a big ass bun.
Nice.
Yeah.
You should have a chocolate in there too.
You should know his lore by now.
I should get a Lindor's chocolate and stick it in there. That would be.
You should just
freaking
stick it in there.
amazing.
Yeah, you should just stick it in there.
Randy's just gonna stick it in there, guys.
Randy's posting food without any other pickups. I think that's against the rules.
All right. You're telling me.
You should put your cop uniform on, Reese.
You're telling me that is not Admiral Akbar.
Why would it be? He's not yellow.
I'm not seeing the resemblance there.
This is the
It's
eye.
It's
This is the mouth.
Oh, I see it now. Fuck. I was gonna say it's Maz Kanata, that one Disney Star Wars lady that they came up with.
Oh dear Lord. Okay.
No,
So have
that's
you guys
the
seen-
insertion point.
Brad,
Get it
have
right.
you seen Scarlet or no?
Nope.
Okay, I
Never-
didn't know if
Never had a
you
chance
guys knew
to.
it was good or not. I assume it's
I haven't-
okay.
I haven't seen it yet.
It's
either.
certified fresh. That should tell you all
Well,
you need to know.
Yeah, I don't know if that's.
Reese will have to let us know how the 3D feminism or whatever it is movie is.
All right. Before we get into this, I want to catch up on some chats. Kutiti said skin wasn't mentioned as a valid flag material, so tattoo wouldn't count. So literally just got done talking to rapper Richard Usher, who wrote the Turtle Power song in the credits of the 1990s TMNT movie. He said he needed an extra turtle to perform on stage with him at a con next week and asked if I wanted to attend. Unfortunately, I can't request off work last minute. Otherwise, I'd attend.
Colin's sick.
Yeah, I was gonna say, didn't you tell the bitch that you work for, fuck you, I'm not cleaning that shit up? You're telling me that she backed down? Although this would give her the reason to fire you, right? Well, I couldn't fire him when he said, no, I won't clean that shit by putting a COVID mask on to protect me from the feces. But now that he wants to take time off and it's too early, yeah, I got him. Right. But really freaking cool. He reached out to me though. Yeah. I mean, tell him to keep your number, right? Like, LOL, if AI build data stations with bathrooms, then we know it's all just Indians. So I didn't want to cover it tonight, but I just saw that Microsoft has gone back on using AI because they've already used the entire budget for their normal human team by using AI this year.
All
Or
right.
something like that.
I heard it wasn't, I don't think it was Microsoft. I think it was which I'm sure Microsoft also did it, but the thing I heard, I'm pretty sure was Uber had gone through they had budgeted the amount of like AI to like they had made a budget for AI use and they had blown through it last month already.
All right.
For the
Throw
year.
this in now.
Microsoft's working on like a new Windows version. Not that you wouldn't expect them to be doing that, but there's like, what was it, a leak or was it a presentation thing? But they're basically trying to fix it and be like, oh, we need to make a good Windows version now.
They need it. I'm still on Windows 10 because of the fucking bullshit.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. They're making something that's hopefully essentially a good Windows 11, but it's not Windows 11. It's going to be Windows 12 or whatever.
Yeah.
I haven't heard Siri make any complaints. So here you go. Breaking. Microsoft just announced to ban its own engineers from using AI due to the cost of using it. The VP of NVIDIA said, the cost of AI for my team was more than humans. AI costs more than human workers now.
I spoke with a VP at NVIDIA who first flagged this to me. He said, oh yeah, for months, our costs for my team have been more for AI than humans. So that was the first flag. And then we started to hear this coming out in droves. Uber's CTO said he already blew out his whole budget for 2026 just on AI related costs. And obviously that means he's spending more on that than he's spending on human workers. And now I'm starting to hear, especially from startup founders, they're bragging about their AI bills being high because it's kind of this sign of like, yeah, I'm really ahead in the AI
flex of like, I'm blowing so much cash on this.
Exactly. But the whole point of this was supposed to be that it cut down on costs, expanded profits, especially for public companies. But it's unclear if that's going to be tenable.
When is that curve? I guess is one big question. But you have some of the data you have in your report is kind of fascinating. Worldwide IT spending is expected to be up 13.5% this year compared to just last year, over $6 trillion. Where is all this money going to?
Well, a lot of it is going towards token costs, which is basically like the currency of AI use. Also, of course, subscriptions. If you've got an enterprise contract with OpenAI, with Anthropic. So a lot of it is going towards these AI labs. The thing is, though, the queries that I'm putting into AI, those don't cost very much. It's for the people who are coding or using an autonomous agent overnight. But at some companies, especially the tech ones like Meta, they're encouraging that high token use because, again, they want to see and seem like they're really ahead in the AI.
In the AI what?
In the AI industry world, whatever. That's the hilarious thing, though. They've incentivized people to just waste tokens. So people are like just making prompts that literally just cycle shit and waste tokens because they're getting bonuses if they hit AI token usage.
Really?
Yeah, at some companies. I don't know about Meta.
I wish I had that. I'd say
damn
so much more. All right. Okay. Let me I'm gonna put this back over here. So
are you saying thank you to the AI or thank you to your bosses?
To the AI. Like to burn the tokens.
Yeah.
Come on. Fuck my boss. Get out of here. All right. We're making great time. In other news, Fontia announces much stricter mosaic and censorship rules following legal pressure. Japanese creator platform Fontia has announced major revisions to its censorship, and mosaic guidelines, warning creators that authorities have recently issued extremely strict legal guidance regarding insufficient censorship in upload content. Hey, guess what? There are better things to be doing with your time, Japanese government. Right? According to the announcement, the new rules will officially take effect on May 25th, 2026, and will apply not only to future uploads, but also to previously uploaded content already on the platform.
So it's already D-Day today?
Yep.
What is Fontia? I don't.
Fontia is like Japanese Patreon.
Oh, okay.
According to the announcement, the new rules will officially take effect on May 25th, 2026, and will not only apply to future uploads, but also previously uploaded content are already on the platform. Important notice regarding revisions to guidelines on censorship and mosaic standards, May 19, 2026. Thank you very much for always using Fontia. Fontia currently operates with the highest priority placed on maintaining a place of expression where creators can continue their creative activities with peace of mind. However, recently, relevant authorities and institutions have given us extremely strict guidance and warnings from a legal standpoint regarding the standards for censorship and mosaics in certain content. So, let me ask you guys this. In your experience as laymen, what is your interpretation of the Japanese legal standard for censorship in porn?
You can't show
genitalia.
the lines of the genitalia. That any of the prominent areas you got to cover with something.
The thing that I understood prior to like last year is that you can't show the genitalia itself, which means like in terms of like you can't show the details around the genitalia. For the pee-pee, you can't show the you can't, pardon, don't worry. I have
I don't think that's gonna.
You can't show that bit.
Jesus.
I don't know.
And you also can't show
vagina straw, so you have the alternate.
You also can't show the insertion.
Yeah.
So as soon as it goes in,
yeah,
that also needs to be blacked out.
Like they can show the butthole, but as soon as like something goes in it, blur it.
Yes. Now, I asked ChatGPT and other AIs because I've always been curious, what is the letter of the law that dictates what can and cannot be shown? I've always been curious about this. I literally bought books I never read.
I planned to read them.
Pink Samurai, Love, Marriage, and Sex in Contemporary Japan. And
you said a book.
Erotic Grotesque Nonsense. These were the suggestions from ChatGPT that would help me understand the fucker.
You need to read 2 entire Bibles to figure out their law.
I just couldn't show this book because I bought what was supposed to be the hardcover library copy, not the hardcover of Pink Samurai. So
I didn't know you were so passionate about gooning books.
Well, I'm curious. I want to know what the legal standard is.
You don't have to be a collector of various like informational materials.
You don't tell an autistic person how to waste their money and time. So I've always been curious, but in the responses I've gotten from AI, I have learned there is no letter to the law. There literally is not a definitive this cannot be shown thing. The self-censorship that we see is because it is not defined properly. There is no specific can't do this, can do this. And as far as I understand it, as what we're about to read, it's actually very similar to pachinko, right? It's like There are some laws that exist that exist entirely to placate the Karens, right? So, for example, with pachinko, in Japan, it is illegal to gamble for money. So what they do instead is they have pachinko parlors. And in a pachinko parlor, it's like a Chuck E. Cheese. You go in there, you put your money in, a bunch of ball bearings come out. Those are your tokens. Then you go and play the arcade games, the pachinko machines, and those games give you more pachinko balls if you win. Then you take those pachinko balls that you win, you go across the street to a parlor. No, the pachinko parlor is where you come from. You go across the street to an exchanger, you give them your balls, and they give you money. You didn't actually gamble for money, you gambled for balls. And then the balls made you money. Yeah. Right? So
there just happened to be a guy who wants to buy ball bearings.
Yeah.
A ball bearing dealer.
Yeah. Completely illegal. Right? And so the idea is that there is a hurdle, a legal hurdle. And the truth is that almost nobody is actually being harmed. Like, the Japanese society does have irresponsible people in it. But so few people are irresponsible to the point that they require a law, that the law is a speed bump and nothing more. And ironically, when it comes to the pornographic censorship, due to the restrictions on erotic content, the content has only become more erotic, right? I can't show a dick going in a vagine, so I have a tentacle going in a vagine. Not dick.
That's still censored, though.
Not always.
The penetration is.
Well, the penetration might be, but
the important part of the important part of the equation is still censored.
Perhaps.
If you see a tentacle that's got lathered up in like some slime.
Yeah. So the point is that when you are forced to censor,
you have to get creative.
Well, yeah. When you can't get off with the normal human experience of sexual intercourse, you got to get creative. And then all these weird armpit licking fetishes emerge organically because nobody can get what they really need.
That's why
P&D.
I'm convinced that after a certain point, they were considering getting rid of it, but their VFX industry was booming so hard with all the mosaic monkeys that they're like, we got to keep them in work.
That's why I looked it up, because I was trying when I was doing the hentai grab bag series, which, by the way, stellar series. Wish I could finish it. When I was doing that, I just wanted to know what's the standard? Like, how do you decide? Because I came across experiences while doing it that I was like, if this was a real porn, how would you handle this? Right? So, for example, one of the things that I did in my series, you can see it in, I think, if I'm not mistaken, we have 2 videos that are live, right? There's the one I did with Dan. Then there's the one I did with Happily Aaron and Sheena. And it'll come to me.
All over your face.
I can't remember his name. There's another guy. He's on the right-hand side of the screen. Oh, fuck, I feel bad. I just had it. Anyway, I did that one, and that one was difficult because I made the mistake of doing the video on top of a glass table. So I had to censor not only what I was holding, but also the reflection of it. 60 frames per second as it went around the table. And then it landed in open view of the camera for the duration of the shot. My wife is holding the camera, so it's not stabilized. I don't have it on a tripod. It was a fucking shit ton of work. And when I was doing that, when I hand the DVD that I take out of the grab bag to the person on my left and it gets further away from camera, the further away from camera it gets, the worse the mosaic censoring looks, because the mosaic censoring stays the same size as it gets smaller. So I personally animated the censorship so that as it got further away, so then would the pixels making up the mosaic censorship. And when you look at that video, you won't even notice it. Like it's super clean because I worked fucking hard on it. But that's what gave me the interest in. I'm just curious, like, what is the standard? You know, and to be honest, when I was developing that video series, specifically the third one, the second one a little bit started, but the third one is where it really started to get to me. I experienced what I call. Have you guys ever heard of the coastline paradox?
Nope.
So the coastline paradox is this weird phenomenon where it is impossible for two people to measure a coastline and get the same number. Do you understand the concept?
That's not really it.
What do you have a different understanding of it?
It's you can get the same number if you agree on the length of measurement, right?
Sure. So if you're looking at a map and you're going off the map, yes. But in real life,
even in real life,
with a million monkeys, yes, you could write Shakespeare.
No,
okay?
No, but the whole paradox is that if you're like when you're going along the coast, a perimeter could have an infinite perimeter because you're going around and you're basically making a fractal.
It is
coastline.
Fractals, yes. So here's why. So the situation is that this is your coastline for the Western Hemisphere of the United States. Wait, no, I'm sorry, it's backwards for you guys, right?
I looked right now. Yeah.
That's your coastline for the western coast of the United States. So if you measure in increments of miles, you're going to draw a line. This is 1 mile from here to here. This is 1 mile from here to here. That's 1 mile from here to here, right? Or whatever, right? You're going to measure in miles. You're going to get one number. If you were to measure in inches, it will be exponentially larger, to the point where if you were to measure in inches, the distance between, the top of Washington and the bottom of California would effectively be longer than the distance from like the Earth to the moon. I mean, it is insane because of the intricate fractals of the coastline, if you look at it from that perspective. So coming back to the hentai grab bag series, the issue that I came into is that, and this really, it really definitely came into play in the third video, which you guys haven't seen yet. I finished this part, by the way. It's everything after that I'm too burnt out on. And now it's like, oh, you released it and it's demonetized, right? So I'm a little bit kind of apprehensive on releasing it just for the sake of time it would take me to finish it. But I probably could finish it now with Photoshop's new.
Make it a Patreon exclusive.
No, it's not about it being demonetized so much as I'm going to release it. 10 people are going to see it and then it's going to disappear because YouTube will not promote it because it's going to be age restricted as well. That's the part that drives me up the wall. And I understand and I agree. It should be age restricted because children shouldn't see it. Right. Just so we're clear. Right. But with this video, what ended up happening is I went into the booth. This was the transition period where Anime Expo used to have booths that sold hentai grab bags. And they were just normal booths. But then a year happened. I think it was 2018. Yeah, it was 2018, right? Where all of a sudden they Was it 20? It doesn't matter. I think it might have been 2017 actually, because I think the episode where Augie came, I think it was 2018, and that's I think where I ended the series. But anyway, in 2017, Anime Expo made it. They changed their policy so that if you sold adult items, you had to have an enclosed booth. And when I went in to the J-List booth and it was enclosed, they could get away with putting shit fucking everywhere. So as I walk in there and I'm filming, my camera is getting a whole slew of shit that I have to censor. And it was funny as fuck. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, if you ever seen the episode of The Office where Michael goes to the sex store for that one little bit, and like the entire store is censored, that shit was fucking funny and way easier to do when you plan it and you don't move the fucking camera all over the place like I did. So I have these racks, like metal wire racks that they put together to put everything on, that are in front of censored things. So I'm literally censoring a big area and then frame by frame removing the individual strands of a chain link fence, basically, to get that stuff back out. Every effort I put into that got funnier as I did it. But the problem is, and this is the coastline paradox, effectively, is in order to see what you're working on, you have to zoom in. And as you zoom in and start erasing away the censorship you're applying by putting an uncensored layer back on top of it with selective censorship or selective masking to remove the censorship, what you end up doing is you get super close to it, and then your level of detail increases dramatically. But as you zoom out, the actual pixel difference between the work you just spent an hour doing versus what it looked like previously is so minuscule that almost nobody would even be able to decipher the difference. But when you're in it, zoomed in, you feel as though the effort you're putting in is doing something significant or making a major change. But once you zoom out and look at it from a bird's eye view, which is the same as measuring a coastline with an inch versus a mile, right? That once you zip away from the actual place where the water is touching and you're measuring inch by inch, all of a sudden it doesn't feel significant anymore. Right. So anyway, the point is that was the breaking point for me, where I was curious, and this is before AI, by the way, but I was trying to find out what the letter of the law was for Japanese censorship laws. And the truth is, and I finally got this like 2023, there is no standard. Right. So that's why, and this is how Japanese law works. They have obstruction of business as a legal standard, right? They have Yakuza, yeah, they can't have cell phones, right? So they install laws that allow them to have the extrajudicial ability to prosecute someone who has found themselves on the wrong side of the law. And the truth about Japan is that they're so fucking chill most of the time that the laws never even get applied. And even when they do, you get a slap on the wrist and you get a suspended sentence. But if they want to fucking throw the book at you, goddamn duck, because they are going to win. Because the laws are written in such a way that they can be applied stricter than they currently usually are, as is the case with pachinko. And that's what we're looking at here. To come back to it. Because there have already been arrests and guilty court precedents involving insufficient censorship, such as inadequate mosaics, we've decided to revise our guidelines regarding censorship and mosaic standards and strengthen our review process in order to maintain healthy platform operations and protect a stable revenue environment for everyone. To prevent creators themselves from unintentionally being exposed to legal risk and to avoid situations where their activities or social foundations are cut off, as well as to continue protecting a place where everyone can belong, we ask that you carefully review the following new standards and apply appropriate censorship. The guideline revision date is Monday, May 25th, 2026. These guidelines will apply not only to works newly posted after the revision date, but also to works posted in the past. So effectively, they're saying you've got 2 weeks less, technically, to fix your shit, or else.
Oh, this was from 2 weeks ago.
Well, it was from 2013, or it was from May 13th and then they're telling you, by the way, you got to get this done in 12 days.
But this is just the one platform, right?
Yes, but we're about to see that it goes beyond the one platform.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I was gonna. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. Well,
go ahead.
When Patreon had the whole thing about, well, we gotta. What was it, Patreon?
Kickstarter.
No. It was No, I don't remember. Was it
Tumblr?
I was gonna say Tumblr, but Tumblr actually went away. There was another one that, like, they tried to crack down on Tumblr, and then Tumblr said we're getting rid of porn, and then they evaporated, right? But there was another one that said we're getting rid of porn, and then they changed their mind. Was that OnlyFans?
Mm-hmm.
But that was a business move more.
OnlyFans was gonna go, like
no,
adult free.
Yeah, well, yes, and I'm glad you're bringing this up, because the overarching point that I'm going to make is going to involve a reminder of all of the platforms that have done this, that have said, you know what, that thing that made us all that money, no, I can't do that anymore. No more of that. No more showing assholes on stream, right? Like,
I don't remember who it was. If it was Tumblr, the one I'm specifically thinking about, but regardless, the end point was they were like, you got to do it. You got to get rid of it. You got to get rid of it. We got to get rid of it because the platform, the monetary people are telling us that we're not allowed to do it. You got to do it. And then they backed the fuck off. They said, oh, okay, fine, never mind. And then it was like, well, what happened to the money people? Why isn't MasterCard still on your ass about this? Oh, well, whatever. And then it was like, we're just gonna continue doing porn. It's like, what? Like, what?
So that is like, we're gonna look at, like, this is just the start of this whole topic here. Okay. Like, we're gonna look at a bunch of shit this specific podcast relating to what you're talking about, and I think it is going somewhere specific, and I'll explain in a minute.
Sure.
If after the revision date, past content is found that does not comply with the revised standards, we may request corrections to the relevant content. First, we ask all creators to personally review and correct both currently published works and works scheduled to be posted in the future. Under the new standards, the mosaic must be in a state where the original form of the target cannot be visually recognized. The fuck? Motorcycle just drove away so fast that it sounded like an air raid siren. Did you guys hear that?
Nope.
It was like, I was like, oh fuck, here it comes. The Garden Grove tanker exploded. Oh dear Lord. Okay, thank God. All right. Anyway, I lost my train of thought. What was I saying? What was the last thing I said? Oh, can't be visually recognized. Yeah. So what they're effectively saying is, if your censorship is still in the shape and silhouette of a dick, get rid of it. I have to think that's a taco, right? Like,
it has to be a hot dog in a bun.
I can totally see that happening. Again, can't show a penis, tentacles. Can't show a dick going in vagina. Oh, this hot dog in the bun. Insert it the long way. All right.
The
Jose-
bottle of sour cream going to the taco.
Yes. Cheese-filled sausage erupting all over the place. For mosaic processing, the granularity standards will be made stricter. Please use a rough level of processing, such as tile mosaic, where the shape and texture of the object being censored cannot be clearly identified. For transparent processing, weak blur, and bar line censorship, methods such as transparent mosaic, weak blur, or hiding only part of the target with bars or rectangles will be considered insufficient. So again, got to draw a line across the parts where the PP went into the thing, even though previously the butthole was fine, right? Censorship applied to thumbnails and eye catch images must also follow the same standards as the main content itself. Video content tends to carry a higher risk of unintentionally insufficient censorship due to subject movement, camera angles, and changes between frames. In addition, with high-resolution images and videos, even when processing is applied according to the standards, there may be cases where the original form of the target becomes clearly visible when the content is displayed at a reduced size. Cucked as shit. For creators providing high-resolution content or video content, we ask that you apply mosaic or similar processing that is at least one level stronger and deeper than what would be used for still images. If content that does not meet the new standard is confirmed, Fontia will take measures such as requesting correction of the relevant content, immediately making it private, or deleting it. If no improvement is seen, Fontia may freeze or close the fan club. If malicious legal violations are suspected, Fontia may disclose log information to police or other relevant authorities and file a report. Judging for yourself that this much should probably be fine can lead to serious risk. When in doubt, censor darker and wider. That is the best way to protect your important fan club and your fans. Literally, they're saying, just mosaic the whole image. Don't even draw anything anymore. Just throw up a mosaic. When in doubt, censor darker and wider. That is the best way to protect your important fan club and your fans. We ask for your understanding and cooperation so we can continue protecting everyone's free creative activities and daily lives for many years to come. The post also provided examples of improper censorship and how to best apply the mosaic/blur. Original image, case where mosaic is too light, correct mosaic processing. Original image, case where blur is too light, correct blur processing. Original image, case where the solid fill is too light, correct solid fill.
The fuck?
It's if you squint really fucking hard and zoom in, you can see that it's semi-transparent.
That's goonable.
You goon to a sign?
Example of weak blur. Example of hiding only part of the target with bars, such as rectangles. Wow. You ever seen one that looked like a fucking zebra?
Nope.
It's insufficient. So it's a good thing your virgin eyes haven't been tainted, Reese. Consider yourself lucky, right?
My one virgin eye is okay.
Young man. Why
You
don't you look?
misgender me?
Why don't you look down? The stricter rules are already causing concern among Japanese artists and adult creators online, many of whom fear the changes could lead to increasingly aggressive censorship standards across Japanese creator platforms moving forward. Last night, Fontia announced a revision to the guidelines on correction and mosaic standards, which has caused a significant stir among Japanese creators. In light of extremely strict guidance and directives received from the relevant authorities regarding the standards for correction and mosaics in certain content, from a legal perspective, the standards are being tightened. Additionally, the new standards will take effect on May 25th and will apply to past posted works as well if the standards are not met. Requests for correction of the current content, immediate unlisting or deletion, suspension of or closure of the fan club if improvements are not observed, disclosure and reporting of log information to police or other relevant authorities if serious legal violations are suspected, and other measures that are highly urgent and severe in nature. In fact, on May 15th, Fontia had already issued a notice titled, quote, important request for reconfirmation and compliance with correction and mosaic standards, in which it stated, in the unlikely event that it is deemed to violate Article 175 of the Penal Code. That's the one that's been on the books all these years, by the way, just so we're on the same page. Crime of distributing obscene materials, crime of displaying obscene materials, or similar provisions, it could become the subject of a police investigation, leading to serious legal risks, including arrest and punishment. The fact that this request for compliance has escalated to a guideline change in just the past few days suggests that something urgent and significant is occurring. There is a vast number of creators using Fontia with an enormous volume of past works, and the impact is immense. The short deadline with the severity of the measures are fueling widespread anxiety about the future. However, if authorities are aggressively pushing for regulation and censorship based on Article 175 of the Penal Code, one must question what societal benefits this could possibly serve. For full details of the wording, please also refer to the official announcement. Chibi had this to say. Important news. Japanese Fontia creators need to censor new and past works or face dire penalties. One of them is the authorities getting notified. For those unaware of Fontia as a site, it's similar to Patreon for artists to post their work and get paid for. It was announced on May 19th, so they've only got the remaining 5 days to revise their past works. I think it was actually May 13th. I think I might be wrong about that, according to the previous article at least. Request to revise the relevant content, immediate takedown or deletion. I think he is going off of this May 19th post, which might actually be from Fontia. I don't think it is. No, it's just somebody talking about it. I think he's mistaken. Anyway, request to revise the relevant content, immediate takedown or deletion, freezing the closure of the fan group, disclosure of the reported logs, right? All that stuff we were talking about. The latest change is causing many artists to just delete all their old works just to be safe. At this time, it's unknown fully why this is happening. From what I can gather, I'll be following the situation. The only thing we know is Article 175 of the Penal Code is involved in it. However, in the recent years, and especially in the last few months, banks and payment processors have been getting involved in declining lawful payments to Japanese creators, even though we don't know if this is if this is them causing this. It's very suspicious it's happening to Japanese art again. I have my own theory. You'll hear in a minute. Packer Girl says, Fontia's guideline change is batshit insane. Fontia has requested creators to censor new and past works by May 25th or face penalties, including request to revise the relevant content, immediate takedown or deletion, all the stuff we already talked about, right? How rough does a course tile mosaic have to be anyway? Even my twin tails are gone. Now I have Zero Gyaru vibes. We don't even know who we are anymore. No one said anything about covering our faces. Do we even exist anymore? I don't know what that image is about. That's weird. Anyway, okay, moving past that. All right, Fontia issues an apology after backlash over new censorship rules. Japanese creator platform Fontia has issued a public apology after creators heavily criticized the company's newly announced censorship guideline changes, with many users accusing the platform of tightening rules to appeal to a larger overseas audience. I don't think that's what it is, although partially. The backlash intensified after Fontia announced a major upgrade to its automatic translation system, almost immediately after unveiling far stricter mosaic and censorship requirements for creators. Many creators online argued the timing made it appear Fontia was aggressively sanitizing content specifically to expand internationally, while simultaneously exposing Japanese creators to stricter moderation standards. In response, Fontia posted a follow-up statement apologizing for how the situation was communicated. To Fontia creators, alongside the guideline revisions, we deeply apologize for causing discomfort through additional communications that lacked sufficient consideration while creators are already facing significant burdens. To reiterate, regarding past works, reviews will be conducted sequentially after the revision date. If content does not comply with the guidelines, the management will temporarily make the content private and send a correction request. Since confirmation and response by the management side may take time, in order for creators to continue safely publishing their works, we would appreciate it if you could gradually review and correct high-priority works first. Additionally, the translation feature update had already been planned and under development long before this and has no relation to the guideline revisions. Once again, we apologize after repeating this notice, but these revisions are important and highly urgent due to strict legal guidance we have received. We sincerely ask for your understanding and cooperation in helping creators avoid legal risks. The controversy exploded because shortly before this apology, Fontia had announced a large expansion of its automatic translation tools intended to help overseas users support Japanese creators more easily. Under the update, creator posts, plan descriptions, and product summaries that previously were not translatable would now automatically translate into English, Chinese, and Korean. Fontia insisted the translation update was unrelated to the censorship changes, but many English-speaking Twitter users were skeptical due to how closely the announcements were timed together. This individual says, with the new policies, there will be little to nothing left worth translating. You killed your site. Hopefully all the creators leave ASAP. You can kindly go fuck yourselves. What you've done to the creators who made you what you are today, it's absolutely shameful. Forcing stronger censorship than required, and threatening livelihood is not what a good platform does. No thanks, I don't want censorship. Most of the creators I followed to delete their works. Thank you for supporting them, blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to read all these. Packer Girl says, holy deflection, Batman. Fontia announces translation update as creators began massive exodus from the platform over not safe for work policy, right? Just to reiterate that they are deflecting with the translation update as probably the real clandestine thing, right? Now, before we go into that, I want to address my theory here as we've been looking, aggregating all of the stuff we've covered. I think the real truth, Rishi spelled melon wrong, is that they are actually setting the problem forth so that you, and by you I mean the Japanese general public and all that, will accept digital ID. As we have looked at in the last couple podcasts, many prominent figures in Japan, including the Prime Minister, have been seen wearing the pins showing their allegiance to the UN. Oh, I'm sorry. The only way you can get off is by looking at this obscure fetish that only Japanese artists draw that we've censored? Well, I hear you. Sign up for digital ID. Let's put forth digital ID, and then we just keep the kids away. It's for the kids. Get the kids away. I think that's where this is going. What do you guys think?
I mean, based on past actions and trying to predict future outcomes, I have to assume that this is just a payment processor or a group like that Karen Alliance from Australia bitching at people.
Mm-hmm. I would argue that the Karen Alliance from Australia was the excuse used in order to justify all of the stuff that they're doing, which will inevitably be used for the ushering in of digital ID across the board. They need it to happen across every person on the planet simultaneously. They can't roll it out in one place, let the rest of the world see what a shit show it is, and then expect you to adopt it elsewhere. They're dealing with that problem right now with the UK on the other shit that they're pulling. They need to roll this out. The banning of VPNs, the removal of anonymity, they need that to happen in real time. And the truth is, despite the fact that AI is a fucking bubble that is losing money left and right because it costs them significantly more than you are paying for your monthly subscription, and you are burning credits by saying thank you. They will use that AI to create a panopticonic prison system that they can view every single interaction on the internet in real time. And they will algorithmically sway your opinion by feeding you AI-generated content determined specifically algorithmically to change and diffuse your dissenting opinion in real time. They know that in around 2012 to 2014 time, if you had a dissenting opinion or you saw something going down that you didn't agree with and you thought there's something fucking weird going on here, that doesn't seem right, and then they can make you look like a fucking idiot on Facebook back when most people didn't think like you. That you would think twice the next time something happened. That they could come out and diffuse your willingness to call out bullshit you were seeing. That is going to be algorithmically served to you by an AI tracking everything that you do. I believe wholeheartedly that the invention of the internet was a tool specifically to predict and create the future. And that what they're going to do is they're going to take the inputs in real time of every user on the internet, responding to the bullshit they're putting forth. Look, you think it's bad that they're trying to ban your fucking porn? They're going to force you to live in a pod and eat the bugs and give up all of your belongings and own nothing and be happy. And if you disagree, they'll know immediately. And they will correct course on an individual level every step of the way. And not every step is going to be peaceful. They blew up pagers provided by Israel. You don't think that these lithium-ion batteries you have, a fucking cell phone here, a laptop, like, you think that the fucking fires at the temples in Japan are a big deal? All of that shit is going to come to haunt you when they have the control that they are seeking with digital ID. Right now, cryptocurrency is off the grid. That's the point of it. With digital ID, it becomes easier to track than dollar bills and credit card payments. They will know on the ledger exactly what you spent money on. And if you do anything that goes against the powers that be, you will hear about it. That's the point of the social credit score. And they will clandestinely roll that out along with digital ID before you even know what's happening. That's where I think it's going. Anyway, just catching up on this real quick. Mirage said, as for pickups, I don't have anything, but I am caught up on Rooster Fighter, and I'm currently playing Yoshi's Crafted World on Switch. I know I'm going to see Mandalorian and Grogu on Friday. I'll let you know how it turns out. Greenline can tell us now. Was it worth seeing? Greenline is muted.
Greenline, you have the floor, even though you're...
You got to do one of these, like the green line signal.
For what? I was picking up food. What? What's up?
I'm just curious. Was the Mandalorian and Grogu any worth seeing?
It was mid. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, because they were like, hey, we could just turn like these few extra episodes that we have that we were going to release on streaming in the theaters and see how that turns out.
Is that what they did?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's literally,
God.
I shouldn't say it like that. Like, I know 100%, but like, it feels like it's, hang on, it feels like they had a handful of extra episodes that they had ideas for, that they were like, fuck it, let's just put those up on, we'll film the rest of them and then we'll put them up in theaters because that apparently makes a shit ton of money. Like, and because there are parts of it that just feel like, another YouTuber said it best, where it's like you feel like where each segment was going to end per episode. Like you can feel like, oh, okay.
Yeah, because there's
here's
like
a 42-minute mark. Here's a 42-minute mark. Here's
not
a
only
42-minute
not only,
mark.
but because when you tell a story, you tell it in a 3-act structure, and when you tell a story on a TV show, each episode has its own 3-act structure.
It was a fetch quest,
getting
and
into a larger plot.
Yeah, it was huge fetch quest, and it was like, and all the good parts are in the trailer. Like everybody knew.
Sure.
And so it's just like, it wasn't like god awful terrible, but there are moments where you're just like, this was meant for kids. Fucking A. There's too much Grogu, which is maybe Yoda. Like I like him. Don't get me wrong, but like having a lot of him, like think of it like Spy Family. For those of you who've seen Spy Family and the Anya centered episodes, where it's like it almost feels like too much Anya, where it's like. She's good in short bursts, but like to have like entire episodes that are just her and just her antics focused, or just kind of like, it's kind of cute, but it's kind of like, okay, we almost done with the episode. Like that's what it felt like with Grogu.
Well, part of what makes something your favorite character is sometimes the scarcity of that character.
Yeah. Where it's like
it's why Boba Fett became the fan favorite.
Yeah,
because there was so little of him. The mystery surrounding.
Massacred my boy. Like they. Fuck, man. I really wish they had gone down the dark route with him. But no, we got to Disney-fy it and make him all squeaky clean instead of making him like a badass, leader of a criminal organization.
So regarding your cup, Kotachi said maybe Green Line thought it was all villains.
Yeah, I didn't look close enough. I thought it was like a handful of the 90s villains, you know what I mean? Or the like classic villains. I didn't realize,
the 90s taught me women are evil.
Right. I mean, it's all the good villains. Like, I mean, you don't have any of the modern remake bullshit. On here, you have the classy animated stuff. But I mean, I like those villains, and it's a large cup that I can, because I don't have enough of those to pour my drinks into, and so I was like, fuck it, I'll just buy this.
And Riff says, I can't help but feel like I really lucked out getting a brand new sealed copy of Gravity Rush 2 for only $60. They also had Silent Hill 3, and I was tempted, but I couldn't justify spending $270. Jesus.
Yeah. Oh, I picked up for another pickup. I picked up pizza because I was like, I'm hungry. Fuck, I don't have enough to make. Well, I do, but like, I had a handful of stuff to make, but it wasn't good enough for me to be like, I should make that. Whereas I had enough in my bank account to be like, pizza it is. All right. Like,
and Riv also said, speaking of Silent Hill, I finally watched Return to Silent Hill, and everything you said about it was wrong. The movie barely made sense just as a movie, and ironically, my knowledge of the game made it even harder to follow. Question: did you watch it on streaming, or did you watch it on the physical release that has the incorrect audio mix? I'm genuinely glad you liked it, though. No BSing.
Yeah, I mean,
Gravity Rush 2 is virtually unplayable. Due to no online service, you are locked out of content. So
is that why that one isn't like $1,000?
Yeah, don't open it then. Gravity Rush was a Vita game by Sony Japan Studio. Then they re-released both games on PS4, but then that studio got shut down and the games are out of print. Hi-Fi Rush is a completely separate game. Why is there a hole in the marshmallow? I mean, Goon Mellow.
It was in the oven too long, and it started to break apart a little bit.
I thought it was the air fryer.
Technically, it is.
Oh! The air fryer setting on the oven, right?
Yeah, technically, it's a convection stovetop oven.
Easy bake oven, huh?
But it was on an air fry setting.
Andrew says Hi-Fi Rush was made by the team founded by Shinji Mikami. It was a Game Pass exclusive, but then Microsoft shut them down because of downsizing and everyone got pissed. I remember that. Hey, I'm just saying. The team has since been rescued by a Korean company. Same company that rescued the company that made Callisto Protocol, right? I think that's the studio you're talking about. Kotichi says they don't supply full PPE suit for cleaning feces. No, not at Goodwill. Only thing my job cares about is saving every cent and treating others like crap. Literally. They basically just said wrap your shoes in plastic bags and you'll be fine while grinning at you. The girl in the maroon jacket reminds me of that one chick from Sex and the City. Oh. The law is almost entirely vibes. Censorship made feet a thing. AC took so long to do the hentai grab bag series that censorship made new episodes less feasible. Tides fluctuate. Why don't websites use AI mosaic like Square Enix did? Oh, I was thinking that too. Like, why don't they have an AI system go in and increase the mosaic? Like, is there a way to use an encrypted mosaic that customers can decrypt on their local hardware? Probably not. The way that what you should do is you torrent each individual pixel and you write a program that recompiles it. Right? Is there a way to use an encrypted mosaic? No. They will snitch, even though they are the ones publishing, not the uploader. It can't work because they already went mask off. Even with digital ID, we still get censorship. Did Random buy the vacuum? Did I put that in as a clip? This motherfucker's still going by.
What vacuum?
I think he means the vacuum from the Whitest Kids You Know skit.
Oh. I don't know.
I watched it on the Blu-ray. I heard there was an issue with the audio. It wasn't sure which version. Though I don't think the audio will fix the plot of the movie. Yeah. So there are parts of the movie that I like, what the fuck that. But overall, I thought that it really understood the source material, and everything that everybody hates about it was them committing to film the original intention of the game that they didn't put in. So I thought it was great. Anyway, all right, keep continuing on this topic. Japan artist says police raided his home over a single uncensored image uploaded online. A Japanese artist on Twitter has gone viral after revealing that police searched his home and fined him after he accidentally uploaded an uncensored image to an adult uploader site. The artist said the situation happened after he uploaded old manga image data before applying mosaic censorship. Oh, what's this? On Fontia, since uploading even a single uncensored erotic image can lead to a criminal fine and treatment as a sex offender from the pre-indictment stage, please be careful with how you handle your production data. I ended up having my home searched because of this. It depends on how the police and prosecutors interpret things. So if you handle it poorly, your Dropbox or Google Drive could also become investigation targets. In my case, my PC and smartphone were confiscated and checked for images. I don't know why you didn't include Fontia in the fucking translation. The post accrued 8 million views in about 4 days. In another post explains the situation further. He said, Fontia's situation, I think you fucked these up. I think this one is supposed to be the second image. Fontia's situation is becoming a big topic right now, but actually last year my home was searched by police and I received a fine after an investigation. 300,000 yen. I had uploaded images before mosaics were applied to an 18 plus uploader in order to share them between my smartphone and PC, and then forgot to delete them. Another user asked how the situation was discovered in the first place. By the way, how exactly did this get exposed? Just uploading it to an 18 plus uploader itself means it's publicly visible. So somebody report it? The artist then responded, yes, I uploaded it in a publicly accessible state. After looking into it, it seems an old-style server monitoring volunteer named XXX-san, they told me their name, but I'll omit it, reported it. And local police told me something like, we've been informed there's a case we should investigate. Another user asked how long it took between the upload and the police search. How long was it between uploading it to the 18 plus uploader and the house search? About a full year. It seems they checked the history on my PC and smartphone, but by the time the home search happened, a year had already passed, so the images themselves had apparently already been deleted. The post spread rapidly online amid ongoing controversy surrounding Japanese content platform Fontia tightening its censorship and mosaic requirements following legal pressure from authorities. Why do you think they would search the house? It seems insane to me because it feels as though in order to, if you were to search the house, you're effectively saying it's illegal to possess your own drawings. Right?
Yeah.
It's one thing to say, hey, here's a fine. This got posted. Even if it was accidental, you got to pay the fine. Sorry. But it's another thing to search your fucking house. Especially if you draw your manga by hand, pen to paper, and then photo Xerox it or whatever, right? That's insane to me.
Yeah. Are you going to take my pictures? Oh, I'll just draw some more. What do you do? Take my brain?
But it's insane to me because it should not be illegal.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to lock up the Renaissance painters? You know what I mean? Like, it's just insane to me. I think that we are in for perhaps the worst year of our lives. Just generally speaking, in terms of freedom of expression being curtailed, right? Encrypt all cloud stored files. Yeah. Let's do it. Hakurei Shrine Reitaisai satellite event in Chichibu bans adult doujinshi sales. Do you guys know what chichi means?
Boobies.
It means father. God,
oh.
It also means tits. Yeah. The organizers of the Toho Project Doujin event, Hakurei Shrine Reitaisai, announced that adult-oriented works will not be allowed at the upcoming Hakurei Shrine Reitaisai ni Chichibu event scheduled for August 30th. The official Twitter account posted the following statement, quote, Hakurei Shrine Reitaisai in Chichibu, apology regarding the inability to distribute to distribute adult-oriented works. For the Hakurei Shrine Reitaisai in Chichibu, scheduled to be held on August 30th, it has become clear, due to event operation circumstances, that the distribution and exhibition of adult-oriented works will not be possible. We deeply apologize for the inconvenience caused due to insufficient prior coordination and confirmation. Please note that the spring and autumn Hakurei Shrine Reitaisai events are still planned to be held in their normal format, including adult-oriented works as usual. To all participating circles, May 22nd, Reiwa 2026, Hakurei Shrine Office, apology and notice regarding the inability to distribute adult-oriented works at Hakurei Shrine Reitaisai in Chichibu. This can be the exact same statement. Exact same statement. I'm going to skip reading that. The announcement immediately sparked discussion among Toho and Doujin fans online, particularly because Hakurei Shrine Reitaisai has historically allowed adult-oriented Doujin content as a standard part of the event. Many users speculated the restriction may be related to venue limitations, local regulations, or increased scrutiny surrounding public events and adult material. It's a matter of time. Kamaketa will be next, right? Like, this is the crackdown. How the fuck are you? I mean, look, it's one thing if the Japanese government legitimately believes we can't have people having a sexual release outlet. Even if they're going to rape somebody, we got to get some fucking babies growing in this country, right? That's one thing. Do I think it's that? No, I don't. But if you at least had the wherewithal to express to people that we need to clamp down on the sexual releases coming from non-human to human contact, I could at least respect it. Right? I wouldn't agree with it, but I would at least respect it. I think that Comic Cat will be next. Pagan _ GMR says, more self-censorship hitting Japan. Even the official Reitaisai, one of the biggest Toho events, just announced that they're banning all R18/adult works at their upcoming Chichibu edition due to venue circumstances. This is the same wave we've been seeing with Fontia forcing artists to destroy years of their work under Article 175. Japanese creators are slowly being pressured into neutering their own content. This isn't protecting anyone. This is death by 1,000 cuts on artistic freedom. How much more are we going to let get censored before we push back? Free the artists, free the pixels. Any thoughts?
Nope.
Kickstarter backtracks on mature content censorship, claims that a payment processor pressured them. Kickstarter has officially reversed its controversial new mature content guidelines after massive backlash from creators, artists, and users who accused the platform of effectively declaring war on adult-oriented content. In a new statement, Kickstarter COO Sean Liu acknowledged that the recently introduced rules created, quote, more confusion, more uncertainty, and real fear. Among creators who felt Kickstarter was abandoning the creative freedom of the platform had long been associated with. Kickstarter confirmed it is now fully reverting back to its previous guidelines, which simply prohibit pornography and illegal content rather than aggressively policing vague sexual themes.
This was not what I was talking about, but seems to be a perfect example of it.
Most notably, Kickstarter outright admitted the policy changes were primarily driven by pressure from payment processor Stripe. Quote, the updates to the rules were primarily driven by requirements from our payment processor Stripe. Stripe operates under its own legal and compliance requirements separate from Kickstarter's own rules, and even Stripe's rules are dictated by a larger system shaped by financial institutions that govern how money moves globally. What, you mean we're not free? You mean credit is not freedom? We're all being ushered into a cashless society, but that is a society of control. That is exactly what you mean. Under this system, many platforms, including other crowdfunding and creator monetization platforms, struggle with how to create space for mature content while getting the creators of that work paid without friction. Meanwhile, plenty of crowdfunding sites have already prevented the Japanese creators from receiving the funding. Like, just every fucking thing out of these people's mouths is a goddamn lie. The payment processors. It's them. Sorry. We're going to revert everything. Because, you know, the payment processors made us do it, but we're going to stand up to them?
And they'll still be on our platform? Anyway? Like...
This is the Hegelian dialectic. Create the problem, force the reaction, offer the solution. A solution that you would not have gone with had you not reacted to the problem. The entire point of doing this is to force you into accepting something you do not want. We need a digital currency. Something that will track you every spend that you do, that will probably tax for literally breathing. Everything that you do with digital ID is going to be funneled back to us because of the digital payments that you're going to have to make to access the internet. All of this shit is on the horizon. The company claimed that it attempted to defend creators directly with Stripe in multiple cases, sometimes successfully reversing enforcement actions. However, Kickstarter ultimately tried to align its own rules with Stripe's demands to avoid creators getting caught between two different standards. The platform now admits that decision backfired badly. In perhaps the most surprising part of the apology, Kickstarter stated, quote, "The decision we made was an abandonment of the core counterculture. Fuck the establishment spirit of Kickstarter." Kickstarter stated. That's a quote from Kickstarter. Fuck the establishment spirit of Kickstarter. The controversy exploded because the previous guidelines were viewed by many creators as absurdly restrictive and internally contradictory. Kickstarter simultaneously claimed to support creative expression while banning huge categories of sexualized artwork and imagery, even while allowing some spicy romance content under highly specific conditions. Kickstarter has now reverted to its older rule set, but the company warns creators that Stripe can still suspend projects regardless of Kickstarter approval. Guess what? What's the other platform other than Stripe that people use?
PayPal.
Oh, God. Is it PayPal? PayPal is shutting down commissions. No more lewd commissions. Multiple reports of artists getting notices like these. This follows on the heel of Kickstarter saying Stripe is shutting down lewd Kickstarters too. It's out of their control. So I'm finally considering open comms, and this is what I get. Thanks, PayPal. We're permanently limiting your account. You can no longer use PayPal as we decided to permanently limit your account after a review. We're no longer offering PayPal services for this account. Sometimes we can't offer services to an account for a variety of reasons, including localize our policies or the policies of our partners. This is it, man. This is the year. It's happening. It's only going to get worse. And it just like what's happening with the AI data centers, where people are protesting them and going to their local governments, showing up in droves to prevent them from getting creative, and the laws get changed just to allow them to come in anyway, they will steamroll over the democratic process in order to get what they want. To quote Henry Kissinger, the illegal we do immediately. The unconstitutional takes a little longer. Anyway, that's it for opening discussions and Kickstarter news. Do you guys have any thoughts you want to share?
Finally done with that shit. Holy crap.
Kotsuchi says, I think it's linked to the birth rate crisis in that childless people are starting to parent other grown adults. Yeah, I guess so. Sony PlayStation has become Sony PayStation. Hello, Unkono. And aren't Kickstarter and Steam, etc., large enough to process their own payments? Yeah, you'd think. It's almost like there's a monopoly of control on that, isn't there? It's almost like that was what Bitcoin is supposed to solve. All right, let's jump into convention news. I'm going to do 2 quick topics, and then I'm going to take a pee-pee so that Randy can feel confident that now is the right time to do his Anime North stories. Delicious in Dungeon, sorry, there's no A. Delicious in Dungeon and Ryoko Kui exhibition announces Los Angeles dates. So the event previously ran in New York in October 2025. They say here that the first 4 days of the event, July 2nd through 5th, will coincide with this year's Anime Expo. Tickets will be issued in 1-hour timed entry slots, but guests may enjoy the exhibition at their own pace once they've entered. Tickets for the rest of the event run July 6th through 26th. Will be issued in daily entry slots and may be used at any point throughout the day. Visitors will receive 1 of 8 randomly selected postcards as a free gift.
So I guess you gotta go 8 times, huh?
I don't know. I don't watch the show. Although I want this. Tickets are priced at $20 per person and free for children under 6 years of age. A limited edition exclusive plate is also available as an add-on for an additional $25. I might get it. Anyway, that's
You'll
that
start
news.
being the plate collector.
In other news, Justin Sevakis says we haven't had a Discotek live stream in so long that Otakon is going to be like putting Mentos in a Diet Coke.
Hopefully.
Otakon is the end of July. Now, I just want to say that how many times have we had a Discotek live stream where they're like, oh my God, get ready. You're going to come so hard. And then they're like, and we're announcing something that no one gives a fuck about. Another loop on dub for like,
And we don't even nut.
I mean, wasn't the last one friggin' Monster? Like,
has that been solicited yet? Can I buy that?
No, it's not
Nope.
solicited yet.
So. God damn it, motherfuckers! That's gonna be the only announcement, and they're like, "Sploosh, Diet Coke and Mentos."
You know that thing that we already announced? Well, it is coming out.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not getting my hopes up. Anyway, Randy, would you like to regale us with your Anime North stories while I go take a leak? Thank you.
I may.
Thank you.
Was it gay?
It wasn't super gay. It rained on Saturday, so that kind of sucked. Because I've shown the outline of the convention before, but a lot of people hang out in the parking lot of the convention center and kind of show off their cosplay or just walk around or whatever. And then you're also traveling between the hotel, which is across the street from the convention center, and then there's the main convention center building, and then there's a north convention center building, and you have to go outside to travel between them. So on Saturday, I mainly stayed in the convention center, and luckily getting there wasn't too bad in the morning, but then on the way back, I got drenched in rain, which was not fun. But overall it was okay. I got to see Studio Trigger. They did a panel on panty and stocking, and they did like a live drawing Q&A as well. I saw the voice of Mihawk, who said that he came to Toronto, I think for the first time, if I remember correctly, and he went in the CN Towers. Like the CN Tower has like a 360 spinning restaurant, but it was raining that day, so he just saw clouds, so he's kind of upset about that. I saw the voice actress from Reincarnated as a Slime. She corrected herself and made sure to use they them pronouns for Rimuru, which was kind of odd. But then actually I'm pretty sure she messed up later and said he, which was I thought was funny.
Freudian slip.
She said that she really liked his bunny girl figures, so with the real like pantyhose stocking things, fishnets or whatever. So she's up there with Green Line for the bunny girl figures. I don't think Green Line has Rimuru.
Rimuru's not a girl, so he's technically not a bunny girl. He's a bunny guy figure.
Yeah.
Bunny slime.
She would probably say bunny it. But I don't know.
Bunny they.
Yeah, bunny they. What else? There was a panel. Every year there's a Neil Nadelman does a panel that's called Totally Lame Anime After Dark. And normally it's like 50% the same as last year, 50%, well, 25% same as a few years ago, and then 25% new stuff. And the 25% new stuff this year was AI stuff. So they showed the clips of the Banana Fish and No Game No Life movie from Amazon's AI dub, and they showed he showed the dub, a creation of this person on YouTube who made an AI version of Gundam, like the original Gundam, where he like finds the Gundam.
Amuro finds the Gundam.
Yeah, And the hilarious thing about that was as he introduced it, he's like, so we're gonna do AI and speaking, I think he was speaking of something not created by humans or something. We're gonna talk about AI, and the whole crowd was like, boo, boo. And then he showed like 15 minutes of AI stuff that the entire crowd laughed at and enjoyed watching. Had entertainment at least, sitting there watching it, but they're booing it. It's like, that seems a little hypocritical. If it's good enough to entertain you, even if it's
the thing
in an
that they
irony
liked
way.
about it was like, yeah, it validates how bad I think AI is. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
take that AI.
I mean,
you suck.
there was definitely issues with
Mhm.
all of it, but it was still entertaining enough to be included. So
Imagine an AI that doesn't say, no, I can't generate that. Imagine how good that shit would be, right? Like, you want to make an AI movie based on your anime, and it doesn't go, can't generate pee in vagina, right? Like, can't do that.
I also saw, for a brief second, the voice actress for Nancy for the
Read or Die.
Read or
Which
Die.
character? Nancy is the blonde?
The clone.
Oh, right. And then, yes, the clone from
Deep.
the OVA. Deep. Miss Deep.
Yes. But she voiced the Nancy from TV
yes.
series.
Miss Deep from the TV series?
No. The Miss Deep is the OVA. She died.
Yeah.
The clone,
So
they're both
Nancy.
clones, but the evil one from the OVA
Yeah.
is the Nancy from this TV series.
And it was specifically the TV series one that you're
yes. The OVA
trying to tell. Okay.
Different voice actors.
OVA person had a different. The entire cast was different. For the
I would
OVA.
say it would be because the original was released by US Manga Corps, right? No, Manga Entertainment, and then the other one was released by Gion, right?
I don't know, but at least the main casts are all different.
Yeah.
So I saw her for a second, but her panel was like a thing about introducing your audition or something, to trying to fix your audition for becoming a voice actor.
Audition?
No, so I left. And then I also saw Sid, the voice actor for Sid from Eminence of Shadow. And
every time you brought that up, I immediately think of John Leguizamo.
Did you compliment how intellectual he was in the show?
No, I did not.
Why not?
He also was doing he wasn't doing like a normal Q&A. He was doing like a how to become good at acting / semi voice acting. So
you should take this course, voice actor who's hosting it.
No, he actually wasn't selling a course. He just he went through like,
well, you should take this panel, voice actor who's hosting it.
I guess.
Take your own advice first. Just shoved from the back.
He said that he went through like warm-ups and some like improv stuff. Anyway, I just the way the schedule worked, it's like that he had 2 panels and the second panel was late Sunday, and I knew I wasn't going to be staying that late, so I was like, okay, I'll go to the one on Friday, even though it's the like semi-acting coach thing, but it was whatever. It's still cool to see him. I think so.
Okay, I'm trying to find out what the barcode is underneath the Alien 9 barcode, which might actually be on the
It's not on the slipcover.
Damn it.
I also went to go see a panel about Grindhouse. It was like anime Grindhouse, and it was basically like all of the like risque shit, and it was 18+. And I was like, okay, give me the good stuff.
Those have never been worth going to. Like, you describe all the panels, I skip every fucking Anime Expo.
Well, Anime North is mainly fan run. Like,
Yeah.
it is fan run. So
That explains why
half-
Neil Nadelman was there.
half of the panels are like Jim from like Nowheresville came down and had a panel about what kind of anime do we like today, and it's like you go to the panel and it's not even a presentation, it's okay guys, you tell me what anime you like, and it's like, what am I doing here?
It's better than Anime Expo. They're like queering up the con, and
I'm sure there was some of that
those
there.
panels
trans
also exist,
representation
100%.
in modern anime. Like,
There was one panel that was like girls and they them's like hentai too. That exists.
They're
I
gooners too.
I filter out the all the yaoi yuri stuff. I filter that out. Although some of it is still in there, like some gay stuff, like gay and lesbian people, blah blah blah. So I just kind of ignore that. And then
I think it would be awesome if we started a convention that was just for the gay anime fans and the they thems.
And then they'll have such a high turnout.
While that's happening, we have the straight one across the street, and there's no mixy matchies.
Can we have some panels about straightness in anime for once?
Yes. I want straight anime convention. What would we call that? Goonerthon.
Where's the panel for straight white men like hentai too?
I also excluded all of the VTuber stuff because there's a bunch of VTuber shit.
Who's there?
Even though you're a VTuber? Wow.
I don't know. I just told you I filtered it out. I just know that there was a bunch of like.
I mean, I know some of the ones that went there, but they're ones I know. Like, you guys wouldn't know them by name.
Yeah.
She goes to a different school.
So to pass on the notable things, from so that you don't have to sit through the bad one, or the panel about the Grindhouse thing. Oh, I didn't take a picture of it. It was women. No.
They thems.
Weather Report Girl.
Yes, Weather Report Girl.
Knew it.
That was the one. I was like, okay, that one.
Report Day.
Watch.
Also,
one.
Battle Royale High School.
Yep,
that looked cool. I've heard
that is the first DVD of an anime. I'm pretty sure the first one to get a physical DVD.
I've heard of Battle Royale.
It's not the same thing.
Yeah, no, and then so when I saw
Battle Royale, it's not Battle Royale High School. It's Battle Royal High School.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, if I saw Battle Royale High School, I would have Royal High School. I would have thought it was Battle Royale, the show about a high school where they all have to kill each other.
It effectively is that. It's just not tied to that at all.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to say I have seen that.
And it's a lot more graphic, and
it's pretty
people
violent.
get taken apart and put back together again.
Yeah, there's a pretty that scene with the woman who like deconstructs her flesh or whatever.
Well, there's one where this guy reconstructs the girl in front of him, and then he's like, "Nice tits." Like,
nice.
Okay.
Yeah, I have seen this.
Yeah. So those were like the two main things from that. There was two other ones that I saw that I wanted to watch, but one of them was called Ideon Be Invoked.
Space Runaway Ideon?
I don't know. I missed the title. I have a screenshot. It says Ideon Be Invoked. I don't know what that means. I don't know what it is. Some guy's head gets blown off. And then there was another one that I didn't see what it was. Apparently Discotek has a DVD of it.
All right, I scraped it off They accidentally used the barcode from Blackjack. That's why. That's why they had a sticker on it.
There
That's
you go.
funny.
Mystery solved.
Yep.
It was like it was in the totally lame anime After Dark, and it was like a guy with brown hair, and the dub. The thing that made me want to watch it was the dub. The dub's like kind of like I guess similar to ghost stories, I would assume, where they were just like making shit up. And so he's like, I can't even tell you what he was like. But he's basically just like talking shit to his roommate, and he's like, oh yeah, you want to like go have sex with whatever, like you got to do it. Like,
You gotta go out
Do
there
you want to go have
and
sex with whatever?
no. I have a screenshot. I'll show you if you can recognize the anime.
Okay.
Tell me, because I want to.
send us a screenshot, Randy.
I was gonna look it up,
Hurry,
but I never
send it to us.
never got
Hurry.
a chance yet. And then the final thing was I went to end scene. Gary Chalk. He was the voice, most notably of Optimus Primal, from Beast Wars, and that was cool. He is old and not doing so well.
I would imagine he's old.
So it's good that he was. I was able to see him. I think he had cancer last year or something.
You paid his rent that month.
Oh.
Good job, Randy.
I didn't pay him.
Well, he
Monster.
paid to be there.
Sure. I don't know if anime.
So the original Prime is going to outlast the new Prime.
Here, I'll just throw it in pickups because.
With the screenshot?
Yeah, the screenshot.
Okay.
That looks like Iria, maybe?
It was like, I should take a picture of this, and then that was the last like decent shot of it, and then he switched
Iria
away.
Zayram.
I'm not gonna know it by name.
Google Lens tells me, yeah. Steel Up 21.
It's all I know is it's a
that's not Steel
Discotek.
Up.
It's a Discotek release on DVD. I don't know if there's a Blu-ray. And it's dubbed in English, and the dub is kind of crazy.
Oh, is this fuck, that ninja one?
No, it's not ninjas. It's more like Gundam, like space robot
No.
stuff.
What's the one that had the wacky
Ninja
dub that
Robots.
Ninja Robots?
Did the robot by chance look like this? Hold on. Open.
I don't think I even saw a robot. It's just
Okay.
it's
Did you
gives
see the
vibe.
main girl?
Maybe.
Did
The
she
main
look-
two guys I would know if you showed a picture of the no. I know that anime. That's not
Okay.
this.
So you said it was released by Discotek.
Yes.
And it wasn't Space Runaway Ideon, which is not released by Discotek?
Well, if it's not released by if it's that girl, then no.
Well, you brought up Ideon.
I brought up
Oh.
Ideon because
Oh.
I was just
He
throwing out a
brought
name.
up
No, I
Ideon.
did. Yes, it's not that.
Okay.
It's also not that.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm looking at your. Yeah, I don't know. Is it Orgus?
I'm not going to know it by name. You're gonna have
That
to
was
show me
released. That was released by Discotek. Hold on, I gotta find an image that you'd recognize. Here.
the main guy. If you show me the face of the main guy, I'll be like, that's it. And obviously, the main guy has brown hair. Sorry if I didn't make that clear, but that is the main guy's back of his head.
Okay, then that's not Orgus. Could be Orgus 02.
Looks like you may have already mentioned it. You're at is it Ram? The one that you showed, Brad. I thought that was
That's what we both guessed. Anyway.
It must be a Gundam bootleg if there's the Char bootleg
it's ninja,
right there.
It's Ninja Robots. It's Ninja Robots.
It is Ninja Robots, motherfucker.
Randy.
He said ninjas. I said it's not ninjas. If it's
Well,
ninja
I
robots.
can't remember the second word after ninja.
Well,
okay?
the robots is the key part. Yes, that is what it is.
Yeah, Ninja Robots. God damn it, Randy. Released by Pioneer on DVD. Oh, this must be the Japanese. Yeah, because Pioneer is a Japanese company.
All right, cool.
All right, great. I'm glad we got that out of the way. I'm glad we did that while I was in the bathroom. All right, here we go.
At least, Randy, it's not on DVD. It's on Blu-ray.
Well, there you go. Nice. I get a bonus of
It's
owning
even still in
another
print.
Blu-ray. Oh, well, then I won't own it. I'll just watch it.
All right, time to make up for some lost time. Time to hate myself tomorrow.
I was gonna do episodes of Anime North. It was gonna be every time you went to the bathroom.
Oh,
But then you said, "Well, we'll do it during convention news," and I said, "Oh, we may as well finish everything." Get
I'm
it all out
glad.
of the way.
I'm glad.
You wouldn't have I already told you 80% of the stories. So
Yes, no, that's fine. I'm just glad that it's not going to make the timestamps messier.
but wouldn't have you liked it better to come back tomorrow and rewatch the show and get to catch up on all the little stories that you missed?
See, the part you don't know is that I ran out of alcohol, so I probably won't have to pee again. All right, here we go.
Hold on. Is non-4K UHD Blu-ray worth it over DVD?
For
Yes. Like just to
Oh, like
buy?
a 4K that's
Just
not
buy-
ultra H. That's not like ultra high def. Or wait,
Like a
HDR.
If you're
Is that what you
saying that if 4K doesn't exist, yeah, Blu-ray's usually a good upgrade over DVD.
Or
Yeah,
are you
and-
saying, are you
What?
buying a UHD Blu-ray that isn't 4K?
Are
I
you
don't know if
talking
those
about
exist.
the-
He says, "Is
yeah,
Blu-ray worth it over DVD?"
No, that's not what he says. He
He
says,
said
is
non-4K
non-4K
or
UHD
Oh wait,
Blu-ray.
no. So SDR?
Are you talking
What?
about? Are they talking about the
Here's the problem.
Eco?
It doesn't
Where's your
matter.
comma?
It doesn't
Well,
matter
the
what
answer
it
is
is
yes across the board. Okay.
because it's DVD you're comparing it to.
Yeah, and
By
the thing
default.
is, even if it's SD Blu-ray, the technology on Blu-ray is better to the point where it is more scratch resistant. It will last longer and is less resistant to disc rot. So
And
on
also, there's
that
more
ground
space on the
alone,
disc, so
yeah,
you don't have to swap out the
You
disc as
swap
much.
as
You're
many
going to
times.
have a higher bit rate potentially, assuming it was capped at all on the DVD.
So the answer across the board is yes.
Unless it's
Alright.
like a made in Japan Sentai one. Some of those are technically worse than
Reseated himself.
DVDs.
Oh no.
I don't think non-4K UHD Blu-rays exist though.
Yeah, they do.
In
Where
what
was
way?
this?
That's the non SDR ones. I have a couple.
No,
One
well,
of
he's saying, I think what he means is that.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Yes.
I'm trying to say something. You keep cutting me off. ACO.
That's because you're
Project
dumb.
ACO 4K. Only the first one is on 4K. The others are Blu-ray quality. And I was still asking, like, trying to figure out where you got, because my comments were loading. I was like, where the fuck are these comments coming from?
Are they
Oh,
on
yeah.
UHD discs or are they on Blu-ray discs?
The 4K that Discotek put out
Is
for
one
Project
disc.
ACO is one disc. The
That
first
contains-
one is the only one that's actually 4K. All the rest are Blu-ray 1080p.
Okay, but that's slightly different. That's the disc contains 4K stuff. It's just there are materials that are not 4K on it.
Unkono says, I snapped a
I
Blu-ray in
guess.
half once. It cut my finger. Wow.
That sounds like a skill issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What made you that angry? Why would you do that?
Was it a BDR?
All right. Anyway, Zach Krager's Resident Evil posters have been released. We got this one and this one. So that's kind of interesting. The scene from the trailer where the zombies are like exploding, they're literally up on the roof coming down at him.
Mm.
I'm looking forward to this. You know, every Resident Evil film that they've made so far, I've very much enjoyed.
Zombies have never been on roofs in Resident Evil.
Except for Dead Island. That one sucked. No, I just think that he's approaching it from the perspective of how can I make this unsettling versus how can I make this follow the games exactly, right? So what he's doing instead is get to the top of Nakatomi Plaza over there and fight your way up to the top like Game of Death, right? And I think that's cool. I can't wait to see it. And Randy thought this one looked like a lady's body.
Kind of.
He says,
Anyone
titties up
else?
here,
No,
right?
the hips.
Waist. Vagine line. All right. Moving
Thigh
on.
gap. The car is the thigh gap. That's the main centering point. And the
Car,
person is
the car is the mosaic blurred.
No,
black
the car is the little Hitler down there.
Oh,
and the person is the navel.
and the brake light. Or never mind.
The person's a belly button.
That is what a navel is, Reese.
Uh,
Thank you.
Whatever.
All right.
Why would you say navel? Just say belly button. Kenjiro Tsuda sees TikTok over AI videos, just literally stealing his voice.
Wow, we had an Augie moment there. Things got awkward. You had to read that. Just move on. Don't acknowledge. It's been a while since we had.
You just stole AC's voice there.
He wasn't doing anything, so I was like,
all right, anyway. Japanese hero Hey sues TikTok over AI videos allegedly stealing his voice. Kenjiro Tsuda has filed a suit against TikTok's parent company for allegedly hijacking his distinct vocal signature using AI without permission. Do you guys know who he voices?
yes, he has an awesome voice. He voices like the guy with the sunglasses in
Jujutsu
JJK.
Kaisen?
He voices
Fundam.
What?
Who does he voice?
I don't know Japanese voice actors.
Seto Kaiba.
Oh, the one that's inferior to the English according to Kazuki Takahashi?
He has a very distinct voice.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, so they say Tsuda is a celebrated voice actor whose work ranges from Kento Nanami in Jujutsu Kaisen to Hyakunosuke Ogata in Golden Kamui. Tsuda's one-of-a-kind timbre has been the object of men's envy and a source of female fantasy for decades, if you say so. I just need to hear him say, my blue eyes white dragon. White dragon.
Is that how he sounds? Seriously? Oh god.
Women be dripping after that.
He's gonna sue you for also stealing his voice.
The case centers on an anonymous TikTok account that posted at least 188 narrated videos between July 2024 to November 2025 when Tsuda filed his complaint. The content is said to have generated monthly earnings ranging between 500,000 and 750,000 yen, approximately $3,400, $5,100. I'll be honest with you, all of those users making an estimated range is like, yeah, cut off like 2 zeros. Maybe we're a little closer. According to the plaintiff's claim, each video features a narration that captures Tsuda's signature rich bass voice with its characteristic low mellow tone. The legal team argues this AI-generated mimicry creates enough confusion between the original and the imitator to constitute infringement under Japan's unfair competition prevention law and what is known as the publicity right, a legal concept granting celebrities exclusive use of their likeness. TikTok defends its position by suggesting the narration merely reflects a generic male voice, potentially trained from a friend's recording rather than Tsuda's directly, as noted by the uploader's own external bio. The defense further contends that viewer comments reflect more enthusiasm for the content itself than recognition of the voice behind it, a distinction that could spare them from the liability under publicity rights. Tsuda's attorney, Kei Hironobu, told Yomiuri Shimbun last year, quote, "If unauthorized AI generation goes unchecked, the very foundation of the voice acting industry could be stifled. A victory here would clarify the boundaries of legality and empower other voice actors to exercise their rights." Dude, it's going to be so fucking weird if AI just like evaporates and we go the way of like we had the COVID era. That was a weird time. And then we had like the AI era and then that went away and that was weird, right? Like, and then life just really strangely goes back to dull and normal, right?
Do you remember NFTs? What about those NFT voices that people bought?
Troy Baker's?
Yeah.
It took me a second. I remember though. So far, 3 non-public sessions have been held to organize the dispute's key points, with the first oral argument expected this summer. Naturally, digital tools are evolving more rapidly than legal frameworks can adapt. I'll just remind you, the first season of 2024 predicted all of this. Naturally, digital tools are evolving more rapidly than legal frameworks can adapt, but if TikTok claims Tsuda's voice is merely a generic male voice trained from a friend, I, for one, would love to see them produce this human friend in court to demonstrate his vocal prowess. Because no one else on this planet was born with the panty-dropping voice of Kenjiro Tsuda. Okay, Ryuga Y. Leong, the anime guy. Dear Lord. Keep it in your fucking pants, bitch. Oh, this is a perfect. Ascendant Animation says, if you recognize this meme, you can watch the anime of the manga it's originally from in both sub and English dub on Ocean Vale. Yara Naika, wanna do it. You can watch the Junichi Yamakawa collection, including the infamous Yara Naika episode in English dub, now on Ocean Vale. All right.
What?
You spoiled it by saying all that.
I sure did, and I also didn't upload it previously, so I have to fucking...
Okay.
God damn it.
It always looked like the art style of like the main character of Cromartie High School to me.
Yeah. It ain't. Let's see. Where is that? Is it? No. I downloaded it, right? I test up. Yes, I did. Okay, found it. Here it goes. For anybody who's familiar with the meme, you know that it is gay. It's somehow more gay in English.
I did.
Yara Naika. Wanna do it? Hey, Shimamoto. We're going to die.
You fool! You threw your life away just for that?
Wow, talk about stamina.
That's not what I mean!
I was gonna say I didn't know it was gay.
You didn't know what? You didn't know it was gay?
I didn't know it was gay.
You are.
I'm sorry for going in raw. Hokkaido cream. All right, moving right past that. Hello Kitty movie directors have been announced.
Hello Kitty, what the fuck?
The Hokkaido cream of herself. All right, so the news is that Moana 2's David Derrick Jr. and Ultraman Rising's John Aoshima are at the helm. That's basically it. I didn't find anything else. The movie is going to premiere July 21st, 2028. That's it. I don't have anything else to tell you. That's it. There, moving past that. All right, Gant's creator Hiroya Oku's Gigant manga gets a theatrical animation. We knew about this. I don't know why this is being reported as news, but do we have a date or something? Nope. I could have sworn we already knew about this. It was announced at a press conference by K2 Pictures at the Cannes Festival in Cannes, France. This work marks the first animated film project by K2 Pictures who will be produced and distributed. I swear to God, we already covered this. 2026 live action film adaptation of Look Back. Yeah, so they produced and I don't know. That's weird. I swear to God, we covered this before. Anyway, Main Abyss Mezameru Shinpi anime film has got a new trailer we're not going to watch. It's going to release in Japan on October 23rd. Moving past that. All right. Historie anime reveals January 2027 broadcast. So this is the one from the creator of Parasite. Just a reminder, giving you a little update on it. Not going to watch the trailer because nobody likes when to do that. All right. Moving past it. Hana-Kimi Season 2 anime reveals new theme song July 1st premiere and latest trailer. I wonder if they'll show it at Anime Expo, even though it's going to come out before Anime Expo. My wife would love it if they did. She loved the manga. Red River anime reveals premiere date, main visual, and more cast. It will also debut in July. Also wonder if my wife and I will get to see it. This one is revealed for July 7th premiere, which means that it actually might really world premiere at Anime Expo. We'll see. Moving past that. The Eccentric Doctor of the Moonflower Kingdom anime adaptation announced. Holy shit. Eccentric is right. Eccentric is an understatement. Also, have you ever heard a more Chinese theme song? Here it is. That's not it. Here it is. This one.
You want me to stitch up the wound?
Yes, I will. If I leave it like this, it will lose blood. Let me quickly fix it and show you. Is this really impossible to cure? What a magnificent man. Just apply some stinging cream and it's over. The
knowledge is the real deal. If the technique spreads throughout the country, I'd like to dissect it. The accuracy of the job is questionable, but the talent is undeniable. I'll cut open my
stomach and fix it.
Unbelievable.
Surgery. Magic. The
skill of the job will definitely be useful to me in the future. Do you have a
lot of muscles? You have a lot of
muscles. The lady is not moving, but can you give me something to drink?
What are you going to do with that cow? What are they going to do with that cow?
That was a goat.
It was a goat. Okay, well, don't fuck the
Not
goat.
the goat.
Not the goat.
Are you thirsty? Not the goat.
All right, moving right past that. Director Takayuki Hirao's Wasted Chef anime project dishes up new teaser visual. So this is from the creator of Pompo the Cinephile. Looks very much like it's being animated at Comics Wave, although I don't have any reason to believe that. It's going to be shown at the Annecy Animation Showcase at the Cannes Animation Festival in France.
I'm pretty sure it's still Studio Clap or whatever it was.
Yeah, so Studio Clap provides the animation production. I don't know. Feels very much like a Comics Wave picture.
Very Weathering with You. I thought this was from Weathering with You when I first saw it. I was like, I don't remember an umbrella with hamburgers.
I don't mind that. I thought Pompo the Cinephile had its own strength, you know, like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd like to see it. Let's see what they do with it. Detective Conan and Star Detective Precure anime to air the first ever crossover episodes. Crossover episodes.
Man, they be whoring Conan out to everybody now that the manga's like on hiatus or something. Like,
so Precure's gonna have one on the 31st.
Six. Yep. Precure's the Antichrist confirmed. Oh dear Lord. Okay, so Breeze, I don't think you saw, but I found out that Niche Gamer wrote an article about this. I have it here to point out the other times. So we got this one, Lupin and
Lupin the Third versus Detective Conan. That's
yeah.
from the special, I believe.
We haven't gotten the Yaiba one, right? That's what this one is.
I think so, yeah. That's from the same creator too, isn't it?
This one says Hanyo no Yashahime. So did they do one for Yashahime instead of Inuyasha?
what? I don't remember that. Holy shit! What?
Yeah, there was an episode of Inuyasha where Rin and what's his name? I think the characters from Case Closed are in an episode of Inuyasha, if I recall correctly.
I never got that from Viz. Like,
and then whatever the fuck that is. Precure 2 has collaborated with Crayon Shin-Chan, Dragon Ball, and Kamen Rider in the past. What the fuck? The expanded universe that this has created. This goddamn, because Dragon Ball has collaborated with Toriko and One Piece, right? So then you go like, what in the world are we doing? You know, Lupin with Cat's Eye. It's like, what the fuck?
Lupin and City Hunter, Cat's Eye and City Hunter.
It's out of control. It's out of control. Okay. Gate 2, Tides of Conflict anime reveals a new key visual.
When does this air? Next year?
2027. Yeah. If there's no Rory Mercury, is it even worth it? I don't know, man. That does nothing for me. You're gonna have to carry a lot of weight, young lady.
What about the one with the wings?
Yeah. All right, Goddess of Victory Nikke anime short episode 1 has been revealed. So yeah, it's on YouTube. You can watch the English version or the Japanese version.
Good night. Did you watch this?
6 minutes long. 6 minutes 40 seconds, maybe.
Did I watch it? No.
I'm the resident Nikke.
Yeah,
sorry.
That's Footnam.
Jeez, God, I'm sorry to insult Greenland that way.
Pretty good voice acting. This character doesn't get out of a towel for most of the thing. All right, anyway.
It's the Japanese voice, or wait.
That was the English VA that I was just playing in my own ears.
Okay, I assume it has the exact same character voices
Probably.
as the game.
Yeah, from the game, probably, yeah. I was just saying, they did a pretty good job. The Iceblade Sorcerer Shall Rule the World Season 2 anime announced. I don't really care about that. Here you go with the images. I would like to draw your attention to this girl's hand. She's torquing up. She's gonna like I don't know, put a bowling ball in that hand, I guess. I don't know. Looks weird. Moving past that, we've also got Rich Girl Caretaker reveals premiere date. Nobody gives a shit about that. Oh, look. I'm sorry. Is this the same? Is this the same guy drawn in a different style? Wait a second. I didn't even plan that shit.
Copy my homework for me.
Yeah. Oh my god. All right. The Insipid Prince's furtive grab for the throne anime reveals cast for Krista and Sebastian. There you go. And so what's wrong with getting reborn as a goblin? Adds 4 more cast members. Whoa. I don't care about the old guy. Something here for Reese. Something here for Greenline. Something here for Randy.
Whoa.
All right. Yeah. Unhinged Comedy Grand Blue reveals season 3 key visual and band for opening song. That is not the key visual.
What's the visual we deserve?
But Niche Gamer knew that the key visual ain't shit. That's the key visual.
I meant the real key visual.
Sorry, what was this?
Grand Blue Fantasy? Grand Blue Dreaming?
Season what?
Grand Blue. Season 3.
When did it get a season 2? What have I missed?
So much. I saw it at Anime.
Where's Pokémon Test 3?
All right. Isshiki-san wants to know about love. Anime reveals its 2027 premiere in the new teaser.
Nice.
I did dub this. I'm pretty sure I uploaded the non-dubbed one because the trailer is worth seeing. And the hearing of it ruins it. So here you go.
私は鋼鉄と呼ばれる女。どんな事件も完璧に対処してきたけれど。
可愛いです。一色警部。
可愛いって言われた。可愛いって言われた。可愛いって言われた。彼、ロクタンダ探偵のそばにいると、原因不明の動悸がする。一体何なのよこれ。
大丈夫です。鋼鉄じゃなくていいじゃないですか。
鋼鉄で痛いのよ私は。
ですが。
そんなに言うならあなたが解明してみせてよ。この動悸の原因を。
僕とお付き合いしてみませんか。僕ももっと知りたい。このドキドキについて。
でもお付き合いって恋人になるってことよね。恋なんておとぎ話の中だけだと思ってた。
Whoa!
Those are some massive weapons. Damn, like
the show knows what it is. All right. Meanwhile, a Scooby-Doo anime series, Yokuso Scooby-Doo announced. What the fuck is happening in Japan?
How's this an anime and they race swap Fred? Actually, everyone swapped but like Scoob and Shaggy.
I think they're actually
it's just Scoob and Shaggy, and there's 3 different.
Oh, that's a separate Scooby-Doo random 11.
Yes,
Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo.
Shiba-Doo.
Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo and Shiba Inu. All right. So we're going to read this article instead. The Pokemon Anime Studio's next project is a Scooby-Doo anime. Yokuso Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo, where are you? You're in Japan.
Fired! You're fired! You're fired!
Over the past few years, Japan has become one of the world's most popular destinations for international travelers, with everyone from overseas otaku to major celebrities putting it on their travel itineraries. And soon, Japan will be adding a few more high-profile guests with the announcement of a new Scooby-Doo animated series that's not only set in Japan, but animated by a major anime studio. Warner Brothers has unveiled Yokuso Scooby-Doo, a new series starring the famous mystery-solving Pooch, describing the premise as... Scooby has not solved a single fucking mystery ever. Not one. Never. Scooby has not ever been integral to solving a mystery. The mystery Scooby solves is how fast can you eat the sandwich? Okay. Like, Warner Brothers describes the premise as, quote, while visiting Japan on an ultimate foodie adventure, Scooby-Doo and Shaggy unwittingly unleash hundreds of mythical monsters that are causing trouble across the country. Oh, is it a mystery?
We fucking did it.
This time, the demons are real. Right?
Ripping off the movie.
That are causing trouble across the country with the help of Scooby's uncle, Daisuke-Doo. No.
The Sheena Ichi, what the? How does that work?
Along with new friends, a magical girl Yume and a gadget whiz Takumi, the group embarks on an all-new mystery filled with monster chasing and fun chaos.
What the fuck do you get a Shiba Inu for uncle to a Great Dane?
Could be an Akita Inu.
What was the name for his uncle?
Daisuke-Doo.
Daisuke-Doo? I think Hokkaido Creamer would be a better name.
While Warner Brothers Animation is listed as the series producer, the company has announced that the visuals will come from OLM, originally named Oriental Light and Magic. OLM is a Tokyo-based anime studio that was founded in 1990 and whose credits include work on Berserk, Inazuma 11, and Yokai Watch. They're most famous, though, as the studio that's been animating the Pokemon anime all the way since its beginning in 1997. Okay. They're most famous, though, as the studio that's been animating the Pokemon anime all the way since its beginning in 1997. Nailed it. Got it. All right. Yokuso Scooby-Doo will also be directed by Itsuro Kawasaki. No one cares. Director of the Pokemon Origins anime. Definitely don't care. Yokuso Scooby-Doo, meaning Welcome Scooby-Doo, appears to be a reworking / retelling of the Go-Go Mystery Machine series that Warner Brothers originally announced in 2024. Oh my God, we did cover that. Fuck.
Wait, is that one of those little trucks and not the actual freaking van?
Yeah. That's hysterical.
K truck.
Now they've got the spare tire on the front, at least. In this episode, they unveil the mystery of the plant that makes everyone hungry. All right. Looking at the preview visual for Yokuso Scooby-Doo, or maybe we should call it the key art, in keeping with anime industry jargon. The goofy grin Shiba Inu is ostensibly Scooby's uncle, Daisuke-Doo. The series version of the Mystery Machine sports a cherry blossom design on its fascia-mounted spare tire cover, although in orange instead of Sakura pink. The van even sports a yellow license plate of the type used by Japan's Keiji Dosha class of subcompact cars. Oh, so it does. Yokuso Scooby-Doo will stream exclusively on Tubi in North America, while international distribution will be through Cartoon Network. Frank Welker and Matthew Lillard will reprise their roles as Scooby and Shaggy.
Wow.
There's been no word about a Japanese language dub. There's also no announced release date yet. Why would you get the live action people?
I think I want to say that freaking Lillard has been doing Shaggy for a while.
Really?
Yeah.
I told you this like the other day.
No, you told me this, didn't you?
He was in Karos.
Were you not? Was AC not in the combo at that point?
Probably not.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's been doing like Scooby-Doo stuff and animated stuff since like the 2000s.
Basically, since the movie, like he started the movie, and then after the movie, he took over for the cartoon voice. And Frank Welker is the voice of Fred. And Scooby-Doo. Like, he took over Scooby. He wasn't the original Scooby voice, but he took over Scooby's voice like a long time ago.
Because most of the VAs are dead. besides Frank. He's like the last one, essentially.
Yeah.
So it's good that they went back to Frank and for Fred. And although is Fred going to be in it? Maybe he's just doing, maybe he's just doing Scooby's voice then, actually.
Yeah.
But so wow, I kind of wish they gave him Fred, but Fred might not be in this series, to be fair. But
who's gonna voice Daisuke-do?
He probably Frank,
the
too,
guy
honestly.
from Seto Kaiba's guy.
And then Matthew Lillard. It's good to see that they're giving it back to him because they were toying with not like there were a few times that they didn't give it to him. They were recasting Shaggy. So
in that Velma series or whatever it was.
Well, there was
I guess I am just happy that Mindy Kaling's name didn't come up in this article.
So Scrappy-Doo is Scooby's nephew, yeah?
Yeah. So
I don't think they're related.
Daisuke-do is the dad of Scrappy-Doo. So maybe he's the uncle-in-law.
Oh.
Maybe
maybe
he smashed a Great Dane, and that's why Scrappy is so small, because he's part Shiva. Solve the mystery, gang. JT Vegas says, "Oh, great, another 13 Ghosts of Scooby." Ronan Joss says, "Good morning, y'all." Hey. All right, moving right on. We got more to do here. Manga artist says Google banned their account over old manga uploads. Can't catch a break. A Japanese manga artist says their entire Google account was permanently banned after uploading one single uncensored image to Google Drive, sparking renewed can't upload it to Fontia to transfer it to your phone, can't upload it to Google Drive. Goddamn, what is this world coming to? Sparking renewed concerns online about automated moderation systems and account dependency on major tech platforms. Here's the tweet. Quote, "By the way, I'll confess this despite the embarrassment. I got my account banned by Google while uploading data of manga I drew a long time ago to Drive. I received a warning, appealed the review decision too, but it was rejected. And just like that, my account was completely banned. Seriously, this is a huge problem. I used my Google account for all sorts of websites and services. This might not affect all you good kids, but if you're the kind of person thinking, am I really a good kid though? Then be careful." It's a fucking drawing, bro. Many are believing this to be the result of Google's automated AI system, which banned him despite having never shared these files publicly. Many naturally find this absurd, as it's not only a privacy issue, but people can now get banned for content they might not even intend to make public. And they'll search your fucking house. The loss of Google account is a big deal as it is tied to other functions such as Gmail, YouTube, Android devices, Google Drive, app purchases, authentication logins, and numerous third-party services. It is argued that creators are becoming increasingly vulnerable to losing access to years of personal data and digital services through moderation systems that provide little transparency or meaningful appeal options. Critics believe the whole system is intentional. By having Google give access to so many essential services, losing an account can mean significant losses to a user, which means that person is more likely to obey what those in charge tell them to do.
And the other issue is that Google has no incentive to help, right? Like, it's
I don't
one
believe any
person-
real people even work at Google anymore.
Yeah, it's one person's account. They don't have anyone to really talk to. They're not incentive, like they don't really give a shit about that one person's income to the company. It's like they're not the cost to pay someone to go fix the problem or to like moderate the problem in a way that wouldn't be like automatic and susceptible to false identification of like bad material. It costs more to do that than just to accept that you're not going to get that person's money for a little bit, because they're going to make another Google account most likely.
Hold on a second. Do not walk the dog. I've got him.
Well, now I don't have any tales from Anime North anymore. God damn it.
It sounds kind of ass.
It was okay. It was raining. That kind of sucked, like I said, but
Just for the
overall, it was
one day?
Yeah, mainly for just the one day.
Well, it looks like that was just enough content to get by while AC was out.
All right. In other news, Gachiakuta creator Kei Urana deletes Twitter account after viral backlash. Gachiakuta creator Kei Urana has deleted her Twitter account following several days of intense online backlash and harassment surrounding a social media post that many users accused of racial insensitivity. The controversy began after Urana shared a video clip of a man placing long green onions on his head in a style some users compared to the hair of Jabber, a black character from Gachiakuta known for his thick dreadlock hairstyle. So, two things. Kei Urana, the creator of Gachiakuta, has deactivated her Twitter account after online backlash and harassment from some users. This happened only hours after the manga won 3 awards. The situation started after Urana reposted a fan cosplay video on Instagram. Some criticized the post, while others defended her. Urana also blocked several users who were attacking her. Before leaving Twitter, Urana said said the ongoing chaos was affecting her creative work and mental focus. She ended her message by saying, "Catch you somewhere else." So this is the character. So black. Oh, goddamn. Literally blacker than him.
Yeah.
Color picker tool. Color picker tool. Who's blacker?
Clearly the guy on the left with the leaks on his head.
So Japan is a very silly culture. They have a humor surrounding things like intentionally low budget, bad, creatively funny cosplays. But God forbid a black person think that you're making fun of them, because you will never hear the end of it. I'm sorry. God forbid a liberal white woman thinks that you're making fun of a minority. You will never hear the end of it.
God forbid the so-called fans, the tourists, that think.
Now, why the fuck would Urana post a guy putting green onions as if it's Jabber's locks, bruh? Why would the creator of the thing post something that shows a fan enjoying the thing? Oh my God. Maybe it's not for you. It wasn't meant to be racist. I think like the people compare anime characters' hair to food all the time. Dr. Stone to an onion as well. Hinata to an orange. Kageyama to a berry, etc., etc. Not all people have the American mindset of racism, and y'all need to understand that. Be serious and stop infantilizing a grown-ass woman. And what do you mean, American mindset? If black people don't exist outside of America. If I could go back in time, I would advocate every fucking day for anime to never become mainstream.
Yeah. Funny thing is though, like he's referring to like the American mindset. You talk to any black person outside of America, they'll be
You're
like,
right.
"Oh,
The Western mindset.
Yeah.
How about that? The liberal mindset. How about that? How about that? The thin-skinned, doesn't understand humor, thinks everything has to be about race and protecting people who don't need protecting. How about that? Kutiti says the locks controversy seems very astroturf. Yeah.
Like these people need another hobby other than this bullshit that they parade around to care about.
Adding black characters to her story means being mindful about how black people and black features are treated too. It's literally her responsibility. God damn, I cannot stress enough how not black this character is. Fucking insufferable, these people.
I can't stress how not black I am.
This seems somewhat relevant, so I will make a detour, but continue.
Okay.
For now.
I'm not infantilizing anyone. You can't expect foreigners to know American history. Black people's hair wasn't called unclean or bad in other countries like in U.S. racism. I didn't say black people didn't exist outside the U.S. I don't know how you deduced that. Because it's not American mindset when it offends all black people globally. If she is going to add black people to her story, she should do her research. It's not hard. This conversation is over. I'm not going to argue with a non-black person trying to defend other people's ignorance. I can't help but notice how not black your profile picture is. The usual suspects online accused the post of mocking black hairstyles and black features, while others argued the comparison was either exaggerated or culturally misinterpreted. Several examples of tweets attacking / criticizing Yara. So this was her Instagram apology. Never apologize. See me after class. You get an F. This is a quote from a dance video that recreates the scene by using hair to resemble a leak. I apologize if it caused offense. I will remove the quote. Bad apology. I shared the dance because I found it entertaining. Black features being mimicked is not entertaining.
People also on the internet like assume that locks are black inherently.
Mhm.
Like, and then that also that all locks are therefore black and therefore also
You're appropriating their culture.
not just appropriating their culture, that like dreadlocks have like a like almost religious thing? Almost like a religious thing to them, like, oh no, you can't even make fun of like the hairstyle because it it has meaning to the culture, and it's like as if dreadlocks weren't in other cultures, and it's just stupid logic.
We need to make something that can be ours, like pube locks.
Like a decade ago, when I found it. I fucking found it. Hold on.
Okay, well, I got this already. So I'm gonna show. This was the side tangent thing. Spoil. Oh, I guess I should have warned you, but spoilers for the latest chapter of One Piece. This is Brook without his sunglasses and at the age of 20. Does that look like a black guy to you?
Nope. Does not look like a black guy.
How embarrassing.
It's just a guy with an afro.
They didn't give him dreadlocks. He can't be black.
Well, people said, "Oh, well, he's got an afro, so he must be black." I'm like, as if
fuck is happening to Nami's eye.
Oh, that is not Nami. That is someone with hetero.
The fuck is happening to snot-nosed girl's eye?
That is someone with hetero or whatever. She's got
heterochromia. Got it. Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Not homochromia like everyone else.
So, the point was, well, he's got to be black because he's got an afro, and it's like as if the Jew-fro isn't a thing.
Yeah,
as if other people don't have curly hair.
Does nobody remember Carrot Top?
Yeah. Look, I
had an Italian friend that had like a fro.
I'm so tired of living in a world where you view things as Legos and everybody else is operating with Duplo. You know what I mean? Am I wrong? Is that not an appropriate way to describe it? That you have to argue with idiots using Duplo to construct their arguments, and over here you've made the fucking Taj Mahal. Like, I'm so sick of this. Do you guys remember this from the early days of cultural appropriation bullshit?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I wanna share this with audio real quick. Hold on.
The university student.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that you really need to hear it, but let me refresh it.
Calling out a white male student in San Francisco State University for his dreadlocks. The video touched off debate over whether dreadlocks on white people constitute cultural appropriation or appreciation. Well, let's dig deeper. Their conversation led to a physical confrontation.
I don't give a shit about what this guy's about to say. The important part about this is that this happened on a college campus. Let me ask you a question. What culture invented the universities?
The liberal culture.
Could it have been the Greeks?
Oh.
Could it have been white culture? The fuck
you're
are
right.
you doing appropriating my culture by going to college? Like, this fucking shit goes both ways if we're going to really do that. Right? Like, it's goddamn infuriating to me that we have treated black people with such kid gloves for so long that we've let it get to the point where a person cosplaying with fucking leaks in their goddamn headband gets a manga creator to delete their entire Twitter account because we didn't deal with this shit a decade ago. I'm so fucking done with this crap.
Did we cover the one where she
KKK Urana coming in with the steel chair?
Did we cover the one where she said basically don't pirate the manga and we'll try and then people were like
release? Yeah. We
Yeah,
didn't
people-
cover that.
yeah. So
Off
just quickly,
camera, there has been a ton, probably more so. Look, this is what's waiting for you in Japan. If you make a multicultural series, if you bend over backwards to create the anime series that features the black guy, that features all the different things that all the woke people want, if you bend over backwards to try to cater them and you make something that they grow to identify with and like,
One Piece.
literally nothing will save you. They will destroy you. They will tear apart every brushstroke, every sentence in your fucking apology. They will come after you because you have bowed down to them. Everything we've covered about Fontia, about all of that shit, all of that is because you have tried to play nice with others who do not actually have your best interest in mind. Go ahead, Randy.
where I was going with it was if we didn't cover it, that's fine. We'll just quickly.
Yeah, please.
She said that, or people were posting that like how to get her manga illegally, and she's like, please don't do that. Like, buy the manga, support it. And people were like, well, it's not offered in all countries, and it's expensive where we live, and we don't want to pay for it, and whatever, blah blah blah. And so that's why we pirate, and whatever you want to say about those justifications, you could say about them. But as the author, obviously she's going to say, you dumbass, buy my manga. Don't pirate. Don't steal from me, you dumbass. And so she said, well, I'll try and work with the publisher to make it reasonable for people to get their hands on it no matter where they are. Pretty reasonable response from the author of a manga or anything really. But anyway, she was then called racist for not allowing people to pirate her manga, because it's like, oh well, you're racist against the people that don't have the money to pay you.
What race?
Yeah, like what race does it have money?
I didn't know who doesn't have the money to pay you
bigoted.
race existed.
I am bigoted to the people stealing from me. Yes. I am bigoted from the people who want what I have for free. I am bigoted against the people who have so little respect for me that they will steal and tell me that I am the problem for not letting them. Yes, I am that bigoted individual. Yes.
So, and
all
if you were
fucking say,
yeah,
fuck off. You're blocked. End of story.
If you recall, it kind of, there was that whole thing with the like character that someone said was trans, and she was kind of like, I don't think they're trans.
No. No. Not just the character. They came out in defense saying, well, it's not that Yara sensei is against the trans because she herself is non-binary. And she came out and said, I'm what now? They claimed that the author herself was a they them.
Oh, that might have also happened, but
Yeah.
the phrasing I remember was saying like, oh, people think that this character, I'm pretty sure it was a character because of the phrasing, is trans or non-binary, whatever. And then she said, I don't think that.
I think her response was, huh. Like, and it was in an Instagram post like this.
Yeah, the thing I remember was like, that's an odd way to think about, or like that's an interesting way to think about it, but I don't think that. And the one I'm remembering, regardless, that was the start. That was like all of the autistic weirdos that like the show for whatever reason, were like projecting their self-identity onto the show, and then she came out and she's like, no, like you're wrong. And then everyone that was trying to like say, oh well, this character is trans or this whatever, now they had this, when they're arguing on the internet, the people arguing against them have a weapon, which is her own words, right? Saying, no, you're wrong, look, here's the author's words in your face, you dumbass. And then now, because they've projected their self-identity on this show, it's like a personal wound from the author herself. So now it's like, okay, now I hate the author of the show that you like, which is so like retarded. Obviously, only autism level people are going to be doing this, but
80% of the Harry Potter fan base.
Yeah, essentially now too. But so then it becomes okay to hate her, and then now it's like, oh well, she doesn't like us pirating the manga, that's racist, and now we're dogpiling on her because she's racist. And then, oh, this is another thing that's going to show she's racist, the leaks in the hair. Oh, now we're like piling on even more, right? Because she didn't bend the knee on the first thing way back when about the ideology.
I hate to be that guy, but I think another mistake that was made was the internet itself just being a platform for things to just snowball out of control, in terms of like anime was going to get popular, no matter what, with the advent of the internet. Like nobody nowadays can like something and leave well enough alone. It's like, it has to be, you have to make content out of it, especially in this day and age. You have to post something. So as a result, we just flooded with,
I found one of the times we talked about her previously, and I totally forgot. She expressed dissatisfaction with the people trying to force ships on her. And then in addition to the whole thing about like, oh, she's non-binary and all that stuff, they claimed that they shipped her with Kohei Horikoshi.
Yeah.
Right? Like, oh my God, these people
that
are
too.
so fucking terminally online. Oh, Jesus.
I think it was better when we didn't know their opinions and they just kept to their little corners. But now,
Well, and
Yeah,
that was a criticism of these people, is that like you have an author who is being like open with fans and somewhat having a dialogue, but the culture of the autistic weirdos that don't know boundaries is clashing with the Japanese culture of like we follow the rules, and here's a copyright rule. You
Well-
know, here's your
Yeah.
little lane of fan stuff that you can do,
Yeah.
and you're completely blowing that out of the water and abusing the shit out of our material because of your different culture, and then that clashing, right?
Well, it's also that the Japanese have a saying when it comes to like customer service that the customer is God, right? They bend over backwards to make their fans happy. You know what I mean? And so if you treat an egomaniac as though they're God, you're not surviving that shit. You know what I mean? Like they'll take and take and take and take until there's nothing left, and that's exactly what's happened here. Right? To be honest, okay, so I didn't really articulate this fully, but she has gone through so much shit. We haven't covered a lot of it because it's so fucking much. And because she has deleted a lot of the tweets pushing back. So by the time I get to them, I don't even have an archive. And I can't express it or show it. A couple times we have because I had something, but I don't feel like it's worth saying, hey, trust me, bro, this is a real screenshot of the shit she said. You know what I mean? I prefer not to do that if I can help it. And so at a certain point, it's like, what is it going to do for her, for me to cover it anyway? You know what I mean? I saw this woman at Anime Expo, her and the other, she's a collaborative team between her and another designer, because she draws the manga and the other designer creates this like graffiti.
Oh, the
effect.
graffiti, yeah.
Yeah. So,
All the freaking graffiti in the show is incredible.
and it's literally a collaborative effort between the two of them. And they were awesome at Anime Expo. I could tell the second I saw the display for it, I'm like, this is going to be the next big thing. And I fucking called it. I nailed it. Right? And of course, becoming the next big thing means you're going to have a bunch of low-life pieces of shit who claim ownership over your thing and don't think they need you to enjoy the thing you're writing. It's insanity to me. In Japan, it's 180 degrees the other direction. They literally call their creators master, teacher. You know, they call them sensei. The reverence to these creative individuals is a different level over there. The Western fans treat them like slaves. It's fucking horrific. Just a bunch of this shit, man. Writing a manga takes away your human rights, it seems. Mangaka should not have social media presence. Just shut up and draw and give us that weekly chapter. Fuck you. And I'm not defending Clan Urana. This is just a very weird way to say it. Look at you. Don't come after me. I agree with the current thing. Couch my good take amid also canceling. This subreddit is going to turn into a right-wing tourists are bad sub soon if y'all don't stop bringing worthless Twitter discourse here. How is it right-wing when someone is rightfully calling out harassers? This is Gachiakuta subreddit, right? K-Urana addresses Twitter most of the time. So as a part of the fan base, isn't it ignorant to ignore that the author is getting harassed? It's not about calling out harassers. Complaining that people who are too woke will always cause a shift to the right, even if justified. Even if justified. Especially when using terms commonly used by Twitter incels. let's say if a crime was committed and Kei Urana was harmed in real life, would you ignore that crime because it might cause people to lean towards a political side you dislike?
That's literally what the liberals do all the time.
All the fucking time.
COVID, Trump, like literally all the time.
The left is counter-reactionary to the right. Whatever the right wants or advocates for, the left is against.
Can't wait for Trump to start advocating oxygen.
Yeah, seriously. It's a joke, but when Trump was rolling out the COVID vax, which I do not advocate anybody get, Kamala Harris was asked if she would be getting the vaccine. Under this administration, not a chance. And the second they're in office, everybody go mandate the vax. Everybody get it. If your whole agenda is being leftist or rightist, then why even join an anime fandom? Just watch Hassan or Asmongold streamers. Urana Sensei doesn't know any better. It's not that serious. Urana. Okay. Kei Urana's posted a exclamation point and a question mark, quote tweeting KFC's account saying, "Come on with the soon, 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 soon." And it's the same character with the dance. And how does exclamation point question mark that? Would it be better if she said, "What the fuck is this shit?" And why the fuck would Urana post a guy putting green onions as if it's Jabberlocks, bruh? People criticizing Urana are not evil Americans bullying a poor little Japanese person. I promise you it is okay to criticize the authors you enjoy the works of, especially if those works depict other people of color. It's understandable if Kei Urana is ignorant to some things, but it does not negate the issues associated with them. I don't think she has ill intent at all, but I do think her actions and how she responds often come off as really defensive instead of receptive. How dare you not take, "I'm educating you." Do you remember that trans person who got kicked out of their home? Like, "I'm educating you." The parents finally got sick of their they, them, nonsense that they were trying to police the language of the parents at home. They lost their fucking shit.
I don't remember that. No.
You don't remember that?
I vaguely remember that, yeah.
They had a full-on meltdown on camera because they were being thrown out of their house because their parents couldn't fucking take it anymore. And their response was like, "You need me. I'm educating you on all my woke bullshit." Anyway, but it does not negate the issues associated with them. I don't think she has ill intent at all, but I don't think the actions how she responds often cause sensitive people are receptive. I also think the way people speak on her can be very accusatory and assumptive. Either way, her intent doesn't negate harm. And harm.
What was harmed exactly?
Fucking retweeting a goddamn cheap ass cosplay of a guy in Japan, the home country of the work, who is not black, but still darker than the character. Fuck you people.
If that person behind that Twitter account is black, I'm curious to what their grandparents who are black think of this bullshit. Like,
is that a howler monkey?
I don't know.
No, that looks like a seal. Maybe. I was like, if that's a howler monkey and you're black, that's just dog whistling to yourself right there. To me, at times, it's almost like she intentionally engages with those who respond more heatedly or in bad faith to begin with, rather than those offering genuine and frank criticism. This enables the narrative that she's being unjustly beaten down by the woke mob or some shit, but generally, people just want her to become more conscious of her actions. Fuck you. If you want somebody to become more conscious of their actions, you can stop contributing to the fandom. The only way you're going to affect them is the bottom line. So if you pirate it, post fan art of it, share shit on Twitter all day about it, you're helping the work, regardless if you're financially contributing to it. The best thing you can do to show her a lesson is to mass exodus leave the fandom.
Except they
That'll show
won't.
her.
Except,
Of course they
and we know this because again,
because they're not addicted to the work, they're addicted to the control.
Yeah, I hate to bring it up again, but like it goes back to remember the Hogwarts Legacy video game and how I forget who brought it up, but there was somebody who was like, "Why don't you like go boycott like the theme parks where she's going to make the most money?" Is this not about that?
The one she actually has her hand in, or like actually gets money from.
Yeah, no, this is about what Brad just said, control, and it's about
control.
setting the message. And
I'm telling you, I figured this shit out so many years before it was relevant. It's all about the addiction to making real world change happen from behind your computer screen. When 4chan set up a webcam, or they hacked into like a telephone, what do you call those, traffic camera, and they had a live stream going, and they saw a traffic cone sitting like on the sidewalk, they became obsessed with trying to do something from their computer that made something in real life happen. So they called for a pizza to be delivered to that intersection. And when the pizza delivery guy showed up, and he was confused because there was no home or person to deliver it to, he called the number and they said, yeah. See that traffic cone right there? Yeah. Can you just kick it over real quick? Now, the guy eventually got spooked and didn't do it and left. But it was intoxicating for the people in that thread, because they observed that actions they took from their home changed reality that they were observing. And that is a microcosm of the effect that these people are having. When they are bullying somebody to suicide, when they are bullying them to bow down before them, when they are bullying them to change their work, their creative, like for a creative person, this is the thing that irritates me so much more than anything else. It is a piece of your fucking soul that you put into everything that you do as an artist. You are putting forth something that would be to somebody else like them reading your diary. It is a part of you that you're putting out in your creativity. And their entire goal is to bend it to their vision instead of yours. And that is so horrifically disgusting to me, that people would have that callous of an approach on things. Like this bullshit that they're saying here, like, oh, you don't know, black people this, black people that. It's like, how about fucking artists? How about other human beings that you are trying to capture the soul of, cage it, and put a leash on it? That should infuriate every human, not just black people this, black people that. I bet you not a single person we've seen screenshotted in this entire article is black. The fucking character clearly isn't even. Closest is the cosplayer.
Like, I don't know much about Gachiakuta because I haven't read or watched it, but like, don't they live in a, is it even random? Reese, have you seen it? Have you seen it? So like, don't they live in a like the like not underworld? I don't want to call it the underworld, but like, don't they live in the grimy like underdark of the?
They live in a literal trash heap.
Yeah,
really. So the
hold on. So you remember in Battle Angel Alita?
Vaguely.
You've seen the live action movie at the very least?
No, I have. I've seen the anime.
Okay, so in the anime, there's a place called Zalem. It's also called Tafir, something like that. I think is the manga title for it. But it's the floating city, and Alita is found in the trash dump, like seemingly has fallen, been discarded from the floating city into the dump, right? And the story is her attempting to get back there, right? And it's partially like the wealth disparity and like the have-nots and the haves and the fighting the system and tearing it down and all that stuff, right? But
basically the same thing.
In Gachiakuta, it's almost the opposite, in that they're in the place up there, but it's also a shithole.
No.
It's just that below it is way worse, right?
Time out. No, you're wrong. You only seen the first episode.
Yeah, I've seen. I think might have been the first two. I just remember in the first episode that the main character,
the series, it starts. He's up there, but then he gets thrown out.
He gets discarded,
and then all the series is down there in the shithole.
Yes, but even
get back up.
Even the place at the top is not exactly like high society.
My point being, if they're in the shithole, the quote-unquote black character has dreads. How did dreads come about? Again, how do you make dreads?
You don't wash your hair.
You don't wash your hair. If you live in a shithole and you have long hair that character does, wouldn't you have dreads? Huh.
Effectively, yeah.
Huh. That's weird.
Yeah.
It's just like which. For fuck's sake. That's why the character has dreads.
World building takes a back seat to representation, Green Line. Right?
Like, oh my gosh. These people. I can't even believe I just figured that out too. I'm like, wait. Yeah, you're right. That character probably isn't black because it's like they live in this fucking shithole where there's no shampoo. Like, fuck. Like,
well, he does have like ringlet thingies around his hair, so it does seem like a style choice.
So tell me, is Shimada Kanbei black?
Who's that?
Who's that?
Honest question.
Oh no, he's not black.
No, yeah, he's not. He's very tan skinned.
Hold on. I gotta find.
I thought you were talking about a real person, not a character in Samurai 7.
Well, the point is that the character in Samurai 7.
Yeah.
God damn it, these are the smallest fucking images ever. Right? I promise you they would claim he is black. By the way, despite the luscious locks, would you like to see what he looks like in 7 Samurai?
He's not black because he's not black. They're not demanding representation because that show is too fucking old.
At best, Jabber is Jamaican. At best.
All right. Anyway,
then they watch these older shows and be like, "Oh my gosh, how could they do that? Oh my god."
Japan uniquely has had the most diverse media representation of any country before the woke people even knew it was a thing. There's black people in Macross. There's gay, lesbian, all sorts. Yeah. I mean, just
black and the gay and lesbians.
All over the place, right?
And trans, even.
It's like everything that they claim to want, anime already had. And then when they finally learned about it, they're like, whoa, there's got to be something wrong with this. How can I make this about me? You know what I mean? Just insufferable. Yara later posted an apology-style clarification through Instagram story saying, quote, "This is a quote from a dance video that recreates a scene by using hair to resemble a leak." I think you mean using a leak to resemble the hair. I apologize if it caused offense. We already read all that stuff, right? So anyway, however, the backlash reportedly escalated even further after the apology. Some users began referring to her as KKK Urana, while others accused her of microaggressions or claimed she was victimizing herself, the usual tactics done by so-called Western activists when they want to feel like they have power over others. Screenshots circulating online also showed arguments spreading into anime communities on Reddit discussions where users fought over whether criticism of Yurana had turned into outright harassment. Eventually, Yurana announced her departure from Twitter entirely, saying, quote, "All right, Twitter chaos is on the rise, and I've decided it's getting in the way of my creative work, so I hereby bid farewell to Twitter. Catch you somewhere else." Account doesn't exist. Gachiakuta graffiti artist Hideyoshi Ando left as well. Guess I'll delete it too. It's not even fun anymore. No matter how much I share all sorts of stuff here, if there's no one to appreciate it, there's no need to report it either. The people you're meant to meet, you'll meet in the places you're supposed to. Definitely. Many fans expressed disappointment that the situation escalated to the point of account deletion, arguing that creators are increasingly avoiding direct interaction with international social media audiences due to harassment, outrage cycles, and constant ideological conflicts. Guess what? Proof. He didn't just say that. He did, in fact, delete his account. The Gachiakuta fans that harassed the creator off of social media are now stalking her Instagram. Should have said that catch you somewhere else part. Kei Urana has apparently turned off comments on Instagram too, showcasing the harassment is getting worse. They truly want her gone no matter what, despite calling themselves fans. Okay, guys, let's predict what she will post on her story next. Stop before she shut the door on Instagram too. So I closed the door. CS, so funny though. That shit, is that what that means? That shit's so funny. The bleach user. with the sword that's shaped like a swastika. Oh. Go fuck yourselves, all you weird-ass Gachiakuta fans. Kei is an awesome mangaka who was so kind and interacted with her fandom so much, but you weirdos all ruined it with the constant harassing over gender/sexual stuff and stealing her art, then calling it your own. Keep your trans BS to yourself and stop trying to force it on everyone else. Just because she disagreed with the things y'all were pushing, Western fans as usual, doesn't make her a hater of it. Fucking hell, I hate Western fans so fucking much, and this stupid bullshit being spread these days. Stop calling everything racist for fuck's sakes too. My God, you people are pathetic as fuck. Fuck y'all. To which a Bones animator also exploded against the fans. He didn't really explode. It's kind of over-reporting here. Key animator from Studio Bones, Josuke Animation. I guess that's the account, right? Josuke Animation. Broke his silence following Kei Urana's departure from social media and lashed out against the harassment suffered by the creator. The artist confessed to hating Twitter and TikTok for being overrun with immature and destructive users. The sad thing is that the true fans aren't on Twitter. They live normal lives far from toxic social media, he lamented while explaining what the author had to endure. He admitted that he too would have deleted his account if he didn't need to find work with it. I hate Twitter. I hate TikTok. A bunch of insufferable, entitled, loathing, child-minded retards everywhere. Anyway, any thoughts?
People suck. Or rather, these fucking fans, sorry, quote-unquote fans, suck.
Yeah. All right. No, don't look at that yet. Tekken 8 reveals Yujiro Hanma from Baki as a DLC character. Yep, that's the news. I don't want to bother watching the video anymore. Playable characters in your franchise who have had non-consensual sex with Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Street Fighter, King of Fighters. What? Guilty Gear 1, Tekken 8. I guess Yujiro Hanma raped Trump and Elon Musk. Oh, for fuck's sake. It is kind of funny when people are so pathetic that they have to like make an alpha male show and insert and put all their like, ooh, I just want to harm the Trumper. I want to try harm Trump. I'm going to make George Bush drive me around. It's fucking hysterical, right? At a certain point, it is just hysterical to watch. But anyway, activist shareholders says Kadokawa is letting From Software profits leak overseas. I'm going to close this one way over here, Randy. I don't know if you're looking at it. I'm skipping it again for like the third week. Activist shareholder says Kadokawa is letting From Software profits leak overseas. Kadokawa is facing fresh criticism from activist shareholders Oasis Management, which claims the company is failing to maximize profits from software by continuing to rely heavily on outside publishers such as Bandai Namco Entertainment. Oasis argues that Kadokawa's current structure allows major portions of overseas revenue to flow to external publishing partners instead of remaining within the company group. While From Software self-publishes its games domestically in Japan, overseas releases are largely handled by third-party companies. Oasis specifically criticized this step as allowing profit leakage. The activist investor reportedly argued that third-party publishers capture most of the value before paying royalties or revenue share to developers. Oasis pointed to the massive overseas success of Elden Ring as an example. The report notes that roughly 90% of the game's sales came from the overseas markets, yet publisher Bandai Namco reportedly achieved stronger profit growth than Kadokawa itself, despite Kadokawa owning the majority of From Software. The shareholder group says From Software is now large and successful enough to handle global publishing internally rather than depending on outside partners. Oasis stated, quote, "It's time From Software takes on the development risks and reaps the rewards." The hedge fund also suggested that Kadokawa should consider partially listing From Software publicly or selling minority shares to raise funds for expanding its own internal publishing infrastructure. Kind of sounds like you want to be a part owner in that too. The criticism is part of Oasis Management's broader campaign against current Kadokawa leadership ahead of the company shareholder meeting. Kadokawa strongly rejected many of Oasis's arguments, stating that some claims do not reflect the company's actual circumstances or are outright false. Kadokawa reportedly defended its publishing arrangements by saying decisions are made strategically on a case-by-case basis, depending on contractual structures, business risks, and market conditions. Fucking buy those shares back, Jesus. Are people starting to wake up to certain things now? The SJW stuff is going to return, especially when Trump gets out of office. My prediction.
Have a bot cover Kai, whatever her name is.
Hey, Yara. Have a bot cover her Twitter. What do you mean by that?
Like have it be run by a bot or something, I guess.
The West is all kinds of messed up. Yeah.
No, he's saying have a bot archive all of her tweets.
If I could set shit like that up easily, I would. But the thing is, I never know what fucking random account is going to be important, and I'm burning through my credits left and right too. Okay, like fund the damn show. We'll get the what was the flag blaster bot, right? Minus the L, right? All right. Bunny Garden developer says making adult women with small chests is now highly risky. They don't have a choice. They got to make big titty mommies.
Everybody likes that.
I hate this shit. The head of Japanese game developer Curiate says modern platform restrictions and content standards have made depicting even adult women with small breasts increasingly risky in the modern games industry. The comments came during a lengthy interview discussing the company's philosophy toward sexy games, censorship, platform moderation, and the future of erotic content in Japanese gaming. I really need the religious right to come out hard on sexy games and shit, just so that the left will fucking take a goddamn breath. Curie President Yujiro Tsuda explained that the company constantly has to balance creative freedom against the risk of games being rejected by platform holders entirely. all the relevant segments in the lengthy interview he took part in. Okay, so fucking not gonna read any of that. It seems they are intent on censoring to protect people's feelings on occasion, comparing them greatly to the censorious developers in the West and their naivete in thinking that platform holders aren't villains censoring expression. Says how much the Japanese truly know of the censorship regime in the West. Yeah, I don't know. I can't bother to read this right now. Meanwhile, Fatal Fury developers say that adding Mai Shiranui's classic outfit faces technical hurdles.
Doubt.
I'll do it. Hire me. SNK developers addressed fan requests for Mai Shiranui's classic red outfit during the recent first anniversary stream for Fatal Fury City of the Wolves, confirming that they are well aware that many players want the iconic costume added back as a playable skin. Mai Shiranui's original red outfit technically already exists in the game, but is currently only used briefly during part of her hidden gear super move. All right, let me pull up a fucking Mai Shiranui. Let me pull up a GIF. Sort by type. Animated GIF. Give you some of the... I'm sure we've looked at these before. Nope, that one's not good. Let's do this one. Nope. Come on. This one? Oh, that's a good one. We'll do that one. This is the outfit they're keeping from you.
Whoa.
They're saying, I'm sorry, what did they say? Technical hurdles. It's too hot. We can't keep our hands on the keyboard to code. Oh, God. Okay. According to the developers, they have received many requests from fans, and art director Tetsuya Yamamoto responded, quote, "We have received a large number of requests regarding this. I agree too. So did the developers." But he then explained why Mai's redesign happened in the first place. Actually, the design for Mai was changed dramatically this time with her rider costume. Considering the time frame, we had perceived Mai becoming a bit older and hoped to establish a new image for Mai. Since a year has passed, one fucking year, it may be time for Mai of the past to come out. Okay. I mean, since a year has passed since that. Okay. Director Hayato Konya added that the team has discussed making the classic costume playable, but implementing it properly is apparently more complicated than players might expect. Yamamoto explained, quote, "There is one fine detail about the costume. A bit of adjustment is necessary in the character due to the difference in motion between one in high heels and one who is barefooted." You gotta be fucking give her this. You bullshit me. Seems like she's on her toes quite a bit. I think we'll let it go. Like, come on. Konya elaborated further. Yes, there will be changes, as in stride length, for example. There will also be some change in reach because of this issue. We're still in consultation. Well, we hope to look into it. I don't think a single person gives a fuck. As long as you give them the fucking outfit on the existing animation and reach and all that bullshit. No one cares. Get over it. The developers also noted that Mai's tail accessory in the classic costume currently lacks animation, meaning additional work would be required there as well. Oh, cry. Alternate costumes in SNK's fighting game engine appear to function almost like entirely separate characters internally, something that has reportedly caused balance issues and glitches in past SNK fighting games. Nobody's playing it for the fighting. We don't need that shit. Nintendo's reportedly received another patent rejection in ongoing Pal World dispute. It's going to be so fucking funny if Pal World wins. Can you imagine? Pal World wins and then they own Pokemon. And then we get the Pokemon game everybody wanted with blackjack and hookers, right?
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna own Pokemon.
You gotta believe. Nintendo has reportedly received another rejection notice from the Japan Patent Office in relation to patent applications connected to its ongoing legal battle with Power World developer Pocket Pair. The latest issue involves patent application number 2026-019762, a divisional filing connected to the monster capture mechanics patents already at the center of the dispute. This particular filing focused specifically on touchscreen-equipped devices and described gameplay systems involving the use of a capture item to catch field characters and later summon those captured characters into battle, mechanics strongly associated with games like Pokemon. However, the Japan Patent Office examiner reportedly concluded that the mechanics described were simply standard monster catching gameplay rules and did not contain anything technically innovative enough to justify patent protection. The rejection notice was reportedly issued on April 24, 2026. Nintendo had already attempted to revise the patent claims earlier this year in February, and the company still has options available, including additional amendments, appeals, and further review requests. Even so, the report suggests persuading examiners to reverse the course may prove difficult. Nintendo has already encountered similar problems overseas. In April 2026, the United States Patent and Trademark Office reportedly issued a non-final rejection involving patents tied to mechanics for summoning characters into combat. Several intellectual property lawyers had also reportedly criticized those patent claims at the time. And the Library of Congress has archived the Doom soundtrack for cultural significance.
Is the original one or the 2016? I imagine it's just for the original one.
Earlier this month, the Library of Congress announced that the Doom soundtrack is among a list of 25 recordings they are adding to their collection for cultural, historical, or aesthetic importance in the nation's recorded sound heritage. The Library of Congress is frequently adding to their archive, but Doom in particular stands out as an example of American culture in the late 20th century. The soundtrack was composed by Bobby Prince, an American composer who has worked for id Software and 3D Realms, and who has worked on music for game franchises such as Duke Nukem, Wolfenstein, Commander Keen, and more. The government's acknowledgement of video games as part of America's cultural heritage is a step in the right direction, but it doesn't negate a federal appeals court ruling against the Internet Archive back in 2024. Digital preservation remains a contentious topic, with rights holders seemingly content to let old artwork fade into obscurity, or worse, total destruction as decay and degradation affect our oldest forms of data storage. Sometimes it's difficult to think of ourselves as living through historically significant times, but video games have only been mainstream for about 30 years. Luckily, Doom has managed to cement itself as a foundation of the medium. So I'm guessing they're talking about the original based on...
Yeah, it's definitely the original. Definitely the original.
And the image here, which honestly I've always fucking hated this image, because like the demons look like they're thirsty for cock. Like, oh my god, look at
that one is ridiculous.
I'm gonna lick that ass, right? And this guy's like, don't let them eat your ass, right? Which one is the real Doom guy? This Doom guy or that Doom guy? Yeah.
I think it's the one guns blazing.
These demons feel like these are like a representation of the LGBT community these days, the way they look at
Is Doom guy black?
Oh,
he's darker than the demons.
Why are is this a finger? Where did his other finger go? Do they only have the 5 fingers here? Is that maybe that's a finger? I don't know. I would have drawn a little anyway. He's Hadokening that guy. He's about to get fucked. This is such a bad drawing in reality. Who looked at this and thought, yeah! Oh, the 90s were a different time. All right. 7 Seas announces Magic user reborn in another world. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. There's something I'm supposed to do.
Yeah.
Time to move, feel the groove, spin it on your hands. Let your hearts keep pumping just like rubber bands. Ooh, let's get physical media.
One of my favorite things about that is every time I watch it, I have something new to appreciate, like Reese going like whoosh, and like the glitter discs going on. All right, 7 season ounces Magic User Reborn in Another World as a max level wizard audiobook and more. A Good Day Starts with Cats and Books. That's an audiobook. Magic User Reborn in Another World as a max level wizard.
Awesome.
Wand Maker of the Ruined World.
Ooh.
Looks a little AI. Not that I'm complaining. Gotia Shock.
Nice.
It has
Shock
been
at the
expressed.
lift.
It has,
Very nice.
It has been expressed before that it tits with no ass. Like if you don't have large tits but you have a nice ass, it can save it. This is an example of the opposite to me. Like the imbalance here is striking.
I'm a no ass kind of guy.
I'm fine with this.
You're a no foot kind of guy too, so
She doesn't have those either, so.
If she stops at the crotch, I'm good.
The tomorrow, fucking mermaid fetishist over here. Right? The Tomorrow I Want to See with Kako, a time loop romantic comedy. Kako.
Although I do like thigh gaps, so maybe a little bit of thigh.
The cat who didn't believe in what ifs. That cat is fucking like, now.
I didn't see the one on the bed, like the one on the sheets.
Yeah. Good night, my little bird.
My little cockatoo.
Yeah, Pendulum,
Yeah.
the Beastman Omegaverse saga. Wow.
And they say manga
Ariano.
isn't diverse.
Wow.
Yikes.
All right. Manga Mavericks licenses Zawayuki Taki's Tie Me Up, Stare Me Down manga.
Interesting.
Synopsis. To be free, you must first be tied down and stare into your captor's eyes. Sawada finds himself crushed by the responsibilities and expectations that come with being in charge of the sales and marketing department of a grocery store chain. One night, while looking for a place to drink and relax, he spots a sign for a fetish bar. Upon opening the doors to this bar, he's greeted by the sight of a woman in bondage. Of women in bondage. When Nana, the queen of the bar, gives him special care, Sawada experiences a sense of liberation and pleasure he never thought possible. The world of dominating and being dominated unfurls at the sound of a whip and the sensation of rope tightening. Wow.
Nice.
Before we move on, I have a question. Do you happen to need to go to the bathroom? I have another update on Random 11 Anime North stories.
He just wants you to fuck off for a minute.
There was a panel called it was just a joke. There was a panel called Shibari Life Drawing 18 plus.
Wow, really?
Yes.
I bet you they were fat as fuck and unappealing.
Well,
if the Anime Maid Cafe at Anime Expo has anything to go off of, they were very unappealing.
We'll get to the questions in a second. I didn't go. I did not go. But the description reads, a free, laid-back life drawing workshop where models in rope rotate through a variety of poses. Some art materials are available to borrow, but attendees are encouraged to bring their own materials.
Can I bring a camera instead?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm a photographer. Right?
So my first question is: are they like? Is it rope over clothes?
Yeah, I would.
Are they naked? It's 18 plus. Technically, they were showing boobs and vagine on the TV during some of the panels. There's like. It was Saturday night, and during Saturday night, they have full-on like hentai panel rooms where they like just have a hentai, like it's a hentai watch party. Although I don't think they did that this year, but they used to do it all the time. So in theory, it could be naked, but I mean, I can't imagine they would be naked, right? Naked under the rope. Technically, they'd be wearing rope. So then it might be okay. I don't know.
Naked under those clothes, you sick.
It had me. It had.
This is like skirting around the pachinko gambling rules. Officer, they're technically wearing rope.
It had me at least intrigued, but not enough to go. I was like, the odds of them being fat is so high.
Oh, goddamn high. All right, so there was nothing in Right Stuff / Sentai, right?
The last 5 on Sentai are new.
What? God damn it. Oh, that's right, because they do them backwards. Fuckers.
They should have included a picture of the model in the description.
Yeah.
Then I would have gone.
Wow. Any of these actually new?
Is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? Aside from that, like, no, I feel like they're all re-releases.
Akame got trash for how many times now?
Yeah.
I feel like this is like the 4th or 5th.
Typical one after the Steelbook release and do another one.
This is over at Sentai. They're like, see, and you said we shouldn't get the perpetual license. I'm like, look how many releases we've done.
Like, I'm glad they're re-releasing stuff, but where's the new stuff?
Main Abyss Season 1 finally getting a re-release after the very first printing.
Yeah, are we gonna get the movies, or are the movies still in print?
We got the movies before.
We got a new movie coming out soon.
Yeah.
You know what needs a re-release?
Your move.
Ninja Robot. Or whatever the fuck that was.
For how much money Discotek put into Ninja Robots, it'll be on the Discotek Deep Dives thing.
I really hope that, like, I'm grateful that Sentai still re-releases stuff, because I mean Crunchyroll can't be bothered to re-release.
I wouldn't mind if they were actually re-releasing the original pressing and whatnot. It's the same show and the same disc, but with a new box art and a new barcode that we couldn't be bothered to even put on the back of here.
Because it's the wrong barcode.
Yes.
And they accidentally left the dub off.
Did they?
No, I'm just
because I wouldn't be surprised.
That's why I said it.
Audio English. Okay.
This is a re-release, so I imagine you already have this.
I do have it.
Yeah.
But the thing that irritates me is that as a fan of some series, like if fucking I'm gonna buy every goddamn re-release they do of Lupin Zero. You know what I mean? Like,
I'd only ever rebuy that if they made a dub for it. That's it.
Oh, is it not dubbed the original? God damn it, fuckers.
The Lupin Zero? No.
Is it wrong to try to pick up Girls in a Dungeon 5 complete collection?
So that's new.
How about is it wrong to pick up Girls in a Dungeon, the entire goddamn thing, in one fucking limited edition that isn't AIDS? Can I get that?
Wait for the series to finish.
Yeah.
It's a mouthful.
Here's the AIDS.
Nice.
Do you like that? Do you like that? It's a legitimate question.
Do you not?
I'm just asking because I can be your best friend tonight if you like that.
That's right.
What is this monstrosity they're trying to sell? Is that the disc wells? Like, what the fuck is that? Is this the disc you broke in half, Enriv, or whoever said that? Is that what I'm looking at? God, I hate their...
I don't know. The discs are nothing.
What is this fucking shit? Oh, of course. Some other random bullshit I don't want. Oh, it's set number 000. Oh, good. Thank God. The certificate of authenticity that's impossible to forge. Yes. Yeah. All right. Anyway, moving past that. So, Deaf Crocodile, Blue Sky farted. Is that, I don't know what you call when you post on Blue Sky. They said Deaf Crocodile July to December 2026 subscription title reveal Frankenstein Legend of Terror. Motherfucker, am I pissed. I want this so goddamn bad. Adapted from Frankenstein's monstrous character in Marvel Comics, this rarely seen Japanese anime is surprisingly violent and R-rated, newly restored in 4K for this release by Deaf Crocodile and Toei Animation. I can only hope that them putting it out on Blu-ray is going to mean that Discotek will then put it out on Blu-ray.
This is one of those anime that is a staple for Neil Nadelman's Totally
Yes.
Lame anime
Yes, I'm
presentation.
sure. Yes, I know.
Along with Dracula.
This isn't the anime Jungle Book, right? It doesn't look like it. Mowgli wasn't older in that, but anyway, so here's why this sucks. Now look, I could be wrong about this, and if anybody knows, I'd love to be corrected. Subscription, Deaf Crocodile 6-month subscription, July to December, $450. So from what I understand,
What the fuck?
From what I understand, when you sign up for this, you get all of the releases for that 6-month period guaranteed. So they do sell things individually, but because they're very limited pressings, you're not likely going to get it if you don't go this route. So you could do this and then sell everything else and just keep the Frankenstein, right? But really fucking annoying. Please do not combine orders with your subscription purchase. Please place separate orders. Thank you. If you combine products with your subscription, it will all ship with your July subscription order. They will not ship separately.
Like, if is that even worth 450? Like all of the movies?
How many movies are there?
It's like 12, right?
That's like 200 at most, but like 450?
It says
Bucks?
right there, 12 releases, 18 films. Our biggest lineup ever.
Spanning 100 years. Look, it probably cost them a pretty penny to remaster this stuff and get the, you know, all that shit for movies that are 100 years old and whatnot. I'm not saying-
$37.50 for one movie on average.
Mhm.
So it's like,
I guess
mean,
that's standard, but
if
still.
you buy the subscription and like aftermarket sell them for $50 or something, if they're all out of print.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to do it, but I'm also trying to save money for fucking Anime Expo. So, you know. Yeesh. All right.
It could also be like Arrow Video put a release out for Scooby-Doo Zombie Island, and so they got all the materials ready and they were taking their time, and Warner Brothers like decided to, after they got everything ready, they decided to ship their own version before Arrow Video's one came out for cheaper. And it also included the second one, which was kind of bullshit. Like the movie sucked. So but like in theory it's like, oh good, I got a second one. But anyway. So you might see that, like, if
I would pay $450 if instead of giving me all those fucking films, it was just 12 copies of Frankenstein. Because I know I could find buyers for that and recoup my losses, you know? Fucking Jan S. Kolar Czech silent films. Fuck no. Like, nobody's got time for that.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is you might see someone pick up like after they've done the 4K restoration, someone else might pick up the release.
Yeah,
of
which
the
is what I
4K.
think is going to happen with Discotek.
Yeah.
You know, I personally like to get the original release usually, and then future releases if they have significant improvements. But in other news, Guyver Dark Hero is getting its. This is the 4K, right?
Blu-ray.
No, 4K Ultra HD. It says right here.
Well, but it says Blu-ray on the thing, so I think they just put 4K Ultra HD just to get.
Where does it say Blu-ray?
Go back to the top of this post.
2-disc Blu-ray includes a new enhanced edition sourced from the best available surviving film elements.
That does not say.
Sounds like it should be 4K then. So they put out Dawn of the Discs is that's not a distributor, right? It's just a
no, it's just a
like
news
news thing. Yeah. They announced recently, was it Arrow Video that put out the Guyver 4K, the one that Randy had?
Yeah. Go back to the Dawn of the Discs page. Like go to the actual.
Is this the motherfucker that called out Footnum for?
No.
Called out for.
No, it's not. You guys all think that.
It's not.
I'm sorry, that's my bad.
I just
It's been
think
a
that's
while
funny.
since that event happened.
You
scroll down. Scroll down.
Put this shit in the doc now.
So
No, you
Dawn
don't.
of the Disc is the good one, and then
Right
the
there.
other fucker was
That one in particular. So that's apparently what it's gonna look like, I guess.
Who's releasing this? Toy Robot? Is that the company?
Yes. Never heard of
Oh
him.
my god. All right.
Did we already cover Justice Sevakis's tweet or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you did.
We covered that in convention news. Yeah.
Oh, in convention news. Okay.
Yep. All right. Also, who was it? Enriv? It was Enriv, right? Who was calling me out. If you would like to hear the actual proper audio mix, now I'm glad I included this in the doc today.
Have they not put out like a replacement disc program yet?
Umbrella's blue. Well, so I think most fans are holding out for the director's cut. So they're like, don't even do the other one. Just let's put out the director's cut, drive up the sales of the director's cut. You know, I'm cool with that, right? But yeah, it's Umbrella has released it, and it's region playable, right? But it's like the UK bullshit or Australia or whatever the fuck that is, right? I think it's Australia, right?
Yeah. That's
and holy hell, I went to buy it. You can buy the limited edition, which comes with basically this and the standard and like an art book and all this shit. And it's $60. $40 shipping.
Oh.
Yeah, like what the fuck, dude? No. I'm like, fine, $60, I'll do. Ain't no way. No fucking way. All right. Anyway, if you guys would like to support me, head over to southview.com. There's a great way to buy shit over there. I desperately need my day and my life to slow the fuck down. I have taken and put the manifesto on a back burner so that I can write a fucking book that is kicking my ass left and right. It is I wish I never said yes. Oh my God. But my life could turn around so rapidly if I just had time to produce more shit for Stealth Weeb. But instead, I am constantly racing just to put on this fucking show. And I was telling, was it Reese? I was telling this earlier. Like the last 2 years of the podcast for me have been like when you cram for a test and then you don't retain anything. Like it's been shit, just mentally for me, right? Like I'm just like burned out, I guess is the word. So, help, fund, please. This will help. Also, you guys can shop at ocapodcast.com/store. Hey, look, now this makes sense. Buy yourself the OCA Porncast shirt. Soon to come in more porn site generative imagery. Probably.
Can I get like white specks on it or something?
Add your own. All right, anyway. So this guy won an eBay auction from Ryan Cohen for Sumo Fighter. He says, it arrived today as a Game Boy collector and enjoyer. Sumo Fighter is one of the hardest games to find fully complete. Ryan Cohen came through and the entire game is in amazing condition. Came with the letter as well. Which letter? The one to Paul Pressler, chairman of the board of eBay, offering them $125 per share. You know, the one with the details that are on the website. I thought that was pretty funny. And it's signed. Somehow, this is a signature of a man named Ryan Cohen.
That's weird, man.
It looks like two A's.
Yeah.
And a triangle.
It feels like Fontia might ask for some censorship. All right. Japan's largest online resale site is banning scalper sales of McDonald's new anime Happy Meal toys.
What?
Hopefully, new policies will keep Chiikawa figures out of scalpers' hands so they can find their ways to fans instead. Guess what? Most people who buy from scalpers, also fans. Can you believe that? McDonald's Japan is getting ready to release its Chiikawa Happy Meals this week, featuring figures of the cast of the quirky, cute anime/character merch franchise dressed up in the burger chain's uniforms. As a matter of fact, there's so much fun that the Chiikawa Happy Meals will be a 2-round release, with Chiikawa, Hachiware, Kurimanju, and Rako showing up between March 15th and 28th, and Usagi, Momonga, Shisa, and Furuhonya having their shift from May 29th to June 11th. Unfortunately, it's not just Chiikawa fans who are very, very excited about this, but also scalpers. God, it's almost like you could just make it easier by making them available longer, right? Like, holy fuck. As McDonald's Japan has become increasingly involved in promotions with pop culture franchises with huge followings, its Happy Meal toys have become prime targets for resellers. Not only does their bulk buying mean that the items are often gone before fans or parents, in the case of kids too young to make McDonald's runs on their own, can get them. That comma doesn't belong there, dum-dums. Scalpers often leave behind piles of trash, either on McDonald's counters or on the streets outside of the restaurant, since they have no interest in the food that comes as part of the Happy Meals. With littering and food, what if McDonald's allowed them to place an order and there's a checkbox that says, do you want your Happy Meal? And if you check no, they donate it to starving kids in Africa.
Or homeless shelters.
Donate it to
It'll
me.
be rotten by the time it gets there. But it's the thought that counts. And it's better
But why
than
don't they just donate it to the freaking homeless shelters in Japan? Or whatever.
Yeah. With littering and food waste, both things that polite Japanese society has very little tolerance for, plus the loss and fun for fans, McDonald's has been facing growing criticism and pressure to do something about the situation. For the upcoming Chiikawa Happy Meals, sales on the first day of each round, May 15th and 29th, will be limited to customers using the McDonald's Japan app, capped at 4 Happy Meals per time block, morning and afternoon/night, and orders must be placed on a picked or picked up in store, i.e. no delivery options. From May 16th to 28th, and again from May 30th to June 11th, there will be a limit of 4 Happy Meal orders per customer per transaction. And while the official McDonald's delivery service can be used, no Happy Meal delivery orders can be placed through third-party providers such as Uber Eats. These countermeasures are largely similar to the ones McDonald's put in place for its Sanrio Happy Meals back in September, which came on the heels of frustration about scalpers for its Pokemon card Happy Meals and the cancellation of planned One Piece Happy Meals. However, while these policies make things comparatively more difficult for scalpers, there are still things that There's still things that determined resellers can get around by putting in more time and legwork, something many are willing to do if there's money to be made. This time around, though, there's another squeeze being put on aspiring scalpers, as even if they can secure a supply of McDonald's Chiikawa figures, they've lost one of their favorite places to try to flip fan items. Online marketplace Mercari may have only been launched in 2013, but it's now Japan's largest site for buying and selling secondhand goods, especially for anime, manga, and other fan culture merch. Mercari has put out a statement, though, saying that it will not be allowing listings for McDonald's new Chiikawa Happy Meal figures, and that not only will such listings be removed, sellers may have their accounts banned as well for violating the policy. Mercari is careful not to explicitly acknowledge its indirect role in the appearance of swarms of scalpers at McDonald's, instead saying that it is prohibiting sales of the new Happy Meal figures because it, quote, cannot guarantee a safe and secure trading environment. And it's also not prohibiting the sale of older Happy Meal toys on its site. The company also hasn't gone so far as to say that sales of the new Chiikawa figures will be permanently banned, but it does say that the prohibition will be continued for as long as it feels unable to provide a safe and secure trading environment for the items. Though Mercari says one of its goals for this stance is to protect users from slander and defamatory statements, it's hard to imagine that the company isn't also thinking about its image. As instances of blatant, rampant scalping have become more common, the public at large has become exasperated at the greed and inconsiderateness on display. The fact that Mercari benefits by such behavior every time it serves as the middleman on a resale and gets its cut is something people are well aware of. So it wouldn't be a shock if the company's higher ups see the ban on new Chiikawa Happy Meal toys as a way to do a little damage control. Of course, Mercari is not the only avenue for selling secondhand fan merch in Japan, but it is the largest and easiest to access by nature of its online status, and thus offers the quickest way to reach a large pool of potential buyers, giving sellers leverage with which to set higher sales prices. However, by not making the ban permanent, Mercari is setting up a sort of test of patience, wherein scalpers will need to speculate as to whether or not the ban will ever be lifted, whether there will still be significant demand for the items once they become sellable, and if the eventual payoff will be large enough to justify sitting on the resale inventory in the meantime. So no, this won't completely solve the problem, but given how scalpers are generally making their money by chasing after the newest trend, hopefully the indefinite time lag between when they can buy the Chiikawa figures and when they can sell them will keep scalpers from seeing them as such desirable targets. Oh, Jesus. Any thoughts on that?
Just stop making Happy Meal toys at this point.
Unkono says, I use Mercari all the time. I needed to buy something off Mercari before, and it made me have I needed a Japanese
address.
I might need to help with something later on.
Find a proxy shipper for you.
I mean, I have somebody I can use, right? I have a contact that I don't even remember how I got in touch with the guy originally. But he's good. I like him, right? And he's, decent or whatever. But anyway, moving on. Pokémon Company to require Japanese government ID cards for some online Pokemon card purchases. Hey, look, I know that the scalper problem is a huge issue. I want to help you with that. That's why I'm going to implement digital ID so we know who the scalpers are and can protect you from scams. Guaranteed. Guaranteed that's where that's going to go eventually. New system would prevent non-residents from buying certain items from Pokemon Center online. God damn it, Randy. You and your Japanese Pokemon card, you bought them one time and now you ruined it for everybody.
Thanks, asshole.
Is it me or is the centering on this just like way fucking off?
Yeah, looks like it.
Looks so bad.
Randy, what do you say?
This one doesn't
We
look
get
as
to see
bad
for
because
yourself.
there's no number here. But even if there were a number here, it still probably will look better. I don't know. Anyway. No, don't get tired. Scalping is becoming an increasingly big problem for the Pokemon franchise in Japan, and we've been seeing increasingly inventive attempts to counter resellers' attempts to snatch up in-demand items and flip them for profit, such as stores making shoppers pass a Pokemon quiz before they can make purchases or taking scissors to the packaging afterward. Now the Pokemon Company itself is considering possibly the strictest measure yet, requiring would-be Pokemon card buyers to show a government-issued ID card before buying packs. While Pokemon is an even bigger deal in its home country than in the many other nations around the world where it's phenomenally popular, this wouldn't be a card issued by the Japanese government specifically for Poke purchases. In a statement posted on the official Pokemon trading card game website on Thursday, the company says that it is looking to require buyers to confirm their identity via their My Number card. Introduced in 2016, the My Number card is an ID card that includes the bearer's name, address, date of birth, and photo, along with a 12-digit unique personal identification number. As of 2021, My Number cards also include an embedded IC chip, and it's this technological feature that the Pokemon Company wants to apply to the purchase of Pokemon cards via the Pokemon Center Online, the Pokemon franchise's official online store. Under the system, would-be buyers would use a third-party service to read their My Number card's IC chip and confirm their identity, after which they would be authorized to make the applicable purchases. Pokemon Company isn't planning to make My Number card verification a requirement for any and all online purchases, but the announcement says it would be applied to the purchase and lottery registration for certain items, most likely referring to new releases and high-demand items, which are often offered through a lottery system in which purchase rights are randomly awarded if demand is expected to be much greater than supply. Ostensibly, this system would allow the Pokemon Company to more easily identify scalpers who are buying in bulk and block them from making further purchases. However, there are other groups which would also be shut out from making purchases by a My Number requirement, starting with people who aren't Japanese residents. My Number cards are only issued to Japanese citizens and foreign residents of Japan, so tourists or overseas shoppers would be out of luck. This might actually be an intended effect of the system, though, as there's a perception in Japan that foreign resellers make up a sizable portion of the scalper demographic. I wonder why. Right? Non-residents wouldn't be the only ones affected by the system, though. Japanese citizens / residents aren't legally required to have a My Number card and need to file application paperwork in order to obtain one. As such, there's a portion of the Japanese population that doesn't have a My Number card yet and simply uses other forms of ID, such as a driver's license, insurance card, and foreign resident card. Instead, My Number cards also aren't formally issued to children under 15, though that probably won't make a difference for buying things from the Pokemon Center online, since kids that young won't have their own credit card either. Pokemon Company says it's also planning to make My Number card identification verification a requirement for registration for certain official Pokemon card game tournaments in Japan. This seems like it could present a problem for younger competitors, but it's likely that official registration requires a parent or guardian's consent, and so the adult's My Number card would be used as a proxy form of identification. The Pokemon Company's announcement says that the goal of the My Number system would be to ensure fair opportunities and safe, secure service to all customers. And while the Pokemon card game website says that they are looking into the introduction of the system, the Pokemon Company's official Twitter account is firmer in its declaration that they are planning to introduce a My Number card requirement. The system is projected to be in place as early as August, and with application processing time sometimes taking up to 2 months. Passionate fans will need to get their paperwork started soon. Holy fucking shit. That was a gamble I shouldn't have taken. Damn. Here you go. Blue Archive. What?
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have another story from North?
No, I was just gonna say, a way to stop scalpers is just to make more product, right? Flood the fucking market. What do you give a shit about the resale market? Like, if you don't care about the resale value of the cards,
One might
just flood the
say
fucking market.
One might say that it is all a ruse, that they are pretending to
Hold
do
on.
something.
Oh.
Oh, you getting your tinfoil hat?
Yeah. Oh, you remembered.
Yep. One might say that it is all a ruse, that they are pretending to do something.
I can't believe you remembered that.
What?
That I had the hat. And as you knew I was going for it when I said, hold on a sec. I haven't pulled this out in a while.
I thought it had something. It just, I could tell based on like what I was saying and your reaction to it. He's gonna mock me. All right. Anyway, I'm just saying that one might say that the real purpose is simply to create a person. You still have to try to buy as many as you can to try to get it, because the artificial scarcity is how they drive product, how they sell it.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's ridiculous because in Japan it's a little bit different, I suppose, because they have payment methods that are odd, and I'm not sure about the Pokemon Center and all the payment methods they allow. But I know that on like Amazon, for example, you can pay for something by like buying it and then going to the convenience store and paying cash at the convenience store for your Amazon order.
Mm-hmm.
So in that sense, you might not be able to like tie someone down to one account if they're paying in cash in a store or whatever. But like on the American side, it's PayPal and credit card. So like you're already identifying yourself through that. And so if you just limit the purchases to credit card, you've already identified yourself enough to not require a government ID on top of that. Like that's ridiculous to go to that length. Unless you're saying like we're going to start selling Pokemon dildos and we need to verify that you're 18, then maybe.
What Pokemon would make the best dildo?
I don't know. Ditto?
No. What's the Executor?
The answer is clearly Onyx.
That would be the anal
Onyx.
beads.
All right, just a heads up. I am pulling an article from further down into the show so that I don't also have to pull in the one that we looked at earlier that would tie with it. So we'll save that for another week. Just
I don't even know what one you skipped.
I haven't skipped any yet.
Oh, okay.
You pulled one out.
I am going to skip
pulled one out
2.
earlier.
Yeah, I'm going to skip 2 now.
Okay.
I'll try to let you know where they are. Anyway.
Well, I'm usually pretty good about it, but the way you said it kind of implied that we skipped one. I was like, I didn't think I missed one.
I have skipped the same article now 3 weeks in a row.
Other weeks in a row. That's fine.
Okay.
We're good.
All right. Blue Archive swimsuit Serika figure, flat and cute. Whoa.
Pass.
How is she standing like that?
She's farting.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It sounds like Detector Rocketeer.
Oh. All right. Anyway, moving past that. The ravishing Ryza gets new bunny figure. Pardon, bunny they them. Bunny them figure in Furu's Be Cute Bunnies line.
That says "Bye cute."
No,
It says "they
in-
them." Did
in
you forget?
Japanese. In Japanese, I makes the E sound. I think it's supposed to be a play on words, that it is actually supposed to be cute.
Ah.
But if you think buys are cute, right?
That's a they them according to you.
Yeah.
So
Wouldn't bi imply a binary, meaning it would be one or the other?
hey, man.
Wow, there's really the same angle on all these, huh? Wow. Wow, give that photographer a raise. Didn't even get the angle. Come on, Jesus. Hey, guess what, Reese? Don Machi, also known as Is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon? Freya figure boasting the body of a goddess.
Nice.
Same. Okay, I was gonna say same angle syndrome again. Okay, good.
Oh yeah, the back of the chair. We need that.
Oh
back of the
yeah,
chair.
give me that back of the chair.
That's the money shot.
Oh shit. Okay. Anyway, Fate Grand Orders Barghest, both towering and dominant in a new figure.
Nice.
Has more clothes than any of the other figures we looked at, and yet
Her boobs are huge, but she's also too bulky.
I want my pelvis pulverized, Randy. I don't want to walk.
it looks like
again.
her pelvis has already been separated. Like it's her legs are so wide. All right. Would you need to be 18 plus to buy Pokemon marital aids? You mean Pokemon dildos? Gundam teams up with 300-year-old Daruma maker for wood-carved anime mecha figures. I want one.
Oh, it's wood carved. Or is like the detailed carved, or is just the same, just with the paint job?
I think it's just with the paint job, yeah. It's a Gundaruma. Oh God. Okay. I don't understand how this would work as a Daruma. Because as I understand it, a Daruma's purpose is to motivate you to finish a task. And the way that you do that is that you paint one eye when you start the task. And then you have to fucking look at that shit unfinished until you finish the goddamn task. And then you get the satisfaction of painting the other eye. This is what they normally
Do you
do.
buy like a freaking Dharma every time you make a to-do list? Like what the
It's
fuck?
no, it's like for a big project. Like this would be like me looking over there at my Aaron Yeager one trying to finish the fucking manifesto, right? Like,
I think I've shown you guys before. I 3D printed a Majora's Mask. Probably, I don't know, 2016.
Mhm.
And I bought air airbrush.
Okay, yes.
I
Oh, to
brought an
paint it?
airbrush, yeah, to paint it.
Mhm.
And the paint I bought was too thick for the airbrush. And so then I had to buy this thinner, but like the brand that I bought the paint from had a thinner, but it was only available in America, so I had to buy it from America or something, and it had to import it, and it was like big hassle. And then so I was like, fuck it, I'm impatient, I'm just gonna try and YOLO it. And then it clogged up my air gun, and then I had to take it apart and try and clean it, and then I did it again and clogged it again, and then tried to clean it again, and then the O-ring broke, and I almost threw the fucking thing at the wall. So I was so pissed off, and then I never touched it again, and it sat there half painted for 5 or 6 years at least.
Mhm.
And I never looked, like, I looked at it, but I was never incentivized to go fix it. And then finally I was, and I was like, okay, fine. And then I ended up having, I was just like, fuck it. I sanded it back down to plastic and redid it from scratch with a brush instead of an airbrush. And I was surprisingly able to get the gradients pretty well with the brush still. But anyway, so for 5 years, my Daruma of the mask was sitting there, not motivating me to finish it.
Fuck.
Good
Wow.
story, bro.
Yeah, I'm glad that you accomplished it. Congrats. Meanwhile, a Shinto shrine will bless your bike helmet and give you a sacred bike helmet strap. These fuckers are burning down. They don't want you to be safe on the road. Pray to get ahead or to keep your head. Bicycle helmets have really taken off recently. In the months leading up to Japan's stricter cycling violation penalties, I noticed many more people around me wearing them. And after the laws went into effect, they even started selling out in a lot of stores. That's great to see, as it's a simple way to potentially save lives. But is it enough to have a carefully designed and rigorously tested artificial shell forming a protective barrier around your cranium? Why not add a layer of spiritual protection to it too? Just in case you happen to fall off your bike and onto a stretch of road paved with pure malice and vitriol. You can never be too careful. Kobe no Miya Yomo Shrine in Mie Prefecture can provide that by offering bike helmet blessings. Many shrines offer blessings and protective omamori talisman specializing in traffic safety. But what makes this shrine unique is that it specializes in the head. The name Kobe no Miya literally translates to shrine of the head. Originally because it enshrined an imperial family member's skull, but later because it also enshrined the god of heads.
What about the god of good head?
I thought you were going to say, what about the god of dicks? Where's he? I want to go to that shrine.
I want that head. Come on.
This applies to all things dome related, from injury protection to smarts when studying for exams. Presumably it also applies to head then. So if you want any sort of divine intervention for your noggin, this is the place to be. And in honor of Bicycle Month in Japan, Kobe no Miya, when is Bicycle Month? Is that May? Damn, so close to Black History Month. That's June, right? No, that's February. When is Pride Month is next month, right?
Isn't that also? Is it June also Black? Or no, that's February.
Yeah, February. Yeah, they gave him the shortest month just to fuck them.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, must have been K Uranus playing.
That's just Valentine's month.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
In honor of Black History Month, pardon. In honor of Bicycle. Whoops. In honor of Bicycle Month in Japan, Kobe no Miya Yomo and bike helmet maker OGK Kabuto are teaming up for a special edition Goshuin. These are often exquisitely crafted stamps that you can collect from shrines and temples after praying there as a kind of souvenir of the places you visited. Kabuto means helmet in Japanese, by the way. The new Goshuin is believed to be the first of its kind in Japan, shaped like an OGK Kabuto Aero R2 model helmet. This model is used by members of the Japanese national cycling team and not only represents safety, but also a desire to reach the top, something also exemplified by the Shrine of the Head. Helmet blessings have been held since 2022, but the Goshuin will be made available from the 1st of May, also known as Bicycle Helmet Day. This day kicks off Bicycle Month, which is intended to raise awareness for safety, manners, and the healthy aspects that all come along with pedaling light vehicles. It's a perfect marriage of spiritualism and technology. Luck will only take you so far, so it's a good idea to make your own luck with some high-performance polycarbonate too. That's why you should head on down to Kobe no Miya Yomo Shrine or most other shrines that offer traffic safety blessings, and most importantly, a bike shop to buy a helmet so you can protect your gray matter, because someday it will matter. Holy fucking shit. I didn't understand a word of this. You tell me, give you a sacred bike. Oh, stamp. Holy shit.
You said strap every time you read it. You said strap before the podcast, and you said strap during the podcast. I didn't want to correct you.
I said Black History Month. Fuck. This entire time I was scrolling thinking like, where's the fucking strap? I want to see the straps. And then I'm like, they give you an actual goddamn helmet? Whoa. It's literally a picture of a fucking helmet. Man, oh my God. Oh. Has OCA reached out to some of the companies in these articles for sponsorship? Like the helmet place?
Mm-hmm.
Do you need a helmet? Manga sponsors us. Only if you buy one. OCApodcast.com/support. Right? That's what it is. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Buy a Tenga.
Randy.
Protect your other head.
The next article is the one I'm skipping.
Okay.
All right. I felt like I should still cover this one, although I've regretted a lot tonight because we started the podcast looking at the difficulties in Japan. Japan's rice warehouse stockpile rate hits record high as consumers and restaurants reject the high prices. Maybe that's why the izakayas are going out of business. I'm just saying. Consumers showing little sympathy for rice sellers as eating habits and supply chains change. Rice is supposed to be the foundation of the Japanese diet, but these days there's a whole lot of it that's just sitting in warehouses, according to newly released data from Japan's Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, and Fisheries. At the end of March, there were approximately 2.7 million metric tons of rice being held by wholesalers. Nearly a 54% increase compared to the same time last year. That's the largest amount since 2015 and the third highest since 2009. The even more startling statistic, though, is that the 2.7 million metric tons of harvested rice that's just sitting around represents 39 to 40% of the expected domestic demand for rice for the year. The highest percentage ever since the ministry began tracking such statistics. So, remember when they had like the old rice, right?
Yeah.
Like they had like a shortage and they needed to like pull out the rice that was like still okay to eat, but it was like fucking 4 years old or whatever. If the price is so high, why didn't they expect demand to fall, right? I bet you it's not even that high, to be honest. There are 3 reasons for this. The first of which is a larger rice harvest in the fall of 2025 than in the preceding year, because in the preceding year there was a goddamn shortage, right? The more significant factors, though, are on the demand side of the equation. Over the last few years, the price of rice has skyrocketed in Japan, even in the later years of the coronavirus pandemic. It wasn't hard to find 5-kilogram, 11-pound bags of domestically grown rice at supermarkets in Japan for around $13 US. Since then, though, retail prices have steadily risen, getting well past, I'm guessing, $26, especially for the most popular types of Japanese rice. Traditional staple or not, rice doubling in price has forced many people to rethink their spending and eating habits, and the ministry says that household rice consumption has gone down. But what about restaurants? They buy rice too, as do takeout joints, convenience stores, and other businesses that offer pre-made food in the forms of rice balls, bento box lunches, onigiri rice balls, and so on, right? Sure, but businesses are also balking at the price of rice, and while households are adapting by eating less of it, many shops and restaurants with their access to worldwide business-to-business distribution networks have switched over to using less expensive imported rice. In 2025, Japan businesses imported 96,834 metric tons of rice from the U.S., 95 times more than in 2024. What the fuck? When was the rice, crisis? And its total rice imports from all nations combined was 104 times higher than in 2024. So with individual consumers unable to afford eating as much rice as they used to, and businesses having access to cheaper alternatives, it's no surprise that so much Japan-grown rice is going unsold. While rice prices have come down slightly in the past few months, they're still much higher than they were before the spike started. And so news of the excess rice stocks that wholesalers are sitting on isn't eliciting much sympathy among online commenters. Quote, "Too little, too late. There are already a lot of people who've switched their eating habits and moved away from eating a lot of rice. They're still charging too much for rice, so I'm not buying it. I can get 5 kilograms of dry spaghetti noodles for 995 yen. Still waiting for you to at least bring prices for a 5 kilo bag back down to 2,800 yen. It's still easy to remember when you could get a 10 kilo bag of rice for 5,000 yen. They raise prices while people's earnings are stagnant. Yep. What did they think was going to happen? If they're not going to lower prices, they can go ahead and stick as much rice as they like in their warehouses. Oh, you poor things. It must be hard for you not being able to sell your leftover stock for stupidly high prices. Seriously, why the fuck are they costing so much? Basic economic theory would say that if supply of a product is far above demand, it's a sign that sellers are trying to sell it for more than its equilibrium price, and that in order to increase sales, they need to cut their prices until they're more in line with what customers are willing to pay. That's probably not a move the rice sellers want to make, especially after having been able to charge inflated prices for the past few years. But it'll still bring in more revenue than they'll be getting from sacks of rice going unsold because they're overpriced. Then they're going to be the old rice for the next time they need it, right? All right, we're getting into the home stretch. Guess what? I'm skipping the next article, Randy. There you go. Japanese tourist sentenced after punching sitting on wife at Queenstown campground. A Japanese tourist was celebrating his second anniversary with his wife when they got into a fight over a passport and he punched her. Takahide Nishio then shoved his wife, Takako, before dragging her along the ground and then sitting on her for 10 minutes. The couple, who are from Kyoto, Japan, are traveling in a camper van around New Zealand. But on the 5th of May, the day of their second wedding anniversary, the pair got into an alcohol-fueled argument while in Queenstown. Now, Nishio has found himself in the Queenstown District Court being sentenced for a charge of assault on a person in a family relationship and a charge of resisting police. The tourist, who does not speak English, was supported by a Japanese interpreter via video. According to the summary of facts read out in the court by Judge Mark Williams, the couple were staying at a Queenstown holiday park. Quote, "You two argued over a passport. You punched your partner on the shoulder. Then you pushed her with open palms."
Open palms.
Buddha's palm. Right. You then grabbed her jacket and pushed her to the ground. You dragged her along the ground, sitting on her for about 10 minutes. This sounds a lot less serious when you read it out. Onlookers called police And when they arrived, Nishio resisted arrest by holding his arms across his chest to avoid being handcuffed. You then headbutted the window and kicked the door of the police car, Judge Williams said. In a letter to court, Nishio said he regretted his actions and was sorry for the pain he had caused. Quote, your reaction toward the police was a result of you panicking because you do not speak English. You apologized to your partner and to the other guests of the campground. Nishio acknowledged he needed professional help with regard to alcohol and also needed to help deal with his emotions. Quote, you want to offer your apologies to everyone who's been involved. His wife also provided a letter to the court which said she was sad, angry, and upset with her husband. His bail conditions imposed on him last week meant that the couple had to be separate for the week. This had left the wife feeling isolated, Judge Williams said. Quote, I accept that this has been stressful for you both. Judge William imposed a good behavior bond, and if Nishio was to offend again while in New Zealand, he could be resentenced on the 2 charges. Nishio would make a $500 donation to Women's Refuge and continue traveling with his wife. What is this country, New Zealand? They're currently in the country until the 13th of June when they plan to head to Australia. What the fuck? What the okay. All right. Surely one of these will be a winner.
I think that was a winner on its own.
Man in Japan calls in bomb threat because he doesn't want to go to his own work farewell party. Whatever happened to just faking a stomachache? In March, a restaurant in Saga City received a phone call, and when an employee answered it, the voice on the other end of the call gruffly commanded, go check your entrance. Sorry, that's not the Kenji Fuda or whatever his name was from Kaiba voice actor. When the staff did, they discovered a piece of paper with a chilling message written on it. I have planted a bomb. Still not him. On this same night, the restaurant had a reservation for a farewell party in which a group of coworkers was celebrating a colleague who was leaving the organization. Obviously, the restaurant couldn't tell customers to come on in after receiving a bomb threat, so the party was canceled, though thankfully no explosives were found, and the threat turned out to be a hoax. Since the party was supposed to be for a police officer in the Saga Prefectural Police,
calling in a bomb threat?
I thought he was an employee at the fucking restaurant.
Dang, what the?
Since the party was supposed to be for a police officer in the Saga Prefectural Police, you might expect the culprit to be someone with a beef against the justice system. Maybe it was a teenage delinquent he'd busted for shoplifting, or the loyal lieutenant of a Yakuza boss serving time after the officer put him behind bars. Following an investigation into the matter, though, it was discovered that the bomb threat came from the police officer himself. Why? In his words, I didn't want to go to my farewell party. Well, now you're going to see them every day in jail. Right? The officer, a man in his 20s,
The hell?
attached to the Central Division of the Saga Prefectural Police, was supposed to be leaving the force at the end of March, meaning he had less than a month to go until he'd be free from all such after-work functions. Apparently, one more after-work night with his coworkers was one too many for his taste, though. His base motivation isn't so hard to understand. Work farewell parties can sometimes be unpleasant for the person who's being celebrated, since avoiding saying anything bad about the job everyone else at the party still has, and also not coming off as bragging about their new job, can make for tense, awkward conversations. Not for me. Fuck all y'all, right?
Right? just like locking the door, just do the middle finger thing,
Yeah.
and just turn back around, go back out.
Unfortunately for the officer, who has admitted to making the bomb threat, he's no doubt since had to have many much more awkward conversations since his actions came to light. How come you don't want to work with us anymore? It's still an easier conversation than how come you threatened to blow up a building? The ploy even seems to have extended his time at his job, as instead of reaching the end of his duty period at the end of March, he was given a formal reprimand and resigned on April 30th. His case has been referred to the public prosecutor on charge. Wait, hold on. The ploy even seems to have extended his time at his job instead of reaching the end of his duty period at the March. Okay, I thought this said May. Okay. He resigned on April 30th. His case has been referred to the public prosecutor on charges of forced obstruction of business and intimidation, though it's unclear whether or not this case will go to trial. So remember, whether you're dreading going to a work function or simply have a grudge against Nintendo, goddammit, a bomb threat is never the wise way to solve your problem. All right, last article.
Somebody call it bomb threat so I can quit early.
The Saga Prefecture from Zombieland Saga. Maybe. Is she his partner or his wife? Wife, I thought. Corn and wheat are cheaper. Japanese should just adopt global homogeneity.
I don't think corn and wheat alone would fill the void of what rice is doing in the meal.
I also think that the disease that they will get from all the glyphosate is going to not be good for the birth rate and all that shit too. We don't need them to be obese too.
I could warn you would have been all over sushi made with corn instead.
I would be all over that. I don't need them taking all my corn. All right. Elite girls' school fails to block apartment construction. They'll take secret photos.
That's why you close the curtains when you do the changing thing.
The Senior District Court has rejected an attempt by the prestigious Oween Junior and Senior High School to stop construction of a high-rise apartment tower next to its campus. The school, widely known as one of Japan's famous girls' Big Three middle school entrance exam institutions, argued that the planned tower would severely damage the educational environment for its students. Yeah. According to the lawsuit, the developers planned to demolish an existing 8-story apartment building adjacent to the school and replace it with a new 20-story tower apartment building standing roughly 70 centimeters tall. Why is that a big problem?
Wait, what?
It was 8 stories tall.
No, you said 70 centimeters tall.
No, 70 meters. Did I say centimeters?
You said 70 centimeters taller. Like, how does that math work? I was like, what the fuck?
That's how they're getting the secret photos. They're looking up.
Adding freaking 12 stories, making it only 70 centimeters tall. I was like, how the fuck does that work?
All right. The area is normally subject to an urban planning height restriction limiting buildings to 46 meters. However, the developers reportedly use a system that relaxes those restrictions by including publicly accessible open space around the property. Oh, okay. The construction plan was submitted for approval in July 2022 under Japan's Building Standards Act and has been under review by the Tokyo Metropolitan Government. The school argued that the tower would be built only around 11 meters away from the school building itself. In court, the school claimed, quote, the school would receive no sunlight throughout the day, and there would be an increased risk of female students being secretly photographed from the apartment building. The lawsuit also argued that construction work could potentially destabilize retaining walls standing between 7 and 8 meters tall, located along the property boundary, creating possible safety risks for students and staff. However, Tokyo authorities argued that that requests to halt construction approvals can only be granted when there is a clear risk of serious danger and not just lewd behavior. Right? It maintained that the dangers raised by the school were not immediate enough to justify blocking the project. The court ultimately sided with the Tokyo government and dismissed the lawsuit. Damn.
But they're not gonna get the sunlight.
Yeah. When they die of vitamin D deficiency, they're gonna really.
That's on your hands, Tokyo government.
All right, that's it. That's the show. I somehow pulled it off today, if you can call it that. Any thoughts before we leave?
Happy Memorial Day.
That was yesterday. Don't worry about it.
Yara Naika, Yara Naika, Yara Naika, Yara Naika. Wanna do it?